dollars. Other conditions include former President Trump not violating any laws or intimidating any person known to be co-defendants or witnesses. He was charged last week in a case that also includes 18 co-defendants and dozens of unindicted co-conspirators.
Fox's Jared Halpern. Life in prison for a former neonatal nurse convicted of murdering 7 babies in her care and trying to kill 6 others at a hospital in northern England. Lucy Letby was given the most severe punishment possible under British law. Prosecutors say Letby sickened babies by injecting IVs with air, poisoning them with insulin, and force-feeding others milk. America is listening to Fox News.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynovite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement, adding back key nutrients to your pup's health. Try Dynovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. That's dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynovite.
Consumer Cellular's award-winning customer support is 100% based in the U.S., and you are 100% based in the U.S. That's something you have in common with Consumer Cellular's customer service. And Consumer Cellular customer service likes pizza, and you like pizza. And Consumer Cellular has an acute fear of spiders, and your fear of spiders is acute as well. So you already have so many things to discuss when you call Consumer Cellular to talk about our affordable and flexible phone plans. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Many homes near where a house exploded earlier this month near Pittsburgh remain unlivable as the investigation into the explosion continues.
The blast August 12th in Plume, just east of Pittsburgh, destroyed 3 homes and killed 6 people. And officials in Allegheny County say another 10 neighboring houses still remain uninhabitable and will be inspected by structural engineers as both local and state investigators try to determine the origin and cause of the explosion. The Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection already ruling out an abandoned underground mine with a focus centering on a faulty water heater inside one of the homes. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Voters in Ecuador have rejected oil drilling in part of the Amazon rainforest.
With more than 90% of the ballots counted, voters in Ecuador rejected oil exploration in a protected area of the Amazon. The region is home to 2 self-isolated tribes and was designated a World Biosphere Reserve in 1989 by UNESCO. The vote means the state oil company will have to dismantle its operations there in the coming months. The referendum happened alongside the presidential election, which has resulted in a runoff between an ally of the former president and a banana tycoon's son. The election took place under the watch of tens of thousands of police officers and soldiers deployed across the country, partly in response to the assassination of a presidential candidate earlier this month. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
No final decision has been made, but the Pentagon says it's considering allowing military applicants to use calculators on the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, its entrance exam. A DOT spokesman telling Fox News it's being considered to help with recruiting, particularly for the U.S. Army. Adding, we're taking a systematic approach which will assess the impact of the calculator use, and they're developing a way forward for calculator inclusion based on best practices and test development. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty, your local certified Realtree Land Pro and premier farm sales specialist. We here at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty are the only company that specializes in the sale of rural properties. And for over 97 years, United Country has been the leader in farm and land sales nationwide. We have a staff of full-time land professionals ready to go to work for you. Reach out to us today at 931-244-7126 and we'll design a marketing plan tailored just for your property. Thanks and God bless.
This is God's country.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Striker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Striker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Striker Steakhouse on Facebook or eat at strikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Live from the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late-night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media, your liberty-loving Latino amigo. Happy to be here with you this Monday night. Our telephone number, if you want to join our late-night national town hall conversation, give us a call, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. So a couple of things that are going on in the news that caught my eye. Obviously, Bidenomics continues to really do a really fantastic job, right? Just check your pockets, your bank accounts, your wallets, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Plus, there's some action coming out of North Korea. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. Plus, the military's decided to prioritize abortions within the military. Now, I don't know why they would prioritize that over so many other pressing issues, but that is going on, and we're going to get to the bottom of that as well. Of course, you've heard about Jason Aldean's new song and John Rich's new song and the big Oliver Anthony song, and there's so much to do about those songs, and I've got a guest tomorrow night that I think you're really going to enjoy who's going to talk about his own songs and quite an American success story. So I'll tell you more about that a little bit later as well. But make sure you're tuned in tomorrow for that. You don't want to miss it. There's also some discussion on a 4-day work week. I want to dig into that a little bit. But the big story right now that I'm looking at is Donald Trump, Donaldus Magnus, El Trompito, the 45th president of these United States, Donald J. Trump. He is expected to turn himself in to the authorities in Georgia on $200,000 bail for his fourth indictment. And this is interesting. Now, another story that's pretty big that's out there is this story coming out of Asia. And we'll get to a little bit more on that at the top of the second hour. Right now, I want to dig into this because President Joe El Baboso Biden was in Maui today. And, of course, he was getting heckled by people that were holding no comment signs from the audience based on, obviously, him saying that initially when he said, hey, what are you doing to address the issues going on in Hawaii? And Joe El Baboso Biden is often at a loss for words. And he was there, and, there's a lot of criticism over, what he did. But I want you to hear what he had to say. We got a few clips of that, and then we'll take it from there. Listen to Joe Biden, Joe El Baboso Biden, the President of the United States in Hawaii today.
Jill and I have what's left, walked Front Street, what's left of it. We've surveyed the damage from the air as well. The devastation is overwhelming.
Now, the devastation is overwhelming. If you've seen any of these videos, and I'm seeing so much stuff, of course, when you see things that are extraordinarily odd, people right away, they want to say, well, that's fake, it's propaganda. And there's a chance it could be. But you got to see all these like laser beam things, what they're calling directed energy weapons that are just firing at like transformers and houses and all sorts of crazy stuff. I mean, I don't know anything about that. Maybe we can get an expert guest on that. But yes, the damage is crazy. And I've said it before. I've never seen anything like this. Maybe because I lived a sheltered life growing up in the concrete jungle of New York City, then moving to the urban area of northern New Jersey, and now I live in the suburbs. in North Jersey. But I can tell you, I've never seen things that look like tornadoes made out of fire ripping through a town. Just ripping through a town, just tearing apart everything in their path. But Joe Biden continued after addressing the devastation. He went on to say that, he loves, everybody and that he wants to help everybody. And he went on to talk about how Senator Mazie Hirono was very helpful and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to skip that one. That's kind of boring. But he said what I think they needed to hear. Maybe a little late, but I'm going to give him credit for saying it. This is Joe El Baboso Biden saying that the nation stands with Maui.
The country grieves with you, stands with you, and will do everything possible to help you recover, rebuild, and respect culture and traditions when the rebuilding takes place.
Now, he also went on to talk about how the federal agencies, including FEMA, are responding to needs in order to restore power. And I think this is important because people rely on their government, their local government. And as we know, their local government, from my perspective and for the intent and purpose of this conversation, I believe that their local government failed them in so much as not sounding the alarm and whatnot, while others will argue with me saying, well, again, running inland versus running outland, whatever, toward the water, blah, blah, blah. I still think, listen, any noise you can make in an emergency like this where there's fireballs of tornadoes ripping through a city, I think you got to let everybody know as much as you can. Send them a text message. Do whatever you got to do. I mean, just get people to safety. With over 100 people dead, this is a tragedy in my opinion. But this is Joe Biden talking about the federal agencies, including FEMA, responding to the community's needs.
My administration has been in constant contact with the governor and congressional delegation and local leaders. As soon as I got the governor's request, I signed the major disaster declaration that mobilized the whole of government response, which means whatever you need, you're going to get. FEMA's quickly provided 55,000 meals, 75,000 liters of water, 5,000 beds, 10,000 blankets, working to help remove the debris, repair roads, and restore power.
Well, thank you, Joe Biden, for doing all of that. It's great to know that we pay taxes and that the government's actually doing what they're supposed to do. Now, my issue with this, and I'm very critical of Joe Biden, but my criticism here is, does that not sound like he's on a stump? Like he's on a stump speech campaigning for president? She is. But, I mean, where's the empathy, right? I thought empathy was on the ballot, Joe Biden said. Why is it that Joe Biden, 55,000 meals, we're helping you? Come on, bro. I think a little bit of empathy, a little bit of, better performance art, whatever it is. And maybe I'm just being unfair to him, and that's fine. I'm allowed to do that. But I really do think you've got to meet people where they are. People have this is not a house fire. This is not an apartment building in the Bronx that went on fire, which is a tragedy in and of itself. This is a massive fire. That it was, again, I'd never seen anything like this. So I think you need to not harp on all of your achievements and accolades and 5,500 meals and whatnot, but really let people know we're here. This is what's available. We've got you. And he said that in the other one, but I just feel like it's not very convincing. And that could be my own personal bias, just telling the truth here. But I'm just, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. But then again, when will I ever be happy with Joe Biden, right? Probably never. Anyway, people in the crowd were also disappointed. And these angry Maui residents, they were slamming Biden. Some of them were holding no comment signs during his tour. And I hope he got to see them. I hope he was able to see what was going on inside the minds of people, because people are already suffering in this country because of Bidenomics. People are already suffering because of the current state of affairs because of Joe Biden, the lack of energy production, the higher gas prices. And when people are now facing the tragedy of losing their home or their business or everything, their family members, because of a fire, they need that reassurance. Whether it's worth anything to them or not, he needs to deliver that. And when you see the people holding up no comment signs and heckling him, saying, "Go home, Joe," chanting, "Go home, Joe," I got to tell you, it's not a good look. Anyway, more on Bidenomics straight ahead to see how the rest of us are suffering, kind of like Jimmy Carter's misery index. We should have that for Joe Biden as well. And we're going to have a discussion on the economy and everything related to the economy straight ahead. Don't go anywhere. I'm Rich Valdez.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com.
The Dell Technologies Back to School event is on, with deals on top tech for class, hobbies, and more. Now, when you buy, you support a cause. With every eligible purchase, Dell will donate to UNICEF in support of GIGA, a UNICEF ITU global initiative to connect schools across the globe to the internet. Accidental damage protection included. Get rare deals on select laptops and desktops powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Save now at Dell.com/deals. UNICEF does not endorse any company, brand, product, or service.
Football is back, and NFL Plus has you covered. Get NFL Plus, and you'll never miss a moment of live football action this season. With live, local, and primetime games on mobile, NFL Network, NFL Red Zone, live game audio, and more, all in one place. That's right. This season, get NFL Red Zone and NFL Plus Premium so you never miss a touchdown. That's every touchdown from every game, every Sunday during the regular season, across devices. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Wake up, people. You're optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. Fill-up.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, familia, welcome back. I want to have a discussion on the economy and various parts of the economy. I want to talk about central bank digital currency. That's always a hot topic that we're always learning more about. I also want to talk about the changes in household income, right? Because I think so many people are feeling a tightening of the belt here, and everybody's blaming inflation, and that's accurate. But there's also, I think, a decrease in the median household income, and that obviously affects a lot of people. And there's a bunch of reports out on that, so we're going to get to that as well. But I want to start off with this conversation on central bank digital currencies and whether or not Congress is going to be greenlighting a central bank digital currency, or a CBDC, not to be confused with CBD, which is that oil that's made from the cannabis plant. Anyway, going back to the original topic here, I want to introduce our guest, Peter St. Onge. He's got a PhD in economics, and he is a research fellow at the Heritage Foundation. Dr. Peter St. Onge, welcome to the program, sir.
Thanks for having me on, Rich.
You bet. My pleasure. Happy to discuss the economy on a Monday night. This is always something that I sort of understand, and then I go, I just don't get it. I don't understand what's happening. Probably because I'm looking at my bank account and seeing what I'm paying for gas. But we're going to make sense of all of that. So let's talk about this. You've got a piece in the Hill, a really good piece, and it talks about whether or not Congress is going to be greenlighting a CBDC. And I'd like your thoughts on that, if you don't mind walking us through it.
For sure. That was a big concern for a couple months here, and we've been kind of going back and forth with different offices in Congress. And the issue here is a CBDC, of course, is a way for government to control and monitor everything that you spend, right? So they can see what you're spending it on. They can stop you from buying certain things they don't like. Maybe you're eating too much meat. Maybe you're buying firearms. They can force you to buy things. They can lock you into a bank. If your bank's in distress, they can just go ahead and clamp down so that you don't pull your money out, put the bank at risk, so you have to go down with the ship. So, of course, there's a lot of things that are bad about CBDCs. There's really nothing good about them except that governments like them because they like control, they like monitoring us. And you know, public opinion is very, very strongly against CBDC. Something like 75-80% of Americans are against them. This is true in every country in the world. There was a march of 500,000 people in Austria. Austria is a country about the size of North Carolina. All right, so if you can imagine 500,000 people marching against CBDCs. Nigeria had riots against CBDCs. They're really abominations. Nobody likes them. And so the people who are, you know, there's a ton of money, very deep-pocketed lobbyists, banks, outfits like MasterCard, these huge companies that want to impose a CBDC because it's easier for them. It reduces their costs. So if they can save a penny on transactions, then to heck with our liberties. And these lobbyists, they make friends on Congress. They have senators on speed dial. And so part of what we do at Heritage is to police that sort of behavior and make sure that the people are coming first. And in the world of CBDCs, the biggest risk has been none of the lobbyists want what's called a direct CBDC. Okay, and a direct CBDC is where you would treat the Fed like your bank. Okay, so rather than having an account at Chase or Wells Fargo, you would have like an account basically at the Federal Reserve. It wouldn't look like it to you. To you, it would just feel like you've got this CBDC account with money in it, but fortunately it would be at the Fed. Now, nobody wants that because that would put the banks out of business. Okay, so that is guarantee you that's not going to happen because Wall Street gets what it wants. Okay, so a direct CBDC is not a threat. The threat is what's called an intermediated CBDC or an indirect CBDC, and that's where it functions exactly the same on the back end. The bureaucrats can see what you're spending, they can control it, they can stop it, they can force it, they can play with you like a little puppet. They can sit there and look at all the money in the country and just move it over to one group or another group. We like this group today, this group votes for us. Okay, they can do all those things. The only difference is now they have a bank on the front of it that's handling it for them. So I've been calling that a contractor-built CBDC. That is a very big risk because the banks love that model because they get a cut of the profits. Right. So if you have an intermediated CBDC, our liberties are just at risk. All that's changed is that the banks are dealt in on it, and that is a big threat because now the bank lobbyists flip from fighting CBDCs, which they've been doing, thankfully, for once they're doing the right thing. That flips them into promoting it. And again, what Wall Street wants, it gets. So that is what we have been digging our feet in. And there was a bill circulating on the Hill that would essentially greenlight that sort of intermediated CBDC. And we could see from the people who signed the bill that they were not understanding what this bill was doing. Okay, there were people in the Freedom Caucus who I love dearly, and they're absolutely committed to our liberties. whose names were on this thing. And so we felt that there was a misunderstanding going on here. So we reached out to a number of offices. These are all Republicans. The Democrats are generally uniformly pro-CBDC, unfortunately.
Right.
But we reached out to a number of them and explained what the issues were, and that in intermediated CBDC is the danger. And so now it looks like the bill is being fixed. So that danger seems to have receded. I think for now we're happy. We don't see any real big risk coming from the Republican side. Now, the Democrats have been pushing CBDCs for a long time. They're generally much friendlier to the idea of state control. They trust the deep state in a way that most Republicans do not. But on the other hand, the way our political system works is that if one party wants something the other party does not, it almost never happens in Congress. When both parties get together, that's when horrible things happen. Bipartisan is it's the scariest word in the dictionary in Washington. So what we were really focused on was making sure that Republicans didn't get suckered into this thing and then join together with Democrats to make it happen. So for the time being, thankfully, it looks like Washington is deadlocked, or at least Congress is deadlocked on CBDCs. Now, having said, that's just Congress, right? And in theory, Congress makes all the laws, but in reality, the vast majority of the laws are made up by the deep state. In other words, by the Federal Reserve, by Treasury. Got a whole bunch of regulators who make up rules about the financial system. In practice, 99% of the rules in our financial system are never touched by Congress. It's called delegation. So they essentially say to the SEC, make financial markets work. And then the SEC does whatever it wants to do. And so we have a lot of CBDC risk coming out of that deep state, primarily coming out of the Federal Reserve. So they are running a CBDC pilot, quote unquote.
Yeah.
They don't have congressional, they don't have any authority for that. But, the Fed prints its own money, meaning it doesn't have to come to Congress and ask for permission. Most of the government does, but they do not.
Folks, we're on with Peter St. Onge, economist with the Heritage Foundation, and we're discussing central bank digital currencies and the danger that they pose. We're going to continue that conversation right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Dr. Peter St. Onge is coming right back with me, Rich Valdez, and we're just getting started, so don't move a muscle.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Yeah. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to the vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you get one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
Hi, I'm Holly Wallace with Flora Mid-South Realty.
You know, ever since I was a little girl growing up in Loretta and drawing houses, I've had a passion for homes. I love what I do, and I love working with people and helping them find their dream homes, and I look forward to working with you.
Please call my mama at 931-345-2406.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
Flooring sets the tone throughout your home.
A one-stop flooring destination. Our new location stands alone for unequaled customer service and selection. Owner Justin Story's mastery of custom hardwood inlays means every room can have a custom look. Discover how the right choice of hardwood, laminate, carpet, or tile can set the tone in your home. Contact Floored by Justin today.
Call 931-244-6557, located at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma.
This is Jared Menz with Eight Oaks Recovery. We are a Christian men's drug and alcohol treatment program in Lawrence County. Every Tuesday from 5 to 6 o'clock, we are going to be on the radio taking questions about addiction and addiction issues and addiction policy and the causes of addiction and how to help loved ones in need. We will help walk people through signs of addiction, and addiction can strike people at any age in our society, from teens to the elderly. And if people have questions, we will be more than happy to help them find the right direction to get the help they need.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Heritage Automotive. I like my biscuits piping hot. If your biscuits are not hot enough to melt butter, then they need to be warmed up. On the other hand, if the inside of your car is hot enough to melt butter, it needs to be cooled down. It's hot outside and it's time to get your air conditioner checked by one of our certified technicians. Schedule your appointment today with Heritage Automotive by calling 762-2299 or come by and see us at 2122 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, or visit us online at heritagegm.com.
Let's make a deal. This is Jeff Hood with Keller Williams Hood Company in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. The real estate market is moving so fast, and making a mistake or a bad decision could cost you or lead to disappointment. At Keller Williams, our team of professionals are the very best at what they do, and they have the very best resources to help you make your best deal. Call us at 931-762-5816, or better yet, go to our website at kwhoodcompany.com. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, making real estate deals great again. Ew.
I want to listen to you, Rich, all the time.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
So the Austrian-American economist, and you may not know his name, but I'll share with you, Ludwig von Mises, he said, the worst evils which mankind has ever had to endure were inflicted by bad governments. I tend to believe that. I think that's probably very true. And our guest, Dr. Peter St. Onge, who's an economist with the Heritage Foundation, he spent some time as a fellow at the von Mises Institute, and we're having a discussion on central bank digital currencies and how bad they are for the people. It seems like there's no upside for the people and just only upside for the government. And it's shocking to see how it happens. And, you know, the lesson I think we have to learn here, besides the mechanics of it, the real lesson here is when we look at proposals that the government has, I think we need to do so with a high degree of skepticism in realizing that what they're telling us is not necessarily true for us, it's true for them, and that we have to always look out for what's good for us. Peter St. Onge, we were talking about the dangers of a CBDC and the potential signing or green lighting of something in Congress that's been allayed for now. However, even Republicans, well-intentioned Republicans, were considering voting for something like this. And I think Congress has to absolutely hold the line. You said something I thought was really, really poignant, which was bipartisanship is the code word for disaster, right? And that's my paraphrase, but it's true. Once they're all working on it together, nobody's looking out for the people. Peter St. Onge.
Yeah, that's the old joke. When you hear bipartisan, hold on to your wallet, hold on to your rights. Right. I am terrified whenever both the parties agree on something. There may have been an age generations ago when, you know, Congress would come together and do smart things, but nowadays it's an absolutely terrifying prospect. And, you know, we were talking about sort of the swamp has its own mind, it has its own goals. It has things it wants, and, you know, whether it's CBDCs, you know, the Fed developing them really on its own, functioning with no congressional oversight, as if, you know, the Fed runs the country, as if as if we are not a democracy when it comes to the economy. That's, to me, an outrageous state of affairs. So, you know, first off, the Fed should not be developing things like CBDCs on their own. If Congress didn't tell them to do it, what the heck are they doing? Secondly, I mean, you know, ideally, the Fed should be switched over so it's actually under the full authority of Congress. Dr. Ron Paul used to complain that the Fed had less oversight than the CIA, which is true. He would ask Fed chairman, what are you doing with this program? Why are you doing this thing? And they would say, I mean, you know, essentially they would say, oh, I don't want to answer that question. I don't have to. And their justification would be, yeah, essentially none of your business. If the Fed is none of our business, you know, for the people's representatives, then what what is this democracy of ours?
Right.
So the Fed itself, I think, is just an outrageous creation. It's private when it's convenient. It's public when it's convenient. It's really neither. It's not under our control, so it is not a public agency. It's sort of controlled by banks, but they have this patina with, the president and the chairman and all this so that they can get that government prestige. If they were truly private, the American people would not put up with it. If it were truly public, Congress would not put up with it. So I understand why so many people are exercised against the Fed. But when it comes to the CBDC, given that Congress is thankfully deadlocked, really the Fed is what's pushing the CBDC on us. And it's coming. They just pushed through Fed Now, which is sort of a proto-CBDC in some ways, and that was just pushed out, last month. So they are building the machinery, and they're doing it as fast as they can.
How much, obviously, the Fed is running amok and doing what they want to do, and I agree with you. I am one of those end the Fed, pro-end the Fed people, and I think we should get away from it. However, is it a pipe dream? Is this a utopian fantasy of mine that will one day end the Fed?
Unfortunately, historically, central banks don't go away on their own. Fiat money, does not stand down quietly and say, okay, guys, I'm sorry. So generally it takes a crisis. And, central banks and fiat money causes the crisis, so they tend to end themselves, but there's a lot of collateral damage. And so really the best you can do is keep an eye on it, prepare yourself, hedge with real assets. That doesn't necessarily only mean gold, right? Like a house is a real asset. It is inflation protected. Stocks are actually surprisingly inflation protected. They tend to do bad in recessions, but during rampant inflation, like in Weimar, Germany, people were actually very excited early on because the stock market was soaring, right? So the stock market would go up 1,000,000%. Prices will only go up 100,000%. Well, you just made out. And so people were very, very excited. Moral of the story being that if you are alert, you can protect yourself with real assets. But in terms of, I think the best we can hope for is that the Fed sort of screws up. It doesn't destroy the country, but it sort of 1970s level screws up bad enough that people say, maybe these guys don't know what they're doing, and then we rein them in. I think in order to actually go back, sort of wind the clock back pre-Nixon or pre-FDR and go back to gold, I think historically that generally takes some sort of a crisis, meaning hyperinflation.
Wow, yeah, and I don't want that, but I guess that probably would be the way to go. And that's really, I was going to be my next question was, what do you think the likelihood? Same question, but with a return to the gold standard. I think you kind of answered it saying it's the same crisis. If we go into hyperinflation and obviously people are starving and figuratively, maybe even literally dying as a result of it, then that might prompt such a move to the gold standard.
Right, and we've got a couple triggers on the horizon. In normal times, there's an Adam Smith line where some junior bureaucrat was talking about some terrible tariff policy or something, and Adam Smith said, my dear boy, there's a lot of ruin in a nation, meaning that when catastrophic policies hit, the people themselves respond. We are smart, we are resourceful, we make the best of it, meaning that whatever horrible policies government puts on, typically, most of the impact we sort of control or we cancel out. And so that is sort of the saving grace, is that when the hard times come, people will largely protect themselves. I don't think it will be a complete catastrophe. But at any rate, the two most likely triggers, I think, that are on the horizon, one of them is government debt, which is just absolutely hitting unsustainable levels. We're at $32 trillion. We're looking at the Congressional Budget Office is projecting $50 trillion deficit. At some point, it's just funny money. It's never ever going to get paid back. If markets believe that it's never going to get paid back, then guess what? The interest rates skyrocket. You'd have to pay people very high rates to accept it at that point. And then the other big trigger is de-dollarization, right? So particularly the Biden administration has been very ham-handed in how it treats other countries. It's been scaring them off the dollar. And, meanwhile, you've got countries like China that have been very, very eager to help push countries off the dollar. Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. And from China's perspective, they're encouraging us to scare countries off the dollar. And so if that were to happen, right, we've already seen the U.S. the U.S. dollar lose about 8% of its market share in official reserves over the past year. If that continues, then you would start to see a flood of dollars coming back into the country. The thing to keep in mind is once you are reserve currency, that means that the whole world uses your money.
Right.
So, for example, if you're a rich person in Mexico, most of your money is held in U.S. dollars. It's not held in Mexican pesos. You don't trust the Mexican peso. You hold a little bit for, month-to-month expenses, but really most of your savings are going to be parked in U.S. dollars. And that's the case all over the world. It's the case in China, Egypt, Russia, everywhere. Now, that means that there's something like 2 to 3 times more dollars in existence than Americans need. Okay, most of those dollars are held by foreigners all over the world. There's, 6 or 7 billion foreigners who are not Americans, and they're all holding most of the dollars. So if they are scared off the dollar and those tens of trillions come flooding home, that is the catastrophic scenario, and that's part of the reason why I've been so concerned about these de-dollarization moves by the Biden administration.
Wow. Well, I have a follow-up on that, as well as I want to talk a little bit about your piece on the manufacturing boom. So we're going to do that straight ahead. Folks, we're on with Dr. Peter St. Onge. He's an economist with the Heritage Foundation. And if you want to join this conversation, feel free, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Wake up, people. You're optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday.
The Dell Technologies Back to School event is on, with deals on top tech for class, hobbies, and more. Now, when you buy, you support a cause. With every eligible purchase, Dell will donate to UNICEF in support of GIGA, a UNICEF ITU global initiative to connect schools across the globe to the internet. Accidental damage protection included. Get rare deals on select laptops and desktops powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Save now at Dell.com/deals. UNICEF does not endorse any company, brand, product, or service.
It's an NFL fantasy world, and we live for it. NFL Fantasy is free and easy to play. Just download the NFL Fantasy app, sign up, and draft. Optimize your lineup with just one click. By playing on the NFL Fantasy app, you will be entered to win 2 tickets to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, Nevada. NFL Fantasy. We live for this. No purchase necessary. Ends 10/19/23. Open to legal residents of the 50 United States and the District of Columbia who are 18 years of age or older. For rules and details on bonus entries and alternate means of entry, visit NFL.com/Fantasy Sweeps 2023.
Reggie was a nurse for 16 years.
I had become very burnt out. I wasn't making good money.
Then it happened.
There was an ad for My Computer Career, and it just spoke to me.
My Computer Career was the best decision he ever made.
I could study anywhere from my laptop, and I was working in the first couple weeks of me being in class.
Reggie hit a home run.
The field is teeming with jobs.
Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
The school is amazing.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hi, this is Donna Rawson with the Bank of Frank Ewing. Sorting through terms, rates, and programs can be overwhelming. Bank of Frank Ewing wants you to focus on finding the home of your dreams, and we'll help with the rest. Our lending experts are experienced and trained to make the process as easy as possible for you, while making sure you get the best rate and terms. Give our local lenders a call at 931-762-6800. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, and to the phones we go. We got Lance in Galloway, New Jersey, WOND, with a question for Dr. Peter St. Onge, research fellow and economist at the Heritage Foundation. Lance, go right ahead.
Hey, gracious good evening. I just want to concur with you, Doctor, on your clarity in regards to the challenges our commerce is definitely hitting us. I just finished reading again the Creature from Jekyll Island, and also I looked over while I was listening to you. I went on and saw the Tragedy of the Commons, and I think that's exactly where we are. And if they allow the banks and the Fed to do this, they're going to usurp all our freedom of choices when it comes to what we can purchase for our own personal consumption in our house. And they're doing that now by restricting the use of gas ranges, pizza ovens, EV cars,
Absolutely.
and all that. So I think you are really creating a true compass rose in the direction that this Fed is truly trying to suffocate the people that want to enjoy the fruits of their labor.
Thank you, Lance. I appreciate it. Peter St. Onge.
That is an excellent point. And the green thing is centrally connected with this control sort of overlay that they're trying to put on us. They want a permissioned economy. You know, whenever we're doing something that they don't like, they'll go after the carbon footprint on it. Okay, and then when we're doing something they do like, then carbon footprints just vanish, right? So if it's billionaires flying off to Davos, magically those planes don't have carbon footprints. Right. It's like with COVID, where people who were demonstrating a certain way were super spreaders. If they were doing it for another reason, they were God's children. And so really what they're trying to do is to put it in an economy where everything is forbidden unless it is politically approved, in which point it gets a carbon footprint pass. That's what they're trying to convert this green stuff into. They are using the earth or the environment as a prop to impose a totalitarian control over the economy.
Yeah, it's a brilliant point. And when we talk about the economy, I want to pivot to Bidenomics and how it's really serving the American public so well, in particular with manufacturing jobs.
Yeah.
What's your thought?
It's amazing. Yeah, in manufacturing, we have this really weird pair of numbers where, on the one hand, factory construction went up something like 50%. I mean, just absolutely skyrocketed. Huge amount of money going into factory construction. On the other hand, we've had manufacturing output declining. It's been straight falling for about 6 months. Going by PMI, which is measuring the intentions of people who buy manufactured products, going by that, it's been falling by something like 2.5 years. So we have, manufacturing falling, yet factories are leaping. Something doesn't match in that picture until you go to the Build Back Better plan. So that was they renamed it the Inflation Reduction Act. Literally,
right.
You can find it in the congressional docket when they changed the name. It's completely cynical. And what that bill did was handed hundreds of billions of dollars to green producers. And so they can set up these factories. I think a lot of your listeners will remember Solyndra under Obama.
Oh, boy.
You know, these sort of taxpayer fleeces. And they're always selling the green stuff because that gets the money flowing out of Washington. It pulls it out of the taxpayer pockets. And so they're plowing this money into factories. Who knows if these things are going to make money? Ford just announced that they lost $4.5 billion on EVs.
Wow.
Just last weekend, the Ford CEO jumped into one of these new electric F-150s, and he went for a road trip in California, and he said, I was surprised how challenging it is. He's up at 10 p.m. sitting there charging his truck. You've got to be joking.
That's crazy.
Some road trip. Can you imagine taking the kids and you spend half the road trip charging the stinking
I can't
truck?
imagine driving an F-150 that's electric.
It's just not right. So, if the factories are being built on their own, if these are actually, metal machine shops in Wisconsin, then that's, I'd love to see that. On the other hand, if this is government money plowed into cronies, that is not announcing prosperity to come. It is announcing taxpayer fleecing to come.
Folks, we're on with Dr. Peter St. Onge, research fellow and economist at the Heritage Foundation, discussing all things on the economy. When we come back, we're going to learn a little bit more about the work that Peter St. Onge is doing at Heritage and how you could follow him and keep in touch with what he's doing. So don't go anywhere and don't move a muscle.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Dell Technologies Back to School event is on with deals on top tech for class, hobbies, and more. Now, when you buy, you support a cause. With every eligible purchase, Dell will donate to UNICEF in support of GIGA, a UNICEF ITU global initiative to connect schools across the globe to the internet. Accidental damage protection included. Get rare deals on select laptops and desktops powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Save now at Dell.com/deals. UNICEF does not endorse any company, brand, product, or service.
Wake up, people. You're optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday.
I'm Georgios. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started to thin. I took a pharmaceutical drug, but I suffered from sexual dysfunction. Having to choose between my hair and my health was not really a great choice. Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand. Keep growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/men.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at NordVPN.com.
is America. This is Night. This is Rich Valdez.
All right, and we go to the largest audience in late night talk radio. Let's go to Kalispell, Montana, and check in with Kim very quickly.
Hi, thank you very much. I only own like $7,000 in my bank. What should I do with it? Should I trust the banks?
You're right. A lot of Americans are facing similar. And Peter St. Ange, what is the best advice for Americans with, a few grand in the bank facing the current economic situation?
I think if you're looking at a couple thousand of the bank, you don't have to worry about the bank for now, for the next couple of years at least, because we do have FDIC. If a bank goes under, typically the way that it gets handled is it's generally a weekend workout, meaning that the bank closes on Friday just like normal. It is now bankrupt. It gets chopped up, sold off. Other banks now buy it. The entire transaction is done on paper. You are never aware. If the bank is completely wound down, evaporated, then you get a check from the FDIC. Okay, so you are completely covered. You don't have to worry about the bank going down. Now, the reason you don't have to worry is because the banks are being bailed out, so that's not necessarily a good thing in the abstract. But on a personal level, you don't have to worry about your money. One of the big issues recently has been that the big bank accounts over $200,000, traditionally they were the ones who had to worry, as it should be, because they should have been watching the bank in the first place, and they're now getting bailed out as well. So that's a separate question, and of course the rich get taken care of. But on a personal level, I would not worry about banks.
Now, Dr. Peter St. Ange, let everybody know what your website is, how they could keep in touch with you and follow the work that you're doing.
Sure. I've got a website at peterstange.com, and I'm always on Twitter at Prof. St. Ange. I do daily videos on the economy and freedom, so I hope people give them a watch.
Excellent videos, by the way. I checked them out over the weekend, and I highly recommend them. Dr. Peter St. Ange, I want to thank you for your time and for joining us tonight. You're a scholar and a gentleman.
Thank you, Rich. It's been a joy.
You bet. Folks, more to come straight ahead. Don't miss it. We're coming right back.
If you have a last will and testament, your estate must go through probate. If you don't have a last will and testament, your estate still must go through probate because the state of Tennessee writes one for you. It's called the Laws of Intestate Succession. Probate is a court process that is long, cumbersome, and can be very expensive. A trust plan is a 100% probate avoidance tool. Not only that, you can place terms and conditions on how and when people get their inheritance. Call Estate Plan Stan at 931-363-7222 to learn more.
When minutes matter, count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. We're here providing emergency care 24/7. We constantly monitor ER wait times to ensure prompt treatment so you get diagnosed, treated, and back home as soon as possible. Emergency care at Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. Count on us when minutes matter. Learn more at southerntnlawrenceburg.com.
This is Landon from Cloud9 Internet. Thank you for supporting our locally owned business. I want to give a brief update about changes coming soon. We will almost be doubling our service area this year by expanding to the west side of Highway 43. We are also starting a new referral program. Whenever you refer someone, you and them will receive 1 month of free internet. We would like to thank you again for choosing to support us at Cloud9 Internet, and we look forward to providing you the best and most affordable service in Lawrence County.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Fox News.
So the people of Hawaii, we're with you for as long as it takes, I promise you. May God bless all those we've lost. May God find those who we haven't determined yet.
President Biden and the First Lady traveled to Maui today to tour the areas decimated by wildfires earlier this month. And the president saying they will be respectful of the sacred grounds and the traditions and will rebuild the way the people of Maui want to rebuild. Southern California drenched by what was Tropical Storm Hilary, swelling rivers, knocking down trees and flooding roads as crews work to clear debris. As officials in Clark County, Nevada detail what they're calling substantial flooding impacts from the storm.
Mount Charleston Fire Chief George Gonzalez says the Old Town, Rainbow, and Echo subdivisions have been impacted by heavy rainfall.
We don't have any reports of any structures or residents being impacted at this time.
Nevada Department of Transportation officials reveal about 200 feet of State Route 157 was severely damaged, noting it's unclear when it will reopen. And utility company NV Energy reports hundreds in the region are without power.
We are trying to either escort or evacuate some of the visitors that are at the Mount Charleston cabins.
Adding officials still need to do a full assessment of the subdivisions, and the Nevada National Guard will assist with cleanup efforts.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida says treated and diluted radioactive wastewater from the Fukushima nuclear power plant will be released into the ocean as early as Thursday. The release comes nearly 12 and a half years after the March 2011 nuclear meltdowns caused by a massive earthquake and tsunami. The government says the treatment and dilution will make the wastewater safer than international standards. Japanese fisheries groups oppose the plan. America is listening to Fox News.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE, Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Less money for the exact same thing. Hope this is clear enough. Consumer Cellular, when freedom calls, they're here to answer. Switch today and get a second month of service for free. Go to consumercellular.com/free month and enter promo code free month. Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 5 gigabyte data plan and unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023. Promotion subject to terms and conditions.
Sentencing in Ohio for a 19-year-old woman who was convicted of murdering her boyfriend and another man.
19-year-old Mackenzie Sharilla receiving 2 15-year-to-life sentences in the murders of her boyfriend, 20-year-old Dominic Russo, and their friend, 19-year-old Davion Flanagan, after Sharilla slammed the car she was driving at a high rate of speed into a brick wall in Strongsville, killing the two men in 2022. Prosecutors say it was on purpose.
I wish I could remember what happened. I'm just so sorry. I'm heartbroken. I love Dom and Davion. We were all friends, and Dom was my soulmate.
Sharilla is speaking in Cuyahoga County Court before her sentence that'll run concurrently. Her defense team arguing that no one knows what happened inside that car. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Yellow Corporation may have a buyer to help it with its bankruptcy.
Old Dominion Freight Line is proposing to pay $1.5 billion for bankrupt Yellow Trucking's terminals. The bid, disclosed in a court filing, tops previous offers for Yellow's nearly 170 terminals. Many are locations near major cities. If it's approved by the court, the sale would give Yellow more than enough money to cover its loans that forced it to file for Chapter 11 reorganization this month. Yellow owes approximately $1.2 billion, including to the U.S. government, which lent Yellow a $700 million pandemic loan. Jenny Cosola, Fox News.
Nissan is recalling more than 236,000 small cars in the U.S. because the tie rods in front suspension can bend and break, possibly causing drivers to lose steering control. The recall covers certain Sentras from 2020 through 2022. Nissan says if the rods become bent, they can break and affect the steering, increasing the risk of a crash. It says owners should contact dealers if their steering wheel is off center or they feel a vibration. I'm Lee Silasara. This is Fox News.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and to be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our Etheridge location with lead pastor Nathan Duncan for our worship gathering starting at 10 a.m. And just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty, your local certified Realtree land pro and premier farm sales specialist. We here at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty are the only company that specializes in the sale of rural properties. And for over 97 years, United Country has been the leader in farm and land sales nationwide. We have a staff of full-time land professionals ready to go to work for you. Reach out to us today at 931-244-7126 and we'll design a marketing plan tailored just for your property. Thanks and God bless.
This is God's country.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late-night talk program, featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. And our phone number, if you want to join us on our late-night national town hall conversation, feel free to give us a call, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. And I want to jump into a couple of things here, because, of course, there's been some missile launches in North Korea that are questionable, and we're going to get to that in a moment. But, of course, there's always a level of unrest, and there's always the threat of communism. And I know some of you are listening, oh, there he goes with the Red Scare stuff. Yes, I'm a Red Scarer because we see it happening. And, again, it doesn't mean today or all of a sudden overnight these things are happening, but these are things that take a generation to implement. And we see the threat of communism consistently rising all across the world, but mainly, and I don't mean in every place, but there are places where communism is afoot, right? Or at least communism or communist sympathetic thoughts, ideas, and governments that they don't embrace liberty like this country once did. And that in and of itself can eventually become a threat here in the United States. So when you have, whether, and not necessarily communism every time, but just totalitarian regimes and autocrats, they're out there. And this, to me, is definitely a cause for concern. So I want to talk a little bit about what's going on in Asia and, moreover, globally, so that we can have an understanding of what's going on in the world. And to do that, I want to have a discussion with an advisor to the North Korea Freedom Coalition, Lawrence Peck. He specializes in the activities that are occurring from North Korea and telling us what's going on and keeping us up to speed on what's going on there. Lawrence Peck, welcome to the program.
Hello, Rich. Thank you very much for having me again. It's a pleasure to be on I was on your show in a previous incarnation. I'm very pleased to be back.
Yes, sir. Matter of fact, I remember that well. A couple of years ago when I was on in New York, same time slot. Actually, I was on 10 to 1 a.m. there, and it was an excellent discussion, so I want to get into that a little bit. But tell us briefly, because I just saw this article, and I know that you're up to speed on everything that's going on. There were some missile launches in North Korea that are obviously raising some eyebrows. What say you?
Yes, they engage in these missile launches whenever there's good news from our side, or which they don't like, news which the communists in general all over the world, including here in the U.S., don't like, which is, in this particular case, increased cooperation and collaboration of the alliance between the free nations of the U.S., South Korea, and Japan, because as you know, many of your listeners know from the news reports just last week, there was a big summit meeting in D.C. where Korea's conservative pro-U.S. president came to meet with the Prime Minister of Japan and our own president, who have decided to form a much closer alliance because of the threat from North Korea and from China. And whenever these kinds of deterrence measures or alliance-building measures pop up, the North Koreans think they need to kind of stick their hand in the air and gain some attention by firing off some missiles, whether they're just cruise missiles or whether they're satellite tests or things of that nature.
What is the implication of that? Because obviously for years we've talked about, Kim Jong-un, the son of Kim Jong-il, who's the current dictator in North Korea, and how the ability, what some say, for him to maintain his position of control, he likes to flex whatever military might or lack thereof that he may have to create the appearance of might. And, continuing to censor all forms of media and keep people in the dark. And I get it. Those are your typical despot moves. But there's a reality if they team up with the Iranians or any other enemy of ours, China, whomever, where they can arm these things and potentially reach places like Hawaii or the west coast of our country. And this has always been a perceived threat. It hasn't been a real one as of yet. But how real is that threat from your opinion? And moreover, is it something that we should expect? Do you see it actually coming to fruition?
Well, it is a real threat, but so far, just like their conventional threat, because they've got a 1 million-man-plus army right on the border, forward deployed with huge amounts of artillery and troops just miles away from the South Korean capital of Seoul. And, of course, in addition, as you just referred to, they have the nukes, which can, from the latest reports I've seen, not only reach our bases in the Pacific, such as in Guam and Hawaii, etc., but also the mainland U.S., at least the western portions of it. And they, from time to time, will boast of these and fire off tests and engage in these. And one of the reasons is that they like to be appeased and they like to get goodies from both U.S. governments and South Korean governments, which in the past, under left-wing regimes, they did get from left-wing administrations in the U.S. and from left-wing administrations in Seoul, to the tune of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in aid which poured into them in the hope that their promises of denuclearization could be relied on, which obviously could not be relied on.
Now, and I get that, and I guess I hear you, and I don't know why, whether I believe it or I don't believe it. I'm on the fence here with especially when it comes to North Korea, because I feel like most of what they do is saber rattling. Most of what they do is posturing so that they can maintain their own control. I don't see them as a real major player in Asia. But am I underestimating Kim Jong-un and his ability or desire to hurt the United States?
Well, obviously, we're deterring them both by our troop presence in Korea and by our network of bases to prevent them engaging in any kind of second Korean War style of aggression. But, they are also a threat in a twofold manner. One is a threat that they pose to South Korea in terms of their subversive efforts against the South, their United Front propaganda type activities against the South. They're spying. Every once in a while, they will engage military provocation, sinking a South Korean warship, shelling a South Korean island from time to time. Right. And secondarily, there are the international criminal activities they're engaged in, which target the U.S., South Korea, and a variety of countries around the world, such as their cyber warfare, their stealing of funds through Bitcoin accounts, their hacking of hospitals and government institutions. So that's their international crime wave that they've been constantly and continuously engaged in. Plus, there's the constant threat that they have against South Korea, which sometimes flares up into actual shooting.
All right. Well, I think the jury's still out for me, but I don't want to find out either. Folks, we're on with Lawrence Peck, and Lawrence Peck is an advisor to the North Korea Freedom Coalition, and we're going to discuss what's going on in Asia and as well as the rest of the globe, and focusing on North Korea and their activities as well. And he's got a piece in Newsweek that I want to discuss, so we're going to do that straight ahead, plus your calls. If you want to weigh in on foreign policy, give us a call, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Wake up, people. You're optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday.
The Dell Technologies Back to School event is on, with deals on top tech for class, hobbies, and more. Now, when you buy, you support a cause. With every eligible purchase, Dell will donate to UNICEF in support of GIGA, a UNICEF ITU global initiative to connect schools across the globe to the internet. Accidental damage protection included. Get rare deals on select laptops and desktops powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Save now at Dell.com/deals. UNICEF does not endorse any company, brand, product, or service.
Thinning hair is normal, but it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. We continue our discussion on North Korea and what's going on in Asia as it pertains to relationships here in the United States and potential threats and whatnot. And our guest is Lawrence Peck. He's an advisor to the North Korea Freedom Coalition, and he's got a piece in Newsweek that I think is very interesting, and I wanted to kind of walk through it. Lawrence Peck, let's discuss your piece in Newsweek. North Korean stooges step into the light. Lawrence Peck.
Yes, that's right. That was in particular reference to the pro-North Korean movement in the U.S., and your listeners may be surprised to hear that there is such a movement, but just like during the years that the Soviet Union existed and now what we see with pro-China forces, there are pro-North Korean groups and activists in the U.S.
Yeah, continue.
And these groups are of particular interest and worthy of opposition and exposure because they're engaged in congressional lobbying. And they're engaged in congressional lobbying in support of a so-called Peace on the Korean Peninsula Act. It's being sponsored by about 33 or 32 Democratic members of the House who are generally on the very far left of their party. And it calls for the U.S. to sign a no preconditions peace treaty with North Korea, which has been a North Korean demand over many years, and to provide a number of other serious major concessions to the North without asking anything in return. And some of the far left and pro-North Korean groups have been lobbying in support of this particular bill.
Yeah, and this is, I think, obviously it's problematic. But to me, it's a sign that there are larger problems afoot. You know, really, I'm going to use the word global, but I don't mean it in its natural sense, but more in the 50,000-foot perspective sense. And these global problems, they're centuries old, and it's about power, and it's about, you know, being pro-people or pro-government or pro-dictatorship. And ultimately, when you have bills like this that are coming and going and whatever and whatnot, those that support it are typically pro-liberty, and those that don't support it are somehow sympathetic to these totalitarian-type regimes, and in one way or another, to put it lightly. So I'm wondering, how does this... I know how it subsists in America and how it progresses, right? Whether it's the progressive movement in America or the university system that has really gone pretty far to the left in the last generation or two. But how is this being promoted in Asia? Is it the same thing like in China with the Chinese Communist Party, or is there more to it?
Well, firstly, I'd like to say that when I talk about the lobbying of Congress by these pro-North Korean and far-left groups, it's not a case in some instances of just Americans exercising their God-given constitutional rights to lobby Congress and to participate in the political process and make their views known. And the reason I say that is some of these pro-North activists, some of the leaders of the groups, have for years been in contact with, been meeting with, been collaborating with North Korean intelligence agents here in the U.S., which are based at the UN, because the North doesn't have diplomatic relations with us, but they have a UN mission. And at that mission, there's one particular individual from the United Front Department of the North Korean Workers' Party, their ruling Communist Party. His job is to liaise with, to guide, to assist, to be in contact with local pro-North Korean forces in the U.S., just like in the old days there were KGB agents stationed, at the Soviet embassy in D.C. and at the Soviet UN mission in New York. So this is this whole lobbying effort does have national security implications, not just ideological or political implications.
You know, and I think you're hitting the nail on the head, right? These are propaganda efforts, and in my existence, these true propaganda efforts from, pro-North Korea and pro-Soviet when I was a kid, and even now, even pro-Russia, right? While Russia claims to be a democracy and it's not communist, I'm not convinced, and nor do I think I will be, that Vladimir Putin's not a communist sympathizer and kind of rules as such in many ways. But, of course, on paper, it's, there's still elections and whatnot. And the same way we have these types of charades that we see in China and other places. So I get it. It's a propaganda operation. And would you say that is the main avenue that's being used for whether it's North Korea or whomever of these totalitarian regimes to advance their standing in the United States?
Yes, in that respect, there are two key points I'd like to make. And the first is that you're absolutely right in the sense that these are what we used to call influence operations by these foreign powers to some degree because of those connections that I just mentioned to foreign agents. And they reflect, as you mentioned, some of the past experience we had with the Soviet Union, some of the current experiences we have with Communist China influence operations. And secondarily, I wanted to mention that in your introduction to bringing me on when you were discussing the issues of internationally totalitarianism and domestically pro-communist elements, I wanted to mention that in that little introduction, you actually paraphrased a recent speech by South Korea's conservative pro-U.S. President Yoon Suk-yeol, who was just elected into office in 2022, and he gave a speech a few days ago before visiting the U.S. for that major summit, in which he said, our nation is a divided nation on the Korean Peninsula, and we face totalitarian threats in the region, but we also internally face threats from pro-communist elements who often disguise themselves as being merely progressive. And he says that is also a threat to democracy and a threat to our shared values of human rights and democracy and liberty and the rule of law.
Yeah, well, he's either an observer of American politics or a listener to this program. Either way, I salute him. And Lawrence Peck, I want you to let everybody know, how do you think this, is this going to be like a tension to manage, as Andy Stanley says, where, it's a problem that doesn't go away and we just have to kind of navigate? Or do we see some sort of major change in the region?
Well, in terms of North Korea and China, really, it's really a process of deterrence, the same nature that we had in terms of what we were doing in Europe for many years with NATO and our alliance structures all over the world, in terms of ensuring that in the case of North Korea that there's no aggression against the South, in the case of China that there's no further threats against their neighbors or expansion into areas like the South China Sea. And it's really a case of us in true Reaganite fashion, continuing to support our allies and to maintain strong alliances. Because, for example, the troops that we have in South Korea, the troops we have in South Korea that we've had there have been a stabilizing element and have really prevented another war from breaking out in the Korean peninsula. And of course, the pro-North Korean and leftist forces are calling for us to pull out of South Korea, just like some of the more extreme elements are calling for us to pull out of Hawaii and NATO. But that's really the key to it, to keep up a strong defense and operating on the basis of peace through strength.
Yeah, and the Reagan mantra of peace through strength, I think, is one that we always have to hold on to. Or like other previous presidents have said, walk quietly while holding a big stick. Lawrence Peck, tell us how we can keep up to speed with the work that you're doing, both your website and your social media handles.
Well, most of the work that I have published is actually in South Korea, among both mainstream and conservative media there, because. But no, my work here is mostly featured on townhall.com is some of it, and jns.org, and as you mentioned, as you alluded to, there was an article on Newsweek. But I just usually am kind of a freelance writer.
We're out of time, Lawrence Peck. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Folks, there's more to come straight ahead. Check them out at townhall.com, jns.com, and we're coming.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast.
A Health Mart Pharmacy.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse.
From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family.
Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Yep. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you've got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
Hi there, Sandra Fritchie with Flora Mid-South Realty. I've been a realtor in Southern Middle Tennessee since 2017 and have become trusted by many. You can reach me at 931-236-2815. Give me a call and let me help you make all of your real estate dreams fall into place.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
Flooring sets the tone throughout your home.
A one-stop flooring destination. Our new location stands alone for unequaled customer service and selection. Owner Justin Story's mastery of custom hardwood inlays means every room can have a custom look. Discover how the right choice of hardwood, laminate, carpet, or tile can set the tone in your home. Contact Floored by Justin today.
Call 931-244-6557, located at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma.
This is Jared Menz with Eight Oaks Recovery. We are a Christian men's drug and alcohol treatment program in Lawrence County. Every Tuesday from 5 to 6 o'clock, we are going to be on the radio taking questions about addiction and addiction issues and addiction policy and the causes of addiction and how to help loved ones in need. We will help walk people through signs of addiction, and addiction can strike people at any age in our society, from teens to the elderly, and if people have questions, we will be more than happy to help them find the right direction to get the help they need.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. And the prioritization of military funding for abortions is really showing the Biden administration's hand in so much as their disregard for the well-being of our troops and, of course, for preborn children. And this is a story that, while it's been publicized a little bit, it's not nearly as spoken about as it probably should be. And I want to talk about it a bit because I think it's interesting. Yes, I'm pro-life, but from a broader perspective of why is this the hill to die on? Why is this one of the top priorities? Like whether it's the LGBTQ movement or IA+, the drag queen shows that were being held on military bases, or this issue or others. Why is the focus on the American military so displaced from national security, a strong national defense, having the best military we could possibly have? And I think this is, for me, the fundamental question. Why? Why is there such a strong defense for so many of these crazy policies? And to get to the bottom of it, we're bringing in our guest, Sean Carney. He's president of 40 Days for Life. Sean Carney, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me. Good to be on.
You bet. So tell me a little bit about this, because when I heard about it, I thought, wow, that's really interesting that this would be a prioritized effort within the military, providing additional funding for abortions. That's the last thing. It's kind of like when Obama said that, we were going to continue to fund gender transition surgeries. Again, another thing, it's the last thing you think you're going to hear from the military, right? Maybe I'm the only guy that's thinking that, but what's the story here?
Yeah, it's weird being the new normal when it comes to our federal government. And so when the answer is Roe was overturned, and that changed everything. So you had really three government agencies that started making abortion their primary goal when Roe was overturned, because Roe was overturned during the most pro-abortion government we've ever had, and it was, of course, because the Supreme Court was in place to do it. And they didn't expect that. And so you have the FDA, the DOJ, and the military. Those three government entities, which kind of live on their own islands and answer to no one, just started dictating and expanding abortion. We certainly see it with the DOJ, with the targeting of pro-life people. We see it with the FDA, which just overnight deregulated chemical abortions. And then now we see the military expanding abortion, paying for abortions of our service women. And nobody was talking about that a year and a half ago or 3 years ago or 5 years ago. It would have been absurd. And everybody would be reacting the way that you're reacting. And the difference was Roe v. Wade was overturned, so we see now an overreach of power by these three government entities. And all of a sudden, their point in their own mind is to expand abortion.
You know, and I think you're right. Obviously, the overturning of Roe was something that struck so many people in so many ways. But one would think, and at least I like to think, that the military is somewhat above reproach when it comes to politics. And this is politics, right? You have pressures from the abortion lobby, Planned Parenthood, whoever supports this cause, and they start to apply political pressure within the administrative state, within the executive branch, within the military. And that pressure has always been there, but it seems that it exacerbated to this point where it's like they're doing something about it. And I just find it so striking that politics has taken such a role in the American military, especially on an issue like this, that I feel like it's just, how often do we even need abortions in the military? And again, maybe that's the broader problem that I'm not aware of, that there's a whole lot of pregnancy occurring in the military, and maybe that's my naivete. What do you know about that?
Yeah, our experience with abortion in the military, most military bases, it's kind of dark. Most military bases have an abortion facility near them. And they also have a free medical pregnancy center near them. In Fort Hood, where I live in Texas, the abortion facility ended up closing, and it had a pregnancy center next door. But the majority, whether you're in Watertown, New York, or Fort Hood or anywhere, the majority of these abortion facilities will tell you, and the local pregnancy centers will tell you, that it's not the people in the military getting abortions. It's typically the result of an affair when a serviceman is overseas fighting, and the woman gets pregnant with another man and wants to kind of get rid of the problem, so to speak. And those are the majority of the abortions. Now, we only know that because we work with those women and, try to get them to choose life, and that life will move on. But that's when military and abortions are connected, that's the connection. It's not that you have a woman who's saying, I need you to pay for my flight because you stationed me in Alabama and I'm going to go to San Diego to have my abortion. You're going to pay for it. That would have been absurd a year and a half ago. And that's why the military is just fabricating this problem or this issue so that they can talk about it and so that they can kind of show that they're above Roe v. Wade. Because you're right. They weren't talking about it. The military is above it. And now they, it's just kind of become a sacrament for them.
Unbelievable. Folks, we're on with Sean Carney. He's the president of 40 Days for Life, and discussing the prioritization of military funding for abortions. And again, something that I didn't think was a thing, but it's apparently a thing. It's a very real thing. So we're going to continue our discussion on life and other things that Sean Carney is working on straight ahead. If you have a question or a comment, you want to join the conversation, feel free. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Wake up, people. You're optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday.
The Dell Technologies Back to School event is on, with deals on top tech for class, hobbies, and more. Now, when you buy, you support a cause. With every eligible purchase, Dell will donate to UNICEF in support of GIGA, a UNICEF ITU global initiative to connect schools across the globe to the internet. Accidental damage protection included. Get rare deals on select laptops and desktops powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Save now at Dell.com/deals. UNICEF does not endorse any company, brand, product, or service.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Reggie was a nurse for 16 years.
I had become very burnt out. I wasn't making good money.
Then it happened.
There was an ad for My Computer Career, and it just spoke to me.
My Computer Career was the best decision he ever made.
I could study anywhere from my laptop, and I was working in the first couple weeks of me being in class.
Reggie hit a home run.
The field is teeming with jobs.
Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
The school is amazing.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey folks, this is Jace Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Heritage Automotive. Do you know how dangerous it is to be stuck on the side of the road? According to the internet, there's only a couple things more dangerous, like a nuclear explosion, or falling off the top of a skyscraper, or even a zombie apocalypse. Now, we can't do anything about a nuclear explosion or falling off of a skyscraper, or even a zombie apocalypse, but we can help keep you off the side of the road. Come by and see one of our certified technicians and check out your car before you go on vacation. Come see us at 2122 North Locust Avenue right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, or visit us online at heritagegm.com.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
So following the overturning of the bad law known as Roe v. Wade, Republicans in Indiana put together a pro-life policy which became legislation, and Planned Parenthood sued them, and this went to the Supreme Court, them saying, no, we're going to uphold those pro-life policies and strike down any rehearing of this in a 4-1 decision. And so now the pro-life policies in Indiana are set to go into effect, I guess, at the end of the fiscal year, June 30, the upcoming fiscal year. And that's news that's coming out of Indianapolis now. Our guest is the president of 40 Days for Life, Sean Carney. Welcome back. What's your thought on this big victory for life in Indiana?
Well, it's awesome, number one, but it's also a reflection of what we're seeing state to state. I mean, Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry had a plan basically when Roe was overturned, which they didn't expect, but so they rolled out this plan to go state to state and get abortion in all of the constitutions of these states and just make it permanent law in the states. But what they didn't realize is the pro-life movement was more prepared for the overturning of Roe. We had a number of trigger laws. that went into effect banning abortion. Right now, there's essentially 23 states that are essentially abortion-free, which is a phenomenal number, half our country. And so Indiana's another example of that, of where they weren't embarrassed that Dobbs overturned Roe v. Wade, that, this was sent back to the states. It should be decided by the states. Eventually, I think we will have a federal law, because we're not going to make it in a schizophrenic country where you have no rights as a human being in California. You're not a person. And you are legally protected under the law in Texas and in Florida and in Tennessee. We did this the last time that our Supreme Court dehumanized an entire segment of our population, and it didn't work. The free states and slave states didn't work, and I think abortion-free states and pro-abortion states won't work. In the long run, we will fix our schizophrenia. But for now, we're having these states, and they're battling to support the overturning of Roe v. Wade and give more of their citizens the dignity and the respect and the protection under the law that they deserve. So I think it's awesome in Indiana. We see a number of laws throughout states that are surprising, Wisconsin being one. With abortion's illegal in Wisconsin right now. They're fighting that, but that's phenomenal. So it's not just states that you would assume are red and conservative. It's states that have good pro-life laws and aren't necessarily very conservative states.
What type of pushback are you getting from individuals on this? Because I think even there's a number of pro-lifers that I've met that say, look, I'm not pro-abortion in any way. However, they make the rape and incest exceptions, and some of these laws have been, in some cases, falsely portrayed in the media as such. But in some cases, like you're saying, a full ban on abortion, and these rare instances where people are forced to go to another state and whatnot. What type of pushback are you getting from people that are pro-life, or even people that are pro-choice but lean pro-life, if you will, if that's a thing, on the extent of some of these new regulations?
Well, I think there's two ways to look at it. Number one, the politicians that are owning Roe being overturned win, the Republicans. You see Kemp, you saw DeSantis. They did great in the midterms. Greg Abbott, my governor here in Texas, unbelievable pro-life governor, did great, won in a landslide. And then the wussies, I guess we can call them, use that sophisticated term, who are just scared. They were like, they overturned Roe v. Wade. What do I do when abortion comes up? They're not owning it. And I think that, obviously cases like rape and incest, we deal with a lot of rape victims. We deal with a lot of underage rape victims. And I don't think it's healthy when we fall into the myth that somehow abortion as a surgery is designed to heal you from a rape. It's not. And all you have to do is talk to the women who were raped and who had an abortion, and then talk to the women who were raped and who gave their child up for adoption, which most of the minors do. The rape victims, they give their child up for adoption. But, nobody has exploited rape victims more than the abortion industry in our country over the last 50 years, and it's shameful. And they don't work with rape victims. We do. We look at them in the eye, and the last thing they need is to be strapped to a table and have an abortion. I think one of the most powerful things any rape victim has ever told me was that it created 2 anniversaries for her. They always remember the date of their rape, and they always remember the date of their abortion, and now one reminds them of the other. And something I would have never thought about as a man.
Right.
And then the women that choose life, there is that hope and that light at the end of the tunnel that all life gives us when they are reminded of their rape, and that a family, sometimes they keep their baby and raise him or her, but if they give him or her up for adoption, that a family is raising that child. And we had one rape victim say she was being pressured to have an abortion by her own shameful father. And he said, she's not going to raise that rapist baby. And she stood up for herself, and she said, it's not his baby. He forfeited his rights over his child when he, committed that heinous act, and she chose life. So I think sometimes it's easy for pro-lifers to be like, oh, yeah, rape, yeah, we'll just give that up. But they're actually not thinking about the people involved, and they're also not calling out the other side for saying, this is what you're doing. You're parading around 14-year-old rape victims so that you can have an abortion on demand at 40 weeks. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Folks, stick with us. We're coming right back with Sean Carney, president of 40 Days for Life. 40daysforlife.com is the website. And we continue that discussion as well as your calls. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Kick your hiring process into hyper gear with Indeed, the hiring solution that helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
The Dell Technologies Back to School event is on with deals on top tech for class, hobbies, and more. Now, when you buy, you support a cause. With every eligible purchase, Dell will donate to UNICEF in support of GIGA, a UNICEF ITU global initiative to connect schools across the globe to the internet. Accidental damage protection included. Get rare deals on select laptops and desktops powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Save now at Dell.com/deals. UNICEF does not endorse any company, brand, product, or service.
Attention, attention. I'm calling on the trendsetters and the underdogs, the disruptors and the slept on, the ones who have been told they're too much. Welcome to NFL Flag. In this game, there's a position for everyone. No matter who you are, just bring it. Get ready to run, throw, jump, and fly. This game is our game. Let's play. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and get playing today.
Wake up, people. You're optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday.
Find your next great hire with Indeed. Their hiring solution helps attract, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Sponsor a job and get a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit. /credit.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. Our guest, Sean Carney, the president of 40 Days for Life, and we're discussing the latest in what's going on with the pro-life movement and the abortion industry across the country. And this has always been the crux, right? The fundamental crux, whether it's pro-choice, pro-life. And, you know, in recent years, they've attached political parties to it, you know. So, you know, I'm looking at just one headline just to share with you. Abortion. The Republican plan to trick Americans into voting against it. And they'll give you every last bit of information that they have. New York Times, right? That was Slate magazine. Listen to the New York Times. Opinion piece, right? So it's an op-ed. GOP candidates don't want to talk about abortion. And that part I get. Those are, I think Sean Carney pointed out, the wussy Republicans, right, that don't want to have the discussion. I'm willing to have the discussion while I realize my shortcomings. I've never been a woman, but I think the fundamental point of the argument here is life. And choosing life has nothing to do with one being a woman or not. Whether or not what you choose to do with your body is your choice as a human, as a male or a female. However, when it involves another life is where it becomes very murky for other people. And I think that's the fundamental difference. The court has now ruled that the basis of Roe versus Wade was declared unconstitutional because it didn't make sense as a court case. And I get that, but it hasn't stopped the fight from continuing, Sean Carney.
No, and we've just seen through 40 Days for Life our efforts. We've gained volunteers, we've gained cities, we've gained locations, we've grown in a post-Roe America. And it's because the pro-life movement, and this was very well articulated by a pro-choice woman. The day that the Dobbs decision overturned Roe, I turned on the news, and the first person I saw was this lady, and she had marched for reproductive rights. She was still pro-choice today. And she said, we knew this day was coming because over time, decade after decade, the pro-life side became the pro-woman side. It became the pro-science side. And it became the compassionate side because they had free medical help and free pregnancy centers. And there was just no way for the abortion movement to combat that. We could say we disagree with you and women deserve reproductive rights and all that, but she said we had no depth, and they had depth. They backed it up, and we couldn't talk about the unborn child. We hated ultrasounds. They embraced ultrasounds. They gave them out for free, and I thought it was a very good point, and that's why we see these trends in any cultural movement, but especially regarding abortion, where you had like the baby boomers who marched for reproductive rights and then ended up becoming accountants and voting for Reagan. And as they got older, became more pro-life, and their kids, the millennials, became more pro-life. And now Generation Z at their age is the most pro-life generation ever at their age. They accept everything else in the world, but they're very pro-life because they probably have a picture of their own ultrasound. And so I think it's hard to detach the humanity of the unborn in 2023. And that's why they overturned Roe v. Wade. It was based on bad science in 1973. And that's just, a fact. And I think that's one of the reasons why over time we'll see more states want to end abortion and want to end it for the right reasons.
Sean Carney, let everybody that's listening know how they can learn more about your work.
But we have a free podcast. If you go to 40daysforlife.com, it's the number 40, 40daysforlife.com. We're in 1,600 cities in 64 countries around the world. We have a podcast. We have a quarterly magazine.
Let me remind them of the website, 40 Days for Life. Sean Carney is their president. Thank you for being with us. I appreciate it. Folks, there's more to come straight ahead. Don't move a muscle.
Let's make a deal. This is Jeff Hood with Keller Williams Hood Company in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. The real estate market is moving so fast, and making a mistake or a bad decision could cost you or lead to disappointment. At Keller Williams, our team of professionals are the very best at what they do, and they have the very best resources to help you make your best deal. Call us at 931-762-5816, or better yet, go to our website at kwhoodcompany.com. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, making real estate deals great again.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
When it comes to estate planning, you have options, lots of options. Whether you're worried about going broke in long-term care or worried about who'll take care of your family if something happens to you. This is Stan Prochowski with Prochowski Estate Law and Prochowski Elder Law, and we answer these questions and many more on my WDXE talk radio show, Bulletproof Estate Planning, every Friday morning from 8 to 9 a.m. on WDXE 105.3 and 95.3 FM. Tune in and ask your questions during the show.
This is WDXE, W287AA and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Touring the devastation, I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. President Biden and the First Lady visited the fire-ravaged island of Maui on Wednesday.
First, they did an aerial tour by helicopter in Lahaina. Then they walked through some of the hardest hit areas by foot and stood beneath Lahaina's famous and historic 150-year-old banyan tree. The president promises federal funds to rebuild Lahaina.
We will be respectful of the sacred grounds and the traditions that rebuild the way the people of Maui want to build, not the way others want to build.
We've been talking to some business owners and some locals here around this island, and they are asking us to relay the message that Maui is open, that you can visit it with respect right now.
Fox's Matt Finn. 850 people are still listed as unaccounted for. Hawaii's Governor Josh Green says because many of the buildings were reduced to ash, some of the missing may never be found. Cleanup has begun in Southern California from the area's first tropical storm in more than 80 years.
We will approach our recovery with the same intensity as we approached our preparation.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, there is the threat of mudslides still. However, all of the rain reduces the chance for wildfires. The National Hurricane Center says what's left of Tropical Storm Hillary is moving over the central Rocky Mountains, triggering flood watches. Alabama's new law that blocks treating minors with puberty blockers or hormone therapy can continue to be enforced. The federal appeals court has overturned a lower court order that had blocked the law. The trial is scheduled next spring on a lawsuit to permanently block it. Former President Trump says he will surrender Thursday in Atlanta on his racketeering indictment in Fulton County related to his response to the 2020 election. The prosecutor demanding Mr. Trump post a $200,000 bond to be released on bond following his arraignment. Wall Street mixed Monday. The Dow lost 37 points. NASDAQ gained 206. America is listening to Fox News.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynavite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement, adding back key nutrients to your pup's health. Try Dynavite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. That's dynavite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynavite.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Some of the GOP presidential candidates have begun arriving in Milwaukee for Wednesday night's debate.
At least 8 candidates are expected to attend, having met RNC requirements in polling, fundraising, and signing a pledge to support the eventual GOP nominee. And each of them are looking to capitalize on the opportunity. Former President Trump says he won't be debating, period, posting on Truth Social Sunday that he has a commanding lead in polling over his opponents and saying in part, quote, "The public knows who I am and what a successful presidency I had. I will therefore not be doing the debates." The latest polling out of Iowa shows Trump still holding a sizable lead at 42%, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis behind him at 19%, and no other candidate reaching double digits.
Fox's Bill Malushin in Milwaukee. Fox News Radio will provide special coverage of the first Republican primary debate beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday. Listen at foxnewsradio.com. Pilots at American Airlines have ratified a new contract that will raise their pay by more than 40% over 4 years. The Allied Pilots Association says 73% of the union members voted in favor of the deal. They had leverage to win big raises because of a pilot shortage, just as travel booms following the COVID pandemic. A sheriff in Georgia is out of a job, you might say, for taking the law into his own hands.
Bleckley County Sheriff Christopher Cootie resigned from office Monday after pleading guilty to misdemeanor sexual battery. Cootie admitted to groping TV Judge Glenda Hatchett during a law enforcement conference last year. She's the host of Judge Hatchett and The Verdict with Judge Hatchett. She says the ordeal cut me to the core, adding, "For this man to violate me the way he did is unspeakable." Cootie has been sentenced to a year probation and a $500 fine. He'd been sheriff of Bleckley County, a rural community of about 12,000 people, 40 miles southeast of Macon, since 2017. Tom Rigotti, Fox News.
And I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
There has never been a better time to bank with BuiltWell Bank. Our name is our commitment to be a well-built bank, supporting our communities for many years to come. As a community bank, we take pride in building long-term trust with our customers. After all, we live in this community, and your success is our success. Well-built communities start with well-built banks.
Member FDIC.
Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski offers 3D mammography. For more accurate screening that can improve breast cancer detection, and early detection improves the odds of successful treatment. If you're 40 or over, remember to schedule your annual mammogram. Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski, count on us for your 3D mammogram. Learn more at southerntmpulaski.com or call 931-363-9365 to schedule your annual mammogram.
This is Landon from Cloud9 Internet. Thank you for supporting our locally owned business. I want to give a brief update about changes coming soon. We will almost be doubling our service area this year by expanding to the west side of Highway 43. We are also starting a new referral program. Whenever you refer someone, you and them will receive 1 month of free internet. We would like to thank you again for choosing to support us at Cloud9 Internet, and we look forward to providing you the best and most affordable service in Lawrence County.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. Your liberty-loving Latino amigo. Happy to be here with you Monday night. And the phone number, if you want to join our late-night national town hall conversation, give me a call. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. And I opened up the show in hour number one talking about Joe El Baboso Biden and how his commentary on being in Maui and, in my opinion, his lack of empathy. But he was expected to face criticism, and this was reported by the media as well as others with respect to what's going on in Maui, and in particular with the destruction in Lahaina. And it's lamentable, really. This stuff is pretty, it's really sad. And I don't want to, be critiqued or accused of politicizing this. It's not my intention. It's really my critique of Biden and his response to this catastrophe. But I'm not the only one, all right? So we're going to talk about that maybe at the bottom of the hour a little bit, this reaction to Joe Biden in Maui. So if you have any calls on that, feel free to give us a call. On any of our phone lines, the 833-4-VALDEZ or the legacy line, 86650-JIMBO. That's always around. And I want to switch gears, though, and I want to go into something a little different because, there's so much going on in the news today. And one of the things that came to mind that I found very interesting was this story in CNBC where American workers are demanding almost $80,000 a year to take a new job. Now, again, demanding, requesting, requiring, whatever word you want to use. Where I live, this can get you by, or at least a couple of years ago, it get you by well. Now it just gets you by, I think. And I'm talking about even if you were a single person. If you were a single person, you could probably be okay. But with rent, I don't know. Rent's, I think, $3,000 or $2,500, between $2,500 and $3,000 for just about anything you could find. And if you're single, maybe you'll need to take on roommates because there's no other way to get around it. If you have children and you have your own place, I think that's what you would pay for an apartment. If you're buying a home, I guess a fixer-upper might cost you in the area of $500,000, going up to $750,000. And that's like the North Jersey market. And there's plenty of stuff that's 7, 8, really high, getting toward that $1 million mark, which makes you think, how does one survive in the immediate New York City area, northern New Jersey? I don't know. I don't know how anybody could stay here for long, which is why places like Florida and Tennessee and others, Texas, where there's this explosive growth. But some of the key points from this article in MSNBC, it says the amount of money most workers now want to accept a job has reached a record high this year. And this is pretty interesting. Employers have been trying to keep pace with the wage demands, pushing the average full-time offer up to $69,475. That's a 14% surge over last year. Now, one might think, man, this is great. They're creating new jobs and they're 14% more than last year. Please keep in mind that inflation, by the government's count, is 16.3%, right? Or 16.8. It was 16 point something. Feel free to fact check that. If you've got inflation of 16% and wages have gone up by 14%, is it really a surge if it's not even keeping pace with inflation? Of course not. That means you're still negative 2% on what you spent last year, even if you get a raise that's 14%. And who's getting a 14% raise? Right. So if you get this 14.3% raise, you're still not keeping pace. You're just not there. So the numbers are significant in that wages are increasing, and this has been, of course, a driving force in inflation. This is according to the article. So my thinking is this is problematic because when you look at the global wealth overall, right now, switching to a piece in the Epoch Times, listen to the headline. Global wealth drops for first time since 2008 financial crisis. Wow. Now, this is according to the Global Wealth Report 2023, published a few days ago by Credit Suisse and United Bank of Switzerland, UBS. So they're reporting that the total private wealth globally has declined by 2.4% or by $11.3 trillion. So if trillions of dollars have been lost and overall people are less rich, and whether it's extremely wealthy people losing money, I don't think it's extremely poor people losing money because they don't have any money to lose. But whatever the case is, people are losing money. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I'm sure this is negatively affecting middle income earners. So if wealth, and this is again the report, wealth per adult fell 3.6% or $3,198. So just shy of $3,200. So you tell me, how does one live? Like, how does this even happen? I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you how we're giving a 14.3% raise when inflation's over 16% by the government's count, and on certain items going into the 20s and 30s. So what gives? I don't know. I don't know what gives. I can just tell you that it doesn't really matter if you get a 14% raise because you can't keep up with inflation at that rate. And this, to me, is a problem. Now, you compare that with the previous economy, or at least under the previous administration, pre-COVID, and I think median household incomes were up $6,500. That's since dissipated, and I don't think there's even a net gain there anymore. So when I see these articles and I think, my goodness, people are demanding 80 grand. Of course they're demanding 80 grand a year. Why wouldn't they demand 80 grand a year? How on earth can you survive with anything less? Now, if you're listening to this and you're like, well, you know what? I support my entire family. I'm making, between 40 and 65,000 or something like that. Amen. And God bless you. And I'm hoping that you live in a part of the country where you can do that. Even in Pennsylvania, there's places where you could pull that off. But if you're in one of the big major hubs, New York City, Miami, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Diego, these are extraordinarily expensive places to live. And I just don't see how people can really survive off of what they're even, barely on what they're asking for. So, I don't know. Interested in hearing your thoughts on this, and if you think it's phony baloney, if it's the real deal, if it's fake phony fraud or not, you let me know. Give me a call, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Staples has big savings on everything for back to school or stocking up the office. Save on tech for the classroom or your business with up to $250 off select computers. And save on signs, banners, and posters from Staples Print and Marketing Services. Plus, right now at Staples, you can save even more with $50 off your print order of $150 or more. Get everything for the office and the classroom for less at Staples. Print offer ends 8/26. Visit staples.com/print for details. Tech offer ends 9/16. In-store only. See associate for details.
Can we make 10,000 thread count sheets?
For Lens Linens, staying in the comfort zone is never an option.
Maximum thread count we could possibly thread.
An industrial seamstress would make their sweet dreams come true.
I want it to feel like you're on a snowflake, on cotton candy, on marshmallows, on a cloud.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Attention, this is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote.
Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
This is America. This is Night. This is Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
All right, America, welcome back. Looking forward to speaking with you, familia. Give us a call, 833-482-5337. And we kicked off the show talking about the economy and central bank digital currencies and the dangers that those pose, as well as how it happens and the mechanics of it. If you missed those interviews, go to our website and check it out. Rich Valdez, AmericaAtNight.com. Rich Valdez, AmericaAtNight.com is the website. I hope you have a chance to go there. You could listen to any show that's already been archived, and they usually get archived about an hour after we go off the air. So definitely check that out. And we, again, we talked about Korea. We talked about the global threat coming from all of these Asian actors, as well as their participation with other bad actors that are anti-American. And we talked about the news that broke a little while ago on Indiana, where the Supreme Court upheld their right to limit abortions in the state of Indiana, saying it did not violate their state constitution. So lots that's on the table. Of course, we're Open Phone America here, so you're able to call in on anything you want. And I see that we have a couple of people on hold. I just wanted to reiterate what some of the topics were, because I think they're worthy of additional discussion. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you on that stuff. Let's go to Jamestown, New York, WJTN, and check in with Derek. Derek, what's up? You're on with Rich Valdez. Welcome.
Hey, once again, Rich, it's an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you.
The number one person you want to be in communication with is the Honorable Louis Farrakhan.
And what's so honorable about Louis Farrakhan?
You should know, because you're from New Jersey, and remember Neptune, New Jersey, the 5% nation? Probably a lot of your relatives was exposed and got a lot of supreme wisdom from them. So
well, I do have some friends that were 5%ers, but they all became 5%ers when they were in jail, and then when they came out of jail, they realized that that wasn't the move for them, so they gave up on the Nation of Islam. But some maintained. But that's the extent of what I know.
Yeah, well, you need to be in touch with him. He's a wonderful person. He's the most powerful person on the planet.
Well,
he's the number one man.
I would say I don't think that he has the keys to the nuclear missile arsenal where you can destroy the planet. I would say probably the president of the United States is probably the most powerful person on the planet, arguably. But when you said he's a wonderful person, I couldn't label wonderful somebody who has labeled Israel as Satan and says horrible things about Jews. How could we call him wonderful?
Well, when he quotes Jews, he quotes from Jewish rabbis. A lot of rabbis write books, and he quotes from them.
Oh, so if I quote racists, I am somehow not a racist, and I can still be called wonderful?
Well, racist is just a word.
All right, let me rephrase. Let's say I quote from someone that writes about how a certain race, you pick the race, should be eliminated. Let's say I quote from Hitler, and I say that Hitler, Hitler said this, and this is, and blah, 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 and I preach to the masses in my movement that it's calling for the extermination of Jews. After quoting Hitler, should I then be called wonderful if it's something I believe in?
Well, that's the beauty of freedom, because once they expose themselves, then we got the job to correct them.
100%. I don't disagree with what you're saying, Derek, in terms of if there is a Hitler out there, if there is a racist, if there is a Farrakhan, it is on us to be informed patriots, to know what's going on in our country, to know what's going on in society, to understand what's what and what's not, and call it out. And that's the reason we're having this conversation, because you're telling me that the Honorable Louis Farrakhan is a wonderful person. And in so much as I know about Farrakhan, I don't think I could use the word honorable. And I don't think I could use the word wonderful. So that's why I was asking.
Yes, well, because you don't know him, and that's pretty sad, Rich, because you should. Definitely.
Well, what I know about him isn't very good. But I am willing to interview the guy to get to know a little more about him and see what he has to say. But anyway, what is it that he brings to the table that you want to highlight tonight?
Well, this is what I wanted to say on the abortion, because you had the dude on there that has the title book 40-something, 40 what?
President of 40 Days for Life, Sean Carney.
Right. Now, when we hit at 40, okay, that's right there, because they never did the 40 acres and a mule, you see. So that right there, see, and so people like that, you know, and loving America, and America's so beautiful. I don't know what dream.
Well, don't you love America and think it's beautiful, Derek?
The hell no.
Well, why are you here, though? Don't you have an opportunity to go somewhere else, a better country that would serve you better?
She's a whore, she's a prostitute, and she's a murderer.
What keeps you in this whorish prostitute of a nation?
What?
What keeps you here?
What keeps me here is I can't move right now the way I want to, okay? But soon as I can...
Well, let me ask you this. Would you be open to the audience donating money to you to relocate to another country? Because I know a lot of Americans that are very generous, and I know that if they knew that there was somebody that needed their help to leave this country because they thought that this was a whorish prostitute of a nation, I think they would put their hands very deep in their pocket to get you the resources that you need so you could go to a better place. Where would you like to go?
I've told you, back to the motherland. Okay.
Where?
Now,
well, it's a big continent, Africa. Where?
First of all, there's 5 cities in the United States that's going to be preserved, and that's why you want to talk with Paraguay. They're going to be preserved. They're not.
Well, let's go back to what country you'd like to relocate to.
I told you, the motherland, Africa.
Yeah, it's a continent with many countries on it. Which country in particular?
Okay, North Africa, to be specific.
So like Cameroon or the Ivory Coast?
No. What I would like to do is go to Mecca, okay, Arabia, okay, where Mecca and Medina is, okay, is one of the world's largest peninsulas, but that's the cradle of civilization. That's the base right there, the Fertile Crescent. With my people, the problem that the black and brown people make is we keep going to Whitey for money. See, but you're going to him for a paycheck, that's where he know he got your ass. Because you're supposed to be with your people, uniting entrepreneurship and making jobs for your family, Rich. You're going to have to get from behind that mic, front of the mic, and stop looking for a paycheck from the Caucasian.
Now, this is a good one, though. So what makes you think? I work for a company that has a whole bunch of different people, but you're saying that it's the white man that employs me, and because they employ me, I say things a certain way?
No, I'm not saying I'm taking nothing from you, Rich. You're wonderful. You're a beautiful person, dude.
Oh, thank you.
What you was given from the Creator is phenomenal. We all, okay. What happened on the way to Grandma's house is another story.
Derek, like always, people that disagree, they get the most time on this show. I had you on longer than I have most guests on, actually. 7 minutes, 22 seconds. You made a lot of points. Hopefully we'll talk again soon. I appreciate it. The music means they're kicking us out, but we're coming back to your calls and more. Plus, if we do have a GoFundMe, help him go back to the motherland. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our St. Joe location with lead campus pastor Adam Cross, where our worship gatherings start at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty, your local certified Realtree Land Pro and premier farm sales specialist. We here at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty are the only company that specializes in the sale of rural properties. And for over 97 years, United Country has been the leader in farm and land sales nationwide. We have a staff of full-time land professionals ready to go to work for you. Reach out to us today at 931-244-7126 and we'll design a marketing plan tailored just for your property. Thanks and God bless.
This is God's country.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eat@strykers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Hi, I'm Victoria Watts, a fresh face here at Flora Mid-South Realty. I've been a realtor for 2 years now, and I'm excited to be joining the Flora Mid-South Realty family, where they truly treat you like family. Call me for all your real estate needs. I'm Victoria Watts, and I can be reached at 931-253-1308.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
Flooring sets the tone throughout your home.
A one-stop flooring destination. Our new location stands alone for unequaled customer service and selection. Owner Justin Story's mastery of custom hardwood inlays means every room can have a custom look. Discover how the right choice of hardwood, laminate, carpet, or tile can set the tone in your home. Contact Floored by Justin today.
Call 931-244-6557, located at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma.
With Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
All right, America, welcome back. The phone lines are open. I'm getting to your calls momentarily. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. So I just had a conversation. I kept my cool. I was, opening up a couple of buttons on my shirt because I was getting a little hot under the collar, but I tried to maintain my composure because this was interesting, this conversation, right? And when I say things like the hate America left, I really mean that, right? These are people that hate America. They're left-leaning in their policies, and they hate this country. And if that wasn't proof of a nice man, right? Derek in New York, very nice man. I think he's a nice man. I think he hates America, but I think he's a nice man. He was respectful to me. He paid me a compliment. But fundamentally, our view of this country is skewed. It's different. These divergent views. And again, he's free to believe that. That's what the liberty we have in this country allows us to do. However, when I talk about folks that hate this country, there are people that hate the country, and it really does exist. And it reminds me of a party I went to about a month ago. Actually, it's a month ago on Wednesday. And in going to this party, and again, it was my friends who run the Cuban place, that they sold the place to a new family from Ecuador that's operating this restaurant now. But at that event, or right before it, one of their other customers that's a regular there was telling me a story about him growing up in Cuba and how his cousin and him had some friction for a while because of something that happened. And we were talking about all sorts of things. It went from fishing to hunting to this story. And he says, look, he says, you know, when you're growing up in Cuba, there's very limited food. There's scarcity. You have to learn how to do with less. And in this particular story, he talks about how he's like, you know, we would catch whatever we could catch in the woods. Rabbits, this, that, you name it. I skinned them, and I've cooked them all. And he says, one time we were really hungry. There was no chicken. There was no anything. We didn't have anything else to cook. And I was hungry with some of my friends, so I decided I know what I was going to get. And I think there was an issue with like feral cats, but he ended up catching, skinning, and cooking a cat. And he knew very well that this cat was not a feral cat, right? It wasn't a stray or you know, this was a cat that belonged to someone he knew. It was his cousin's cat. And his cousin began to ask him, have you seen my cat? Have you seen my cat? And he ignored her and ignored her because she lived in the house right behind his. And he said, finally she came to me and she said, I don't understand. The cat always comes back and all of a sudden I can't find the cat. And he says, listen to me and listen good. Were you hungry last Thursday? And she said, yes, I was. And he said, that meal that I prepared for us, that was your cat. Now leave me alone. And there was a degree of humor to it at the moment. A lot of people laughed the way he told the story. But as I thought of it, I thought, wow, they're eating cats. That's freaking sad. And B, imagine that life. Imagine a life where you've got to cook your cousin's cat, who happens to be your neighbor, in order to have a meal that day. Shocking, right? Just absolutely shocking. And then we have folks that call in and hate this country. Right? So that's why I am maybe one day going to set up a little GoFundMe or some sort of telethon where we donate to get guys like Derek the chance to go to Saudi Arabia, to Mecca, or to Africa, where else he wanted to go, and give them an opportunity to experience life somewhere else. Because, you know, I think Trump said it best, you know, if you don't like America, get out. And I don't mean to be rude. And I hope Derek calls back another time and we have more conversations. And I hope that he'll come to his senses and realize you can't just, you know, kick the golden calf in the face, right? I mean, everybody here lives the life that we live, whether it's a good one or a rough one or otherwise. They do it because of America. And we're not eating cats, right? At least I'm not. And I don't know anyone who is. Leave the restaurant jokes aside. So that's just my thought, and I wanted to share that with you because, man, it's really disheartening to me to know that there are people that are that adamant. This is a little beyond a disagreement. People that are just that adamant in and that passionate in their opposition to the country, their hatred for this nation. And it's just fascinating to me. Anyway, let us continue our conversation with our callers. Let's go to Shields, Michigan, listening on KDKA Online. Kim, welcome. You're on with Rich Valdez. Go right ahead.
Hi, Rich. You were more than fair with that hateful, racist guy. Did you hear how many times he hated white people in particular? I mean, this is what the other side breeds. The commie-crats on the other side, they breed people like Derek that go through their life the Hate America crowd, the go through your life wanting handouts and reparations and freebies and this and that. They breed these people. These are the same people. Derek is, I don't know that he himself, but he's the same type that loots Gucci and robs people and, carjacks. And then I say he and Ilhan Omar should be seatmates on the way back to Somalia. But what I called about...
And mainly because she also hates America and has been vocal about it.
Oh, yeah, and the other one from Michigan, that
Rashida
the Muslim
Tlaib.
one. Thank you. She's disgusting, too. If I had time, I'd like to talk about the digital money. Is that okay?
Yeah, the central bank digital currency. We talked about that a little while ago. What's on your mind?
Yeah. People on my side, our side, conservatives, don't want anything to do with digital money. China has digital money. They have, they keep track of everything you do. People carry a phone, not for fun, not to look at stuff. They have social social scores over there.
Yes.
And if you
The social credit score.
jaywalk, yeah, thank you. Again, you helped me come with the word. And they're the type of country that has digital money where they keep track of everything and they take it away from you just like that. If you jaywalk, if you didn't do whatever they think you should have done, if you, whatever, they take it away from you. And that's what the ones on the other side here and around the world want to do. They want to take everything away from us. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know if it's taking it away in so much as, and I guess that's probably an ultimate goal. You're probably accurate there, but I think it's really control. It's okay for you to have money. It's okay for you to participate in capitalism. It's okay for you to do all sorts of things as long as we can control the levers of power, right? That's the British, the levers. I say levers. But in reality, that's, I think, what it's really all about. They want to be able to say, look, you can do whatever you want, but if you want to buy an airline ticket and go to New Orleans, well, you're not allowed to do that because you haven't upgraded your stove yet. You still have a gas stove. And the gas range is really bad for the environment. It causes all sorts of diseases, we now believe. So we're going to withhold your ability to travel beyond, one state in either direction. No multi-state travel. And these are the types of things that they do in China. And I could see things like that happening here because it's basically a digital new age segregation based on what they want you to do politically or socially. And I could see them targeting parents who are pro-school choice. I could see them targeting pro-life advocates. I could see so many people getting targeted. For a million different things, because we see those same people targeted now in many different ways. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. I think ultimately it's about control, and that control definitely, if you can't use your money, who's going to use it? If you can't take your money out of a bank, who gets to keep it, right? So I think you're right, but I think it's bigger than that. It's really about control, ultimately. Kim, great question. I appreciate that. Folks, we're going to come right back to your calls and more straight ahead. Plus, I want to touch on divorce a little bit. There's been some stories on divorce in the news over the weekend, and I want to touch on those. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
School on! Save on!
Back to school is on, and Staples has great prices on everything you need for your best year yet. Save on notebooks, save on headphones and laptops, save on pens, markers, and all the essentials. And right now at Staples, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each. Plus, select notebooks are just 35 cents each. School on, save on at Staples, where school savings are always in session. Ends 8/26. In-store only. Limit 30.
Labor Day's coming, and the experts at Omaha Steaks help you celebrate summer's last hurrah with 50% off site-wide during their Labor Day sale. Go to omahasteaks.com, enter Garden in the search bar for exclusive packages like the Griller's Labor Day Feast. Plus, your order includes 8 free mouthwatering burgers and 8 free gourmet jumbo franks with keyword Garden. But hurry, offer expires soon. The 50% off site-wide Labor Day sale at omahasteaks.com with keyword Garden in the search bar. See site for details.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
For free information, call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. Don't wait. Call now. 800-841-0908. That's 800-841-0908.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing. I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you've got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other. And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Heritage Automotive. I like my biscuits piping hot. If your biscuits are not hot enough to melt butter, then they need to be warmed up. On the other hand, if the inside of your car is hot enough to melt butter, it needs to be cooled down. It's hot outside and it's time to get your air conditioner checked by one of our certified technicians. Schedule your appointment today with Heritage Automotive by calling 762-2299 or come by and see us at 2122 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, or visit us online at heritagegm.com.
By the way, your ratings are up. Congratulations. I had somebody. It's always nice to check. I like to see, even if they're friends, I like to see how are they doing. Are people listening, right?
That's
but
right.
You're doing great.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. We continue with your calls and more. 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ is the phone number. Or you can take pot shots at me online at any of the social media sites. I'm at Rich Valdez with an S at the end. Now, I want to talk about this story that was in the news, and it's Britney Spears getting divorced. Now, I know you're thinking, come on, Rich, really? How do I really care about Britney Spears getting divorced? I know you don't, but I want to talk about that because really what I want to talk about is divorce. And this is a little humorous because somebody sent me something from social media, and I thought it was funny. Listen to this. It discusses a senior citizen and a brand new car that he bought. And he bought a new Corvette, a convertible Corvette, straight out of the dealership. And he pulls out of the dealership. He's taken off down the road. He floors it to 80 miles an hour. He's enjoying the wind blowing through whatever little gray hair he has left on his head. And he's thinking, this is amazing. As he's flying down the interstate, pushing the pedal to the metal. He's looking in his rearview mirror, and he sees a state trooper behind him. The lights are flashing. The sirens are blaring. He floors it to 100, then 110, then 120 miles an hour. Suddenly he thinks, what am I doing? I'm too old for this. He pulls over, and he waits for the trooper to pull up behind him. Pulling in behind him, the trooper walks over to the Corvette, looks at his watch, and says, sir, my shift ends in 30 minutes. Today's Friday. If you can give me a reason for speeding that I've never heard before, I'll let you go. The gentleman paused, and he says, years ago, my wife ran off with a state trooper. and I thought you were trying to bring her back to me." The trooper replied, "Good day, sir," and he went on his way. And I read that and I thought, man, this is pretty funny. But divorce isn't really something that's funny, right? Of course, divorce is devastating to many people. For many years, it has a lot of repercussions. But it is funny. And I know we talked about this the other day about gray divorce, about people, over 60 or over 50 getting divorced. And I'm looking at Britney Spears, who's had no luck in love. This poor woman, despite all the money she's got, her husband's leaving her. His name, Sam Asghari, filing for the first time. This news of the divorce came out, I think, on Friday. It came out, and it just makes me think, how difficult must it be to live with Britney Spears, that you'd want to get rid of? I mean, she's a fairly attractive person. She's a very successful person. I would think that she'd have her pick of the litter, and not that she'd be on these multiple marriages. So I'm just interested in that. But anyway, let's go to Paul. Paul's in Zanesville, Ohio. Paul, what do you think about Britney Spears?
Well, Rich, you're talking to a man that's been married for 35 years, been with the same woman for 45 years. We was high school sweethearts. So I'm not getting into that divorce realm. We've already decided that, we're not going to do that. We've almost got our home paid off. We're just going to stick to that route. We get upset with each other now and then, but we get over it. But I would like to talk about that gentleman that called in that hates the United States so much. You know what? He ought to have a conversation with Brittany Griner. Maybe she can enlighten him a little bit. This is the best country we got going. My grandfather, who was a World War II veteran in the Navy, said it the best when he said, "We got the best country going." And I've always remembered that, if you don't like America, get out. And I might, go ahead and throw a few dollars at that guy if he wants to go. And then I have another comment, but I'd like your comment on that.
Well, I think that's a great point, because even Brittany Griner, who was, I wouldn't say hate America, but very critical of America, I think she came back singing a different tune. I think she was really happy to be back in America. And I feel like, that's never lost on me. I love this country. I visited others, but I really do feel like this is where it's at. Of course, whenever I say something like that, somebody wants to take exception somewhere and take a pot shot at me and say, "Oh, come on, well, America's this, America's that, America's blah 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 blah," and they want to beat up and and crap on America. And look, that's their right. And I'm one of those guys where you could say what you want, just keep it within the lines of respect. And I think it's so important that we not lose sight of that, right? We got to keep talking about this stuff. We have to remember why America's great, in spite of what Joe El Baboso Biden is doing to our federal government and the country vis-a-vis his policies. These things are important, but I think you're right. Derek needs perhaps a wake-up call if we can get him one, if we can get him a nice trip to one of these countries where, he could see things up close and personal and really start to appreciate the United States, Paul.
Yeah, so maybe he should talk to a veteran who doesn't have an arm or a leg, or maybe don't have both legs or something. Maybe he should talk to them that's fought for this country. So now, anyway, I wanted to ask you another question, if I could, Rich. Now, over in Poland, they're going to get some, I think the United States government said they're going to get them some Apache helicopters now and so forth, and the F-16s are going over there. And I called the other night, but we was in speed round at the end of the show. And I would like to know your thoughts on what you think about them giving those F-16s and so forth. I think this will change the whole scope of that war. They could go in and attack now.
Yeah, I think you're right. When you're able to go on offense with somebody that's been blasting you from the air and you haven't been able to defend yourself but for using surface-to-ground missiles, this is a true game changer. So I think you're right on that one. I agree with you 100%. And hopefully that brings a resolution here, right? If you can put up enough of a fight, eventually the fight will end. That's my belief. Maybe it's a naive one, but that's where I'm at. Paul in Zanesville, Ohio, WHIZ. Thank you so much for the call, for the great insight, and I appreciate your faithful listenership. Folks, we're coming right back to the rest of your calls. We're going to Wisconsin and other places in the country in the speed round as we wrap it up. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Staples has big savings on everything for back to school or stocking up the office. Save on tech for the classroom or your business with up to $250 off select computers. And save on signs, banners, and posters from Staples Print and Marketing Services. Plus, right now at Staples, you can save even more with $50 off your print order of $150 or more. Get everything for the office and the classroom for less at Staples. Print offer ends 8/26. Visit staples.com/print for details. Tag offer ends 9/16. In-store only. See associate for details.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
All right, America, welcome back. Richie V here with you, straight till 1 a.m., keeping you company all night long, and we're almost out of time. It's the speed round. Let's go to Ann. She's in La Crosse, Wisconsin, WIZM. Go.
You're looking good, Rich.
Oh, thank you.
And you were talking about a divorce. My neighbors had a disagreement about the one guy's upcoming wedding. So the future bridegroom said, "I don't like to argue." And the other guy says to him, "If you don't like to argue, why are you getting married?"
That's classic. I love that, Ann. Let's go to Daryl. Daryl's in Hawley, Minnesota, with 45 seconds to go. Daryl, go for it.
Okay, yeah, I got a quick joke. Yeah, there's this salesman driving down the country road, and he all of a sudden this ending the country. Well, all of a sudden this three-legged chicken come up on the shoulder of the road, and ahead of him, and that's how he speed up and get a good look at it. And so the chicken went a little faster. He went up going about 40 miles an hour. And a little faster, going about 50. He only turns up to 60 miles an hour. He can't catch this three-legged chicken. He can't catch this three-legged chicken.
A three-legged chicken. I can't do it, Daryl. We're dying over here. Folks, we're coming back tomorrow. Daryl's going to call us back and finish his joke about the three-legged chicken. Until then, hasta la próxima. Take care, good night, and God bless. I am Rich Valdez.
Are you ready for some home improvements?
Or maybe you've been dreaming of creating your own personal oasis in your backyard. This is Donna Rawson with Bank of Frank Ewing, and we want to help make your dreams come true. Call us today at 762-6800 or stop by and see us at 1200 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. I look forward to being your friend in banking. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's make a deal. This is Jeff Hood with Keller Williams Hood Company in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. The real estate market is moving so fast, and making a mistake or a bad decision could cost you or lead to disappointment. At Keller Williams, our team of professionals are the very best at what they do, and they have the very best resources to help you make your best deal. Call us at 931-762-5816, or better yet, go to our website at kwhoodcompany.com. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, making real estate deals great again.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
Promising whatever it takes. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. President Biden pledging federal assistance to rebuild the parts of Maui destroyed by fire and praising residents.
From stories of grief, we've seen so many stories of hope and heroism, of the aloha spirit. Every emergency responder put their lives on the line for us, save others. Everyday heroes, neighbors helping neighbors. Native Hawaiian leaders offering solace and strength.
The president told Hawaiians to turn their pain into purpose. The first tropical storm to hit Southern California in 84 years, bringing record rainfall over the weekend, causing floods and mudslides, and that wasn't the only emergency.
Among the hardest hit cities was Palm Springs and its surrounding desert communities, where the deluge from what was by then Tropical Storm Hillary sent water, debris and mud rushing through streets, stranding those who were unwise enough to venture out and keeping emergency services busy with water rescues. And in the middle of it all, we got an earthquake just outside of Ojai, about 70 miles north of L.A. 5.1, not big, but not small either. Fortunately, no major damage.
Fox's Jonathan Hunt in L.A. Former President Trump posting on social media he will not attend Wednesday's first GOP presidential debate because, he says, he is so far ahead in the polls and Americans already know him. Republican National Committee Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel tells Fox Across America host Jimmy Fallon that might be a mistake.
This opportunity to get in front of them, I think, is really important for our party to contrast school choice, bringing down inflation, energy independence, closing the border, making sure that we don't have this tide of fentanyl coming into our country.
The former president's legal team has made arrangements for him to turn himself in Thursday in Fulton County, Georgia, for his booking and arraignment on charges from the recent grand jury indictment. America is listening to Fox News.
Jason in the House, the Jason Chaffetz podcast. There is always someone doing something stupid somewhere. Dive deeper than the headlines and the party lines as I take on American life, politics, and entertainment. Join me, Jason Chaffetz, every Wednesday as I shed light on the news and make some predictions along the way. You never know who will drop in. Subscribe now on foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
There are new revelations about the Justice Department's probe of Hunter Biden's business affairs and how his attorney's legal strategy may have affected it.
A 32-page letter written by Hunter Biden's legal team at one point threatened to put President Joe Biden on the stand. The letter, reviewed by Politico from attorney Chris Clark, warned prosecutors, quote, President Biden now unquestionably would be a fact witness for the defense in any criminal trial. A broad plea deal for Hunter Biden between his legal team and prosecutors was crafted. Then, after some criticism of that agreement and questions from a federal judge, it quickly collapsed. Leading Republicans continue insisting this is not just about the president's son.
Fox's Mike Emanuel. Japan says it will start releasing radioactive water from the damaged Fukushima nuclear power plant as early as Thursday. Environmentalists are not happy with the plan, but Japan's prime minister says treated and diluted the water from the reactor's meltdown after the 2011 earthquake is safe and will be released in small quantities over decades. A Cleveland area teenager has been sentenced to life in prison after being convicted of intentionally crashing her car to kill her boyfriend.
19-year-old Mackenzie Sharilla receiving two 15-year-to-life sentences in the murders of her boyfriend, 20-year-old Dominic Russo, and their friend, 19-year-old Davion Flanagan, after Sharilla slammed the car she was driving at a high rate of speed into a brick wall in Strongsville, killing the two men in 2022. Prosecutors say it was on purpose.
I wish I could remember what happened. I'm just so sorry. I'm heartbroken. I love Dom and Davion. We were all friends, and Dom was my soulmate.
Sharilla is speaking in Cuyahoga County Court before her sentence that'll run concurrently. Her defense team arguing that no one knows what happened inside that car. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
And I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
This is Jared Menz with Eight Oaks Recovery. We are a Christian men's drug and alcohol treatment program in Lawrence County. Every Tuesday from 5 to 6 o'clock, we are going to be on the radio taking questions about addiction and addiction issues and addiction policy and the causes of addiction and how to help loved ones in need. We will help walk people through signs of addiction, and addiction can strike people at any age in our society, from teens to the elderly. And if people have questions, we will be more than happy to help them find the right direction to get the help they need.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty, your local certified Realtree land pro and premier farm sales specialist. We here at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty are the only company that specializes in the sale of rural properties. And for over 97 years, United Country has been the leader in farm and land sales nationwide. We have a staff of full-time land professionals ready to go to work for you. Reach out to us today at 931-244-7126 and we'll design a marketing plan tailored just for your property. Thanks and God bless.
This is God's country.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
Hello and welcome. He is Gary McNamara. I'm Eric Harley. Let's begin a Tuesday, kids. Gary, what is going on?
And I'm sick of talking to listless vessels.
Listless vessels? Wow. Wow.
It's interesting. Always interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I was reading Charles Cook, but what he actually said was true. He said we can't be listless vessels and get behind a personality. We have to get behind a political ideology, which is what we've talked about on a consistent basis. That you and I will be gone.
Yeah.
Trump will be gone. Will be gone. Everybody that we're talking to right now will eventually be gone. What stays? What drives people?
The ideas.
The ideas.
It's always been about the ideas.
Right. So it really wasn't controversial at all when he said that, and it makes a great point, because that's the debate that's going on, right now. Because the entire debate is, can Trump? Everybody knows Trump can win the nomination. I don't think anybody doubts that. Where people doubt it is whether he can win a general election when independents. Did you see Andrew McCarthy yesterday going out on Twitter saying he cannot win? 65% are against him. It's impossible. There's no way they're going to turn over and vote for him. And by the way, I got a email from someone. In fact, I just responded before we went on the air, who said, I think it's premature. We're simply telling you what the mindset that exists out there. I don't know what's going to happen. There's too many variables. Trump could win a general election depending on what happens with Biden. Biden is huge. He's a huge cog in this political wheel right now as to what might happen. He could implode completely. We don't know what's going to happen. We're talking about the mindset that exists today, now.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, is that there are so many things in play right now. There are things that are reaching thresholds in the economy. You and I were in the pre-show meeting going over a story from the Wall Street Journal about new hires for companies and how they're lowering pay. And this is something we predicted. This was always going to happen. At some point, you stop competing for that talent because you're looking to save money. Now, there could also be a rebound from that, in that if they can't attract the talent with these new hire-ons, and it's for new hires where they're lowering the salary, the starting salary for new recruits, then they're going to have to up the game a little bit. And that's been the back and forth for a long time. But we've been flooded with a number of jobs that have gone unfilled for a long time. And we got to the point of, we just might be at a point of permanent low unemployment. And the reason is because we just don't have a growing population. We don't have a massive run on legal immigration at the moment. People who are qualified to take these jobs. We don't have a birth rate in this country. It's close to zero. We're not having kids at this point. And there's no new population that's moving into the workforce to fill these jobs. But at some point, these companies are feeling everything else that everybody else is feeling, and that's inflation.
Well, they get to the point of where they just can't pay it anymore. And here's a question that I have. We talked about the 200,000 migrants are now in the United States. Mm-hmm. If you're in here legally, you can find a job. Mm-hmm. And if you can find, I wonder how much that has affected on the lower end companies saying, okay, now we have a talent pool of migrants that are in here legally. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because the administration has said they're in here legally, and so, okay, they can get a job because they're in here, and therefore, if they get a job, especially on the lower end of the scale, you will see a reduction in pay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There are probably still some jobs, highly technical jobs, that are still paying well, but it's interesting that they were talking about the fact that it looks like wages are going to start moving in the opposite direction as the expectation, the other story that you and I were talking about, the expectation of what people want to change jobs has gone up 8% in just the last year, and that has to be due to inflation, to roughly $80,000. But when you look at, just to get back to the things that affect the election and all this does.
Which is where I was going, yeah.
Right. In response to that email, the American public has consistently voted against their own self-interest over the last 20, 30 years in this country.
Yep.
You would hope that there would come to a point, logic would dictate that eventually these people would say, all right, it's just got too bad, we have to vote Republican. That hasn't happened yet. It didn't happen last year.
Nope. No.
Now, could it happen in 2024? Yes. But there has not yet been an indicate. Now, there's been an indication, for example, that you had Hispanics moving in a particular direction. Mm-hmm. You have Hispanics not happy with the Democrats. You have more blacks not happy with it. But when it comes to suburban women, they are as far from the Republican Party as they've ever been right now. And I hope there's a change. There hasn't been up to this moment. And based on that standard, now it all could change. People could finally say, okay, we've had enough, and 2024 could be it, and Trump could win if he's the nominee. It's a possibility. But as of right now, anybody who is making an argument that he can't win based on what happened in 2020, the situation he's in, and the number of independents he would need to flip are making an extremely solid point. I know it's not comfortable for people.
Well, it's where the numbers are.
Yeah.
It's where the American people are right now. And it could be a combination of things working against him. It could be, for some, the indictments. It could be, for some, well, his time came and went. That sounds oversimplistic, but it is a very big motivational factor for people. They just simply want to move on. And yes, I know they're focusing on the personality, but there's nothing you can do to change that. You can try and educate people and talk about the ideas, and at least a couple of the candidates are in the GOP field, but it's not going to change much. I don't have confidence it will between now and November of next year. And that's the problem. That we asked for this inflation. We asked for where we are. We asked for electric vehicles. We asked for the mandates. We asked for open borders. We voted this way as a society. We chose this road. Even if you didn't vote that way, enough Americans did, and here we are.
And that's what I think a lot of people won't accept, that what we have right now, every single major problem that we have today is because who we have put into political office. The voters have consistently voted against their own self-interest. Now, they will tell you, well, I didn't expect this. Well, you were willfully ignorant.
That's like the couple in California on Obamacare. Well, we supported Obamacare. We voted for Obamacare. We wanted Obama. We didn't know we were going to have to pay for it. Everybody else that was paying attention along the way did.
Well, with climate change, I saw the governor of Washington. Wildfires, we need to even clamp down more with climate change. And climate change, we're making life unaffordable to everybody with their delusional predictions that never, ever come true.
Right.
But the majority of American voters have been suckers.
Yeah.
And they willingly are suckers, and they wish to be suckers. They wish to be BS'd, and that's the situation that we're in. I hope it changes. To the guy who emailed me, I hope it changes, and I hope independents say, okay, we've had enough. And if they do, I will be the happiest one to say, thank goodness it happened. Now, the other thing is we're not making predictions as to what will happen, because in my mind, I look at it and go, people will eventually vote in their own self-interest, and a lot of people do. But you see in this case with Americans have caused the problems that we have today. Mm-hmm. It is not the politicians who are not responding to the voter. They are responding. They are telling the voter these delusional ideas, and the voter is going for the delusional ideas.
Yeah.
And that's why I look at it. It's been going on for 20 years. And for people that now look at it and say, oh, no, Trump couldn't get the independents, but now he'll get millions of independents coming over by 2024. I don't know that. Well, I don't know what research you're looking at based on how Americans have voted over the last 20 to 30 years. And if it happens, I'll say, great call. Mm-hmm. I'll be the happiest person in the world. Great call that you made there. There is no evidence as of yet that that is the case.
No.
None.
No. Things aren't going to change in these liberal cities where crime is skyrocketing. They can't find police officers to work in Austin, Texas. Gee, that's a shocker.
Yeah.
Their top cop says, I'm done. These are the things that shape our society, and we can choose to be stupid or we can choose to say enough. But I can't make people choose the right one.
Now, the difference would be that we have, as we've talked about, the difference could be, and I hope it is, that reality has hit the abstract. And the abstract ideas, all of a sudden people realize we can't live the life that we wish to live.
I would hope.
Well, why can't you? But then again, the Democrats will. Here's a perfect example right now. I'll give you the most perfect example. Oh, wait a minute. Well, let's wait. We'll do it coming up next.
All right.
Okay, I'll give you the perfect example of where we stand right now, which is why you cannot sit there and say, oh, independents will absolutely go for Trump and the Republicans. The perfect example coming up next, 866-90-RED-EYE.
This preventative maintenance tip is brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, the country's #1 fastest growing oil and additive company. If you've been driving a diesel any length of time, you know diesel fuel quality can be an issue. There are U.S. standards that diesel fuel is supposed to meet, like cetane number, lubricity, aka wear protection, deposit control. But oftentimes the fuel at the pump falls short. Let's highlight diesel fuel's lubricity. Diesel fuel in the United States must have enough lubricity so the fuel does not produce a wear scar greater than 520 microns. Without the proper lubrication, you run the risk of fuel pump and injector failures. This is why a premium additive is needed to keep lubricity levels in spec, to keep the fuel system protected and avoid costly repairs and downtime. Add Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, a 6-in-1 fuel booster at every fill-up to keep your fuel's lubricity within specification of U.S. standards, and the Engine Manufacturers Association's recommendation for lubricity to keep your fuel system protected. Learn more about the science behind diesel fuel and Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment at hotshotsecret.com.
This report is brought to you by Shell Rotella. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Lines open for your calls. 866-90-RED-EYE on Red Eye Radio.
Everyday diesel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Available at truck stops and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
From the father of CB radios comes one bad mother. Eric Harley here. You've heard me talk about Uniden CBs for years now. Uniden has been the cornerstone of the trucking industry since the beginning. And even in the age of cell phones, Uniden CBs still remain the trucker's favorite. It is social media at its best. When you need the lowdown on the road ahead, you need a Uniden CB. It is one bad mother. Go to Uniden.com today or stop by your nearest Pilot Flying J. Hey, owner-operators, succeed on your own terms with Mercer Transportation. Whenever, wherever, and however you prefer to run, Mercer has the support you need to make your business successful. They offer fuel discounts, fast pay after every load, plenty of freight with over 3,100 customers and over 500,000 loads per year. No company trucks to compete with and discounts on tires, insurance, and more. Pick your loads or let their coordinators help you find the right freight. Visit mercertown.com today. mercertown.com.
If you're a trucking industry professional, then you need to stay on top of changing regulations, equipment upgrades, and technology advancements. Fleet Owner Magazine gives you all of this and more. Written for fleet executives and managers, Fleet Owner gives you the business intelligence on operations, vehicle maintenance, regulations, and information technology you need to stay ahead. But that's not all. With its monthly print publication, daily and weekly email newsletters, and a website updated several times a day, Fleet Owner has all the latest news and information delivered to you when you want it and where you want it. From industry experts to award-winning writers and columnists, Fleet Owner is the #1 source for trucking information in North America. Remember to visit fleetowner.com every day for the latest industry news. You can also sign up to receive Newsline, their free email newsletter, and subscribe to Fleet Owner Magazine. Visit fleetowner.com. Fleet Owner, for news you can use.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our Etheridge location with lead pastor Nathan Duncan for our worship gathering starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
Hey folks, this is Jason Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
When knee, hip, back, shoulder, or muscle pain rob you of your mobility, count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski for compassionate, individualized care. From sports medicine to joint replacement, we address the pain and keep you moving. Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski. Count on us. Take our free joint pain assessment at southerntmpulaski.com.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Heritage Automotive. Do you know how dangerous it is to be stuck on the side of the road? According to the internet, there's only a couple things more dangerous, like a nuclear explosion, or falling off the top of a skyscraper, or even a zombie apocalypse. Now, we can't do anything about a nuclear explosion or falling off of a skyscraper, or even a zombie apocalypse, but we can help keep you off the side of the road. Come by and see one of our certified technicians and check out your car before you go on vacation. Come see us at 2122 North Locust Avenue right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, or visit us online at heritagegm.com.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Hardy, and I'm Gary McNamara. All right, so here's a point that I want to make for people that believe that independence will just because of everything that's going on. And as we've talked about, the abstract has finally hit reality, which people are now recognizing that we can't continue this. And let me rephrase this a little bit. What the American public has done is vote against their long-term self-interest.
Yes.
And I want to make that clear, because with these abstract things, they were told you're going to live this beautiful life and everything else, and they're not. People are busy with their own life. They don't do the research on it. Like for electric vehicles, nobody was doing the research on it. People were buying into the hype, the climate change. Everybody paid attention to when there's a, when there's a some type of weather disaster out there, and then the Democrats jump on it and say, we need to do it. We need to do it. You don't care. Why do you want to destroy the world? And it was effective, and has been effective over the last 40 years in this country, even though every single major prediction made never came to fruition. We never saw it ever. But I'll give you a perfect example of why I have doubts that that independents will just swarm in 2024, even though they can see what's going on. And it's simply this. Things are so bad. What are the Republicans going to be talking about here in the next couple of months? Cutting the budget. Story out there yesterday. The Freedom Caucus. We've got to cut the budget. We cannot continue this spending. We need to get McCarthy to do it, while Democrats will be saying things are terrible, people are suffering, even though their political mindset is what caused it, and even though there's more of a recognition of independence that they did, what they're promising is temporary relief. Right now, the disaster's still going to come, and it's going to be worse because of the temporary relief now, but you need relief now, and we'll worry about 10 years down the road. And the majority of American voters, I'm sorry, will still go for it. That's the problem that we have.
Well, you have it's like the Bill Clinton effect. In his years after his presidency, all of his signature moves. I signed it, but I wish I hadn't. I signed it, but I wish I hadn't. And what you'll see is all these things where they're spending, and then you'll see them later in their later years when they're retired and no longer members of Congress, and they'll look back and go, oh, well, we did that, but we shouldn't have done that. That was bad. I mean, it's Al Gore. Well, the problem was we did have too much ethanol, and that was I lied about it because I was running for president. Well, there's your problem, is that none of them are going to, just like we said a moment ago, it's about the ideas. The people come and go. They're going to be retired sitting on their porch and telling the media, oh, yeah, we shouldn't have done that. That was bad. Sorry, our mistake. When we're going to be paying, everybody is going to be paying the price for it. And there really is no exception to that.
And we screw over future generations.
Yes. For a very long time, because I don't know how you rebuild after what's coming. I don't know how you rebuild after what's coming. Because part of me thinks, well, the Democrats really don't care if the entire, if the planet burns. For them, I mean, it's always been about chaos. They can rebuild it and mold it and shape it in their own image.
The next challenge is, can Republicans fight a Democratic Party and a philosophy that has caused every single problem that we see today is because who we've put in office. Can Republicans fight the Democrats whose message will be to the American people, we will save you from the disaster that we have created temporarily and give you money now. And in people's self-interest as to what they need right now, they will continue to say, to hell with the future, take care of me now.
Right. No,
That's
it's
the,
always
that is the problem.
You made that important distinction coming out of the break, and it is very important because give me what I want now. Long term, I'm not going to deal with.
And then we BS ourselves. Well, if we just stop the wasteful spending and the foreign aid, then everything will be taken care of.
Sure.
No, it won't.
Yeah.
Now you're living in a delusional world.
Yeah, it's what, magic? You're going to wave a wand?
What is the economic engine of our community?
It's the partnership between a strong local bank and locally owned businesses.
That's why our top 2 criteria for lending are the positive impact it has on job creation and long-term healthy growth.
We've always been built well. Now our name says so.
We invite you to discover why we're Built Well Bank.
Member FDIC.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
Hey y'all, this is Big Fred. I like living in Lawrence County and I think you would too. So if you want to live in Lawrence County, you should contact Flora Mid-South Realty. They'll fix you up.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or stop by their offices at 1288 First Avenue in Lawrenceburg or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
This is Landon from Cloud9 Internet. Thank you for supporting our locally owned business. I want to give a brief update about changes coming soon. We will almost be doubling our service area this year by expanding to the west side of Highway 43. We are also starting a new referral program. Whenever you refer someone, you and them will receive 1 month of free internet. We would like to thank you again for choosing to support us at Cloud9 Internet, and we look forward to providing you the best and most affordable service in Lawrence County.
Flooring sets the tone throughout your home.
A one-stop flooring destination. Our new location stands alone for unequaled customer service and selection. Owner Justin Story's mastery of custom hardwood inlays means every room can have a custom look. Discover how the right choice of hardwood, laminate, carpet, or tile can set the tone in your home. Contact Floored by Justin today.
Call 931-244-6557, located at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart Pharmacy.
On 32. Live from the Uniden America studios, you are listening to Red Eye Radio. Uniden has been a cornerstone of the trucking industry from the beginning. Go to uniden.com today.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/longhaul.
When you eat in the Denny's booth, you find that time moves like nowhere else. With one bite, everything stops. Every hurry and worry comes to a pause that seems to last forever. And now, our new Diner Classics Plus menu mashes the past and the future to bring you yum-believable time-warping flavor. Like the new spicy moons over my hammy with savory chorizo and jalapenos. Or the red, white, and blue buttermilk pancakes that pause the world around you. Whether breakfast, lunch, dinner, or anything in between, at Denny's, it's diner time. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
For more than 3 decades, the Trucker newspaper has been one of the most trusted sources for trucking news. Pick up your copy of the Trucker newspaper today for the latest national business and technology news impacting the trucking industry at more than 400 truck stops across the U.S. Or subscribe online at thetrucker.com/subscribe. The Trucker is your direct line to the news you need to succeed in the industry. That's thetrucker.com/subscribe.
Sponsored by the Trucker Media Group.
Call in and get a word in edgewise. Eric Harley and Gary McNamara on Red Eye Radio.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. So, look, you and I, we're not going to BS anybody. We're not going to go rah, rah, rah. We're going to tell you what the situation actually is based on what history has shown. And so when it comes to independence, this thing that, Trump will get independence, no problem, because of if Biden or Kamala Harris runs, that is by no means a given at all. In fact, everything to right now shows the opposite. Mm-hmm. Could it change? Yes. Mm-hmm. But so far, we have had a United States that votes in their short-term self-interest and not in the long-term self-interest of the country. Tell me how that's going to change between now and 2024.
That's it. It would take, you're talking about, in numbers-wise, politically, an Everest of a mountain to move.
Right.
And it means that there is some kind of massive, monumental shift. It could happen. I'm not erasing possibilities here. I just don't know what that looks like. And there's the problem.
And it is frustrating because it is frustrating to look at history and look over the last 30 years and watch America vote in their, short-term self-interest and not the long-term self-interest of the country, year after year after year after year, to the point where you have a Democratic Party that you would think, I said this in 2018, I said they've got to change, they've got to moderate, they can't win. I was wrong. Mm-hmm. Yes, they can. Americans will continue to vote in their short-term self-interest, give me what I want now, and not in the long-term interest of the country. They have done it over and over again, and they're willing to accept the bizarre rantings. I'm thinking Seinfeld, Bizarro World. Well, it is a bizarro world. The rantings of the Democratic Party stating that the world's going to end and you're not a good citizen unless you do all of these things that aren't going to cost you money. And we find out, just the news today, cars unsustainable. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. Housing now becoming unsustainable because of the interest rates, on it. Wall Street Journal with the thing on, the electric vehicle bubble that's coming up now. All these trillions of dollars that are being thrown down the toilet, and America has voted for it. Yeah. And you get to this point of where it's insane that's going on, and you don't see a major shift in the polls. You don't see a 15-point shift in the polls right now in any poll. I don't care whether it's conservative poll, liberal poll, whatever. There is no massive change.
No,
because Americans, two things. First off, people, for whatever reason, vote personality and not issues. They can agree with you on the issues. We first really saw it to an extent with Mitt Romney.
Yep.
Where the exit polls show landslide numbers. People agreed with Romney.
Yeah,
they voted for Obama.
Right.
And it continues. So this isn't just a Trump thing. It's got nothing to do with Trump.
No.
Trump can be a part of it, but the personality of Romney, he was out of touch and a billionaire, and Obama cared about you. We all know now that's a line of horse manure, but, that's what they were selling, and they were successful in selling it to the American people. But the American people are willing to be BS'd over and over again, but I understand why. Hey, we're going to give you this now, and it's not going to be a problem. Oh, those guys, the red-eye guys worried about the debt. The debt's never going to be a problem. The debt's not going to... Well, you feel the inflation you've had for the last couple of years?
Yeah.
That's all because of government spending. That's where that came from. Government spending and printing dollars. That's where there was no other conclusion to that. And the American people know it. They understand what causes inflation, but their own self-interest of what they want right now is more important. Look, I can look at it and say, what the hell do I care about Social Security? By the time it goes to hell, I'm going to be dead. So give me what I want now. Well, is that what we're supposed to do in a country, in a free country like the United States, where so many people have sacrificed to give us what we have today, that all of a sudden we become the arrogant generation, the last couple of generations, to sit there and say, to hell with the future? Let's make sure their future is worse than ours, that we have no obligation or responsibility for those that came before us, that set this up, and to make our lives great, that we have no obligation to future generation. We just go, to hell with them. We're just not going to think about it. But that's where we are right now. And you think independents are going to go, oh, okay, let's vote Republican in 2024. I hope they do. And I hope I'm wrong. There is no indication, especially after the election of 2022, that is happening.
No, there isn't.
And I don't believe it's just a Trump thing. Because they were successful with it with Romney.
Right.
It's like, give me an excuse where I can vote for my, self-interest right now, and to hell with the future.
Right.
And give me that demonizing personality to do that. But Americans know it. They know it.
Right.
And they still vote against the future self-interest of the country because they're worried about their self-interest right now.
Yeah, short-term versus long-term.
And when you have, that's why I say, when I saw yesterday, I went, here we go. The what do they call it? The Freedom Caucus coming out and saying, we need to have more cuts. We need to have the budget. Democrats going to jump all over that.
Oh, yeah.
And even though those Republicans are doing the right thing, saying we need to worry about the long-term future, Americans are going to be furious that they want to cut stuff that we're getting right now.
Right. Well, no, I mean, we're at the point where if you use the word austerity, I mean, it really has become the new four-letter word. How dare you? If we don't help people, and that's what it comes down to. You don't want to help people. You want to keep that money in Washington. I mean, this is how they phrase it, and they get away with it repeatedly.
And I'll say it again, and then the whole thing as well. If we just get rid of the wasteful spending and foreign aid, then the budget will be fine.
Right.
And the majority of Americans, in fact, the poll taken, about 6 months ago that we brought up, majority of Republicans believe that.
Right.
It's a load of manure.
Right.
And we buy into it.
Right.
It's like, well, I like that. I heard somebody say that quote the other day, I can justify my opinion. And Republicans get into the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Republicans bought into the climate change stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Newt Gingrich bought into the climate change stuff.
Right.
Trump bought into the climate change stuff with the EVs at Lordstown.
As long
They're
as
all
you-
buying into the crap
If
that's
you
being
want-
sold by liberals.
The moment you embrace it, you've laid down.
Yeah.
You have laid down.
The whole ethanol thing, Trump's brought into that crap.
Yep. And there's no turning that whole thing around. The only thing that will, here's what's going to happen. If they're able to do this in California by 2035, what do you think is going to happen with all of those EVs sitting on those lots? They're going to be filling stadium parking lots like the whole Volkswagen debacle.
I'm thinking of, the first thought came to my mind. Where is it out in Arizona where they have all the planes
Yeah,
just out
right.
there?
The graveyard.
The plane graveyard, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what will happen. You can go right now. You can go to dealerships, and I don't know about this time of year, but I've done it repeatedly. You can find dealerships that have new vehicles, they've never been sold, that are a year and sometimes 2 model years old, still on their lots. I actually purchased one time, and it was a bargain. That's gas-powered vehicles. And you know what it came down to the one I purchased? You know what they cited as the number one reason? The color. Now, it was fuchsia, but I drove that fuchsia car for less money. It came down to the color. It was maroon, actually. And it was a great car. I love that. I actually wish I was telling my wife the other day, I wish I still had that car. It was a great car. It was a gas guzzler, but it was a great car. Very fast. And now you're talking about the cars that people won't be able to afford. It doesn't come down to the color. It comes down to the color of money. And when you have none, there is no color of money. Because you can't afford that. You can't afford the gas-powered vehicles for the same reason, the mandates. And now we're in a situation where going forward, and the left will want this. Man, people like Ray LaHood, former transportation secretary. Yeah, we're going to coerce you out of those vehicles. Well, that's going to happen because you won't be able to afford one. And then at some point they'll start saying, well, in California, you can't own a car older than 10 years old. If you think I'm lying, ask the trucking industry.
I'm going to have to get rid of my 20-year-old vehicle then, huh?
No, you can keep it in your garage. But if you start it.
If I start it.
Heaven help us, Gary McNamara. If you even start that, if you even open the door. Don't touch those keys. They'll come to your house and take your keys away. But that's exactly what they'll do. They have to outlaw the behavior, as we said and have said for years. They have to outlaw the behavior. Is that creating a greater efficiency? No. Is it cheaper to get the new cars? No, it isn't. It's more expensive, which makes it more cost prohibitive for low and middle income families. They're not the ones buying these cars. And so what happens ultimately? Well, you're going to tank an economy where we can't afford it. Well, also, you need to update that car, and it can't be older than 10 years old on our highways.
And I was thinking, I saw the article yesterday that if it's Trump and Biden, then the No Labels Party is going to have a candidate. And I started thinking to myself, here we live in a society where every major problem that we face was caused by the politicians that we put into office.
Yeah.
Every single one, every single major problem we face today domestically was self-inflicted.
Mm-hmm.
And so the solution, and look at the excitement. I told you the other day, being on social media and seeing the people that responded to the No Labels Party. The solution is, and people get excited about a party that states, we're not going to get involved in any of the controversial issues.
Right.
And that's the solution. That is how intellectually bankrupt we are in the United States right now.
Yes, we are.
In the political system.
Yep.
And it's like, whoa, if we get a third party that'll do it. Yeah, we got a third party that is the two third parties now, a third and a fourth that wish to be parties, the Forward Party and the No Labels Party, stating, we're not going to take opinions on controversial issues. We just want bipartisanship. So we're going to be the Seinfeld party. We're going to be the party of nothing.
I hope they find a candidate named John Smith. Just for my own entertainment purpose.
What the hell? Run Kramer.
John
Michael
Smith.
Richards should just run.
What's your middle name, Mr. Smith? I don't have one.
Mr. Kramer, what's your political philosophy? Giddy up.
Giddy up.
866-90-RED-EYE.
Get in touch with Red Eye Radio, toll free at 866-90-RED-EYE.
Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Eric and Gary for the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. Tons of questions about the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. We thought we'd do a little Q&A. Here's a question. Does it work on any smell? Yes, the Thunderstorm gets rid of strong odors from cooking, cigarette smoke, litter boxes, and more. Even the mildew smell from basements.
How long does it take to work? Immediately. The Thunderstorm starts working in seconds to clear a room of any odor. What about replacement filters? No, you never need them. Does the Thunderstorm Air Purifier really work? Over 350,000 Thunderstorms have been sold already with thousands of 5-star reviews online.
Here's a question we get a lot. How do I get a deal on the Eden Pure Thunderstorm? Right now, you can save $200 on 3 Thunderstorms for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200. Just go to EdenPureDeals.com, enter the discount code REDEYE. That's EdenPureDeals.com, discount code REDEYE, and you get free shipping.
Hi, Tom Bodette here for Studio 6. I thought I'd play a little game with you. He's a 6, but has clean, comfortable rooms, a kitchen to cook in, fresh coffee to brew, great Wi-Fi, oh, and he loves to do long-term. 10, right? I'd say Studio 6 is definitely a 10. I'm Tom Bodette for Studio 6, but really 10, where you get more in your room and less on your bill.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at redeyeradioshow.com. That's redeyeradioshow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at redeyeradioshow.com.
Overdrive, decades-running pride and polished custom truck beauty competition this year ran a little later in the truck show season than usual. The virtual competition was scheduled to put a cap on an in-person show season. Overdrive collected dozens of competitive entries in 7 categories, put them all up for an audience vote, and unveiled the winner in an online presentation this fall that you can access at overdriveonline.com. Navigate to the pride and polish section. Also there, read profiles of each winner as the weeks go by to close out the year. Again, that's overdriveonline.com.
Let's make a deal. This is Jeff Hood with Keller Williams Hood Company in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. The real estate market is moving so fast, and making a mistake or a bad decision could cost you or lead to disappointment. At Keller Williams, our team of professionals are the very best at what they do, and they have the very best resources to help you make your best deal. Call us at 931-762-5816, or better yet, go to our website at kwhoodcompany.com. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, making real estate deals great again.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you've got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
At Perchowski Estate Law, all we do is estate planning and elder law. We do asset protection trusts to keep your property from being consumed by the high cost of long-term care. We do trust plans that will keep your family out of probate, out of court, and out of conflict. We do special needs trust for those who cannot inherit property without triggering a loss of benefits. And we do nomination of guardians for minor children. Call me, Stan Perchowski, at 931-363-7222 for a plan that works for you. Your family will thank you.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eat@strykers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
It's Friday Radio. So come on, you. He's Eric Harley. I'm Gary McNamara. Come on, you listless vessels.
Come on, quit.
That's how we started the hour.
Quit being so listless.
A nuclear vessel.
You need to be more
nuclear
listful.
vessel. A nuclear vessel. That's what it said in Star Trek.
Yeah.
A nuclear vessel.
Yeah.
Listless vessels.
Listless vessels.
Well, we were right yesterday. We said, okay, let's see if Biden can make Maui about him.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I don't want to compare difficulties, and he compares what they went through to the small kitchen fire he had in his house.
Yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
That was just bad. That was just really bad. God.
It was bound to be bad, and they had to have known it. And I actually think that's why he didn't go. I think the pressure was too great, and they were like, okay, we're just going to have to let him out. And there's no way to stop it because he's got to go. He could have gone. They didn't want him there. The people of Hawaii did. His people didn't. The difference is you can't make him care. You're thoughtful in your words when you actually care.
Top of the Hour News is brought to you by House Products. Visit houseproducts.com.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Weigh your truck on a cat scale.
All right, we're gonna do bench presses and curls for upper body today. Sound good?
I'm just so tired after driving a truck all week. I feel like I don't have enough time.
Have you downloaded the Weigh My Truck app from CatScale? It can save you tons of time when checking your weight.
Speaking of weight, can you spot me?
Your time is money, and nobody knows it better than CatScale. That's why we offer the Weigh My Truck app absolutely free. Now you can complete your entire weigh without ever leaving your truck. You can see your weights on your mobile device, and scale tickets are automatically emailed to you. Best of all, weighing with CatScale means you're backed by the CatScale Guarantee. Remember, time is money, so get weighed and get going with the Weigh My Truck app. Visit WeighMyTruck.com to find out more about how this app can revolutionize how you weigh your truck. That's weightmytruck.com.
Forget miss accuracy. Weigh your truck on a cat scale.
At Progressive Commercial, we know a trucker's time is money, and, well, there's a lot that can impact your time on the road, like that temporary road construction that's been going on permanently. Every time those orange cones appear, the redder you turn. We can't save you from never-ending construction, but we can get you back on the road fast with our heavy truck roadside assistance available 24/7 year-round. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Optional heavy truck roadside assistance provided by third party and subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at redeyeradioshow.com. That's redeyeradioshow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at redeyeradioshow.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund invites all over-the-road Class A CDL holders to join our smoking cessation program, Rigs Without Cigs. Participants receive tools to assist in quitting, along with support and accountability from the program manager and others in the program. Incentive packages are offered by the Road Pro family of brands for all who stop using tobacco through the Rigs Without Cigs program. Go to truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab and sign up for Rigs Without Cigs.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Seeing the fire damage in person, I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. President Biden visiting the town of Lahaina on the Hawaiian island of Maui on Monday, almost completely destroyed in the wildfires.
So the people of Hawaii, we're with you for as long as it takes, I promise you. May God bless all those we've lost. May God find those who we haven't determined yet.
Fox's Matt Finn reports that's still a big number.
The latest number is there are still 850 people unaccounted for here in the Lahaina area. Tragically, there could be more victims discovered. They could be elderly. They could be children. And the governor is warning that some of these structures here were reduced to ash, and some of the victims may never be found.
The president has returned to South Lake Tahoe to resume his vacation. Southern California recovering from Tropical Storm Hillary, which saw record amounts of rain over the weekend.
This man lost his house.
It sucks to see it go, but lives can't be replaced, material objects can. And it's better to just replace the house, fix whatever gets damaged, than risking somebody drowning over something that's avoidable.
With peak fire season just 2 weeks away, the storm is emblematic of California's love-hate relationship with rain. The downpour, a record for August, makes brush fires less likely. But it came at a cost, closing roads and schools across the region. Worst hit, Palm Springs, which got almost a year's worth of rain, 4 inches in 24 hours.
Fox's William Longinus. A tropical depression is bearing down on southeast Texas, bringing tropical storm force winds. A tropical storm warning is in effect from the mouth of the Rio Grande River along the Mexican border to Port O'Connor, Texas. Tropical storm Franklin could make landfall in the Dominican Republic by early Wednesday. There are reports of a big explosion at a sports stadium in Mogadishu, Somalia. The terror group Al-Shabaab is claiming responsibility for a suicide bombing. America is listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
5 inches of rain by tomorrow.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
Showdowns over school policies for transgender students brewing in 2 states.
At least 5 districts in Virginia say they will not comply with a statewide policy requiring students to use facilities and participate in sports teams that correspond to their sex assigned at birth. But what is drawing the most ire of the state's Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin and many parents is these schools say they will not notify parents if their child exhibits any changes to their so-called gender expression. Meanwhile, a New Jersey judge has ruled 3 school districts are temporarily prohibited from enforcing new policies which would have required schools to alert parents if their child changes their gender identity.
Fox's Jackie Ibanez, a federal appeals court has reversed a lower court ruling that had been blocking enforcement of a new law in Alabama that bars the use of hormone therapy or puberty blockers in people under the age of 18. This until a court challenge to the new law can be heard next spring. Montana has gone to court to protect its recently enacted ban on a popular video app.
Montana leaders are asking a federal judge to allow a state law banning TikTok to take effect in January while a court challenge plays out. The social media company and several content creators are challenging the law, claiming it's an unconstitutional violation of free speech rights. Montana Attorney General Austin Knudsen has expressed concern about Beijing using the app to snoop on Americans. It's owned by Chinese company ByteDance. TikTok denies any spying has ever taken place. The federal government and more than half of all U.S. states ban the app's use on government devices. Tom Graham, Fox News.
Time's running out for some Facebook users to file for their share of a $725 million payout to settle a lawsuit over sharing user data. If you used Facebook between May of 2007 and December of 2022, you have until Friday to file. I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
Did you know that Bank of Frank Ewing has been providing continuous service for more than 100 years? And as a community bank, all our decisions are still made locally. This is Donna Rawson with the Lawrenceburg office. As your friend in banking, we want to partner with you in your financial endeavors. Whether it's growing your business, building or buying a home, or making sure your deposit accounts, CDs, and IRAs are working for you, we are here to serve. Give us a call at 762-6800 or stop in and see us at 1200 North Locust Avenue. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
All across America and around the planet, we're Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Download our Red Eye Radio app today. Listen when and where you want if you can't listen live overnight. All right, the president in Maui yesterday, and we predicted this. We predicted yesterday that he would make it about himself.
I don't want to compare difficulties, but we have a little sense, Jill and I, what it's like to lose a home. Years ago, now 15 years ago, I was in Washington doing Meet the Press. It was a sunny Sunday, and lightning struck at home on a little lake. It's outside of our home, not a lake, a big pond, and hit a wire and came up underneath our home into the heating ducts, the air conditioning duct. To make a long story short, I almost lost my wife, my 67 Corvette and my cat.
Wow.
Great job, dude.
At a fire prevention summit in October, he claimed, "We almost lost a couple of firefighters during the blaze." He's told variations of the story. At an infrastructure-focused event in 2021, he said he had a house burned down with my wife in it. This was a small blaze confined to the kitchen. His wife was never in jeopardy. She was never trapped. In a delicately worded statement last year, Delaware's Cranston Heights Fire Company said, "For the fire service, this could be considered an insignificant fire as it did not lead to multiple alarms and did not need a widespread incident response throughout the county. However, when a homeowner has a fire, it's always and that's true. If you have a fire, your house, it upsets you. But he's making the comparison again that this is sort of like this is a Clinton, I feel your pain, that I can relate to what you've gone through in a massive wildfire because we had a fire in our kitchen.
Yeah. And what he points out to you is that he has a classic Corvette and a pond just outside his home, which is exactly what people want to hear, especially those who have lost everything and loved ones.
I mean, it was cringeworthy. It's like, stop it.
It is every time he opens his mouth.
Stop it, man.
And I really now suspect that that's why he didn't go earlier. How do we send him? What does he say? We can't trust him to not just make something up out of the thin blue, just throw something down that's not going to relate to anybody and certainly not going to ease their pain. Because the reality is, if you're standing before them, there is nothing that I can say to you that will bring back your losses. But I can tell you that every single day, I will be updated on the progress of our assistance to your great state and community. And I'll personally be doing that until I'm no longer in office, because we are cheering the people of Maui on as we grieve the loss with you. We're cheering on for you to come back and build this community again. And if we can play just a small part in it, we would be proud to do that. We feel your loss. We pray for you each and every day. We mourn and we grieve as a nation when any of us are feeling this kind of loss, and we can't possibly fathom this kind of pain, but we can certainly do something to help you rebuild, and that's exactly what we'll do. That was off the top of my head, and I'm not president.
When he started out by saying, "I don't want to compare difficulties," then don't.
Then shut up.
Because it's exactly what you were doing. That
you can't possibly compare it.
There's no way. I would say this. I mean, I've never had a house burned down, never had a fire in my house, but I can't imagine anything that could compare to that kind of wildfire that you had and how quickly it spread in the minutes that it spread over that area. You just shut up and all you say is, "We're here to help and we haven't forgotten about you." And basically that's it. And whatever you need, then you can talk about FEMA, you can talk about whatever. You don't make a comparison because there's no way that you can do it. And, you had one of the Gold Star mothers, and he's talking about like Bo, fought in Iraq and, came home from Iraq and died as if he
died there. Yeah.
And she was just like, he got to see his son when, he got to see his son
in his final days.
In his final days. I never got to see my son. It's not the same thing. Why is he making the comparison? And it's gotten to the point of being just every time he does it, it is absolutely cringeworthy. It's like, shut up.
And these are not gaffes.
No, they're not. No.
His words are a reflection of his mindset. If you're not a thoughtful person, your words will not be thoughtful.
Or if you're a victim of something, I'm a victim too.
I'm a bigger victim.
I'm a bigger victim, so I can relate.
He doesn't care. He's not a thoughtful person. He's thinking about Joe.
Well, speaking about Joe and Hunter and everything else, wow. We talked about the, what has happened over the last a few days and the information on David Weiss. And we talked yesterday about the New York Times story. Jonathan Turley in the New York Post here said, now it appears that the controversial sweetheart deal was actually not the first choice of U.S. Attorney David Weiss. He actually was planning to let Hunter walk without even a misdemeanor charge, despite massive unpaid taxes, gun violations, and work as an unregistered foreign agent, among other alleged crimes. Now, this is the best part of the article. This is in the New York Post, but the best part of it, and it's subtle, but it's hilarious. The reason for the change of justice, according to the New York Times, and then they have a question mark. And I know it's a question, but it's almost as if I took it as if the New York Times is writing this. According to the New York Times, those pesky whistleblowers.
Yeah.
One of the most insulting moments, and it's why you and I went after Jamie Raskin and Dan Goldman.
Yep.
Because we said they're lying. They're now the Adam Schiff and the Swalwell of the Democratic Party. Their whole purpose is to lie to the American public.
Yep.
One of the most insulting moments of the respected IRS agents that came forward was from ranking member Jamie Raskin, who mocked the allegations as part of, quote, this Inspector Clouseau-style quest for something that doesn't exist, that has turned our committee into a theater of the absurd, an exercise in futility and embarrassment. Raskin assured the public that these disagreements are routine matters in investigations, a position echoed by his junior colleague, Representative Dan Goldman of New York. The IRS agents tried to object that they had never seen anything like what had happened in this case. Then the case became anything but a laughing matter for Democrats. The plea agreement with Hunter Biden collapsed within minutes of a federal judge asking a few basic questions. When the district judge balked at sweeping language on immunity, she asked the prosecutor if he had ever seen any agreement like this one. He answered no, and the deal quickly fell apart, with Hunter Biden's lawyer finally saying, just rip it up. The language was anything but routine. Then an FBI agent spoke to Congress and confirmed testimony of the IRS agents, including that Hunter Biden was tipped off in an attempt to interview him. The agents said they were forced to sit a block away and told not to approach the house. The interview was then cut off. He described being upset and how this was not routine. The New York Times, which has spent years downplaying the Hunter Biden scandal, has published an internal account of the investigation. The Times reported that U.S. Attorney David Weiss was actually prepared to let Hunter walk without requiring a guilty plea on any charges. And by the way, and not paying a ton of back taxes either. However, that changed in the spring, around the time a pair of IRS agents on the case accused the Justice Department of hamstringing the investigation. Mr. Weiss suddenly demanded that Mr. Biden plead guilty to committing tax offenses. In other words, according to these Times, these two mocked whistleblowers by prominent Democrats prompted the Justice Department to prosecute. Why would that be? Attorney General Merrick Garland insisted that no political pressure or political considerations would affect the investigation, yet it appears that the Biden team did raise the potential embarrassment for the president and the Justice Department if Hunter faced serious charges. New emails reveal that Hunter Biden's lawyers told the prosecutors that if there were serious charges, it would be President Biden in the spotlight. Hunter's lawyer, who just asked the court to be allowed to leave Biden's team, wrote Weiss and the prosecutors that the best thing for everybody was just to walk away. This, of all cases, justifies neither the spectacle of a sitting president testifying at a criminal trial nor the potential for a resulting constitutional crisis. So the Justice Department had the Biden team warning that it needed to avoid the embarrassment for the president from any trial, while their own investigators were threatening to reveal embarrassing details on the special treatment afforded to Hunter. The solution appeared to be a plea deal that would involve minor crimes with no jail time, the appearance of prosecution without any real consequences for the Bidens, no time would be served, and again, the investigation would be shut down without further complications or controversy. Then the wheels fell off, and everybody was left in a bit of a muddle. There was no way to kill the case. There was no way to ink the original plea deal. Congress was calling Weiss and key Justice Department figures to answer questions about the investigation, the compromised investigation, and the sweetheart deal. Weiss had agreed to supply answers when he thought the plea deal was a done deal. Now that spectacle was becoming more and more likely. It got even worse. If Merrick Garland finally yielded to demands for a special counsel, the regulations specify that the person had to come from outside the Justice Department. That meant it could not be Weiss. That person would presumably start by reviewing not just the evidence, but the crimes that might have been charged years earlier. Yet the Justice Department reportedly allowed the statute of limitations to run on major crimes, including tax offenses related to the suspicious payments to Hunter Biden from Ukraine and other countries. Garland decided to violate the regulations and appoint the most controversial person, with the possible exception of Hunter himself, to offer an independent examination of the case, Weiss. Wow. For the Democratic members in Garland, this case has truly become the theater of the absurd that Raskin predicted, only no one is laughing. Jonathan Turley. Wow.
Yeah, it is.
When you actually look at it all.
Very bad.
You think about it. You haven't heard from Raskin, have you?
No.
Or Goldman the last couple of days.
No.
Because obviously, in Goldman, I mean, they don't care. I mean, they're political activists. I mean, Goldman burned Biden, and they had him out talking about Biden the next couple of days.
Yeah.
And he was the guy that burned Biden. It didn't matter. He's still out lying the next day and the next day.
You know, the polls are shaping. We've seen it. The American people know what's going on, and they feel like the Justice Department isn't handling this properly. Look, I still say that the poll numbers are low for what they should be, but they are changing. The numbers are changing. Now, we have to go back to what we talked about before. Does it reshape the political landscape? Not necessarily. Because any Democrats who look at this whole Hunter-Joe Biden thing that say, oh, no, something's wrong here, you have to assume is looking at Newsom to fill those shoes in the White House. Mm-hmm. Not Donald Trump, not DeSantis. So it doesn't reshape anything. I suspect you're going to have, if you have a number of Democrats jump on this, if this is going the way it's been going, if this momentum in this whole thing keeps going the way it is, then any reshaping is going to be, okay, yeah, well, he can't be the guy. Let's get him out so we can get Newsom.
Yeah, because I don't believe, that there was a talk earlier, and you and I have always discounted it, that, well, they just can't throw Kamala Harris out. She has to be next in line. No, she doesn't.
No,
they don't care.
No, she doesn't.
They don't care that she's a woman, minority, whatever. All they care is, who can win.
Right.
We'll dump all of them because she's part of that administration. And plus, on her own, her polling numbers are horrible, so you go to Newsom after that.
Yep.
Yeah,
and that's the way it's. And
if it keeps going this way, I'd be very surprised if they didn't throw him under the bus, even though this past weekend you still had all the Democrat operatives on all the Sunday morning news shows saying he's the most incredible president. He's done an incredible job.
Yeah.
We'll see how quickly that changes. 866-90-RED-EYE.
Smart owner-operators make every single week as profitable as possible. One trip is not enough time to be considered profitable or unprofitable, and an entire month may be too much time to manage. 1 week is the right amount of time to deal with efficiently. To do so, look at the advantages and disadvantages of every day of the week. Match trip length to the optimum day of the week. Plan to deliver on the day you have the best opportunity of getting a load. Your personal weekly plan will vary depending on the weekly delivery flow cycle of your region, typical length of haul, personal requirements, and other factors. What's important is to have a specific weekly plan that helps you be successful. Owner-Operator Business 101 is provided by Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology. For more information, go to overdriveonline.com to the Overdrive's Partners in Business section of the website for more detail on Business 101 and many other topics.
We'll be right back with more Red Eye Radio with Eric Harley and Gary McNamara.
Denny's is here to serve America's professional truck drivers, providing a hot, down-home meal on the go. Order ahead at Dennys.com today. Hours in participating restaurants may vary. If you drive a big rig, you know that if your wheels keep turning, you keep earning. That's why Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attractions, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Superior engine protection for longer engine life. Shell Rotella for the long haul. The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to once again offer our diabetes prevention program. Driving Down Diabetes is a free CDC-approved diabetes prevention program. This year-long program begins January 9th, 2023, with live webinars focusing on nutrition, movement, stress management, and sleep, while receiving encouragement and accountability. It's for those at risk for diabetes only, not for those who have already been diagnosed with diabetes. If you are an over-the-road truck driver with a valid Class A CDL and are wondering if you are at risk for diabetes, go to truckersfund.org and take the risk assessment located under the Health and Wellness tab. Driving Down Diabetes is made possible by Southern Recipe. If you have questions, email Julie at truckersfund.org. Don't let diabetes put the brakes on your career. Sign up today. Again, to sign up and get more info, go to truckersfund.org. Truckersfund.org.
If you depend on a truck to make a living, then American Trucker is for you. Every day, trucker.com is packed with information you need to keep your truck running and the money rolling. From new products to the latest in regulations, American Trucker has what you need to know. American Trucker staff knows that you are running a small business, and they work hard to bring you news and information that matters. So don't miss American Trucker's free newsletter. Go to trucker.com. That's trucker.com and sign up today.
Sponsored by Fleet Owner.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty, your local certified Realtree land pro and premier farm sales specialist. We here at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty are the only company that specializes in the sale of rural properties. And for over 97 years, United Country has been the leader in farm and land sales nationwide. We have a staff of full-time land professionals ready to go to work for you. Reach out to us today at 931-244-7126 and we'll design a marketing plan tailored just for your property. Thanks and God bless.
This is God's country.
This is Jared Menz with Eight Oaks Recovery. We are a Christian men's drug and alcohol treatment program in Lawrence County. Every Tuesday from 5 to 6 o'clock, we are going to be on the radio taking questions about addiction and addiction issues and addiction policy and the causes of addiction and how to help loved ones in need. We will help walk people through signs of addiction, and addiction can strike people at any age in our society, from teens to the elderly. And if people have questions, we will be more than happy to help them find the right direction to get the help they need.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our St. Joe location with lead campus pastor Adam Cross, where our worship gatherings start at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
When it comes to your family's health, you can count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. They're focused on keeping you at your best with annual screenings and preventative care. Having a family doctor helps you stay healthy, so our Southern Tennessee Medical Group makes it easier to find one. Call 800-424-DOCS, 800-424-3627, or visit southerntnlawrenceburg.com to find a primary care physician.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. And continuing the story that we were just talking about, House Republicans have subpoenaed the IRS investigators and Department of Justice officials involved in the Hunter Biden investigation outside the whistleblowers. Those were at the meeting in last October when Weiss said he didn't have the authority to charge because they have asked to do depositions and everything, and they've just refused.
Yeah.
To go in and interview them and do a deposition with them.
Right.
FBI, Department of Justice will not let Congress near these FBI agents, so they've subpoenaed them saying, okay, you've got to come in.
There you go. I mean, look, it couldn't be more obvious right now, and I guess you just hold the line, right? If you're the AG or the FBI director, you just keep doing what you've been doing until somebody forces your hand. Right. I mean,
that's what's happening here. It's obvious it's what's happening.
Nothing else is going to happen.
Right.
They're not going to do anything and just go, well, okay. They're not going to just change the nature of how they've been behaving. It's not going to happen.
No. You don't see an attorney general saying, yeah, this has been a big mess and we need to get to the bottom of this so it doesn't happen again. You're not even saying that.
No.
Just like, no, that's the way it is. As I've said, the message from the Department of Justice, at least to me, what I get is, screw you, America.
Yeah.
We're corrupt. We're going to continue to be corrupt until you attempt to stop us from being corrupt.
Right.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Heritage Automotive. I like my biscuits piping hot. If your biscuits are not hot enough to melt butter, then they need to be warmed up. On the other hand, if the inside of your car is hot enough to melt butter, it needs to be cooled down. It's hot outside and it's time to get your air conditioner checked by one of our certified technicians. Schedule your appointment today with Heritage Automotive by calling 762-2299 or come by and see us at 2122 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, or visit us online at heritagegm.com.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
Why would you buy or sell a home without a realtor? Would you go whitewater rafting without a life jacket? Let me protect you with all things real estate. Hi, I'm Teresa Flora with Flora Mid-South Realty, and you can reach me at 931-271-5790. Let's see how we can work together. Catch us on Tuesday mornings from 8 to 9 on 105.3, 95.3, or online at FloraRockstars.com. Flora Rockstar Power Hour, brought to you by Flora Mid-South Realty, rocking the real estate news and all things local.
This is Landon from Cloud9 Internet. Thank you for supporting our locally owned business. I want to give a brief update about changes coming soon. We will almost be doubling our service area this year by expanding to the west side of Highway 43. We are also starting a new referral program. Whenever you refer someone, you and them will receive 1 month of free internet. We would like to thank you again for choosing to support us at Cloud9 Internet, and we look forward to providing you the best and most affordable service in Lawrence County.
Flooring sets the tone throughout your home.
A one-stop flooring destination. Our new location stands alone for unequaled customer service and selection. Owner Justin Story's mastery of custom hardwood inlays means every room can have a custom look. Discover how the right choice of hardwood, laminate, carpet, or tile can set the tone in your home. Contact Floored by Justin today.
Call 931-244-6557, located at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma.
Let's make a deal. This is Jeff Hood with Keller Williams Hood Company in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. The real estate market is moving so fast, and making a mistake or a bad decision could cost you or lead to disappointment. At Keller Williams, our team of professionals are the very best at what they do, and they have the very best resources to help you make your best deal. Call us at 931-762-5816, or better yet, go to our website at kwhoodcompany.com. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, making real estate deals great again.
Professional Drivers, FPPF is the producer of the legendary fuel-powered diesel fuel treatment, available at truck stops and other retail outlets throughout North America. Visit fppf.com.
At Denny's, value starts at $5.99. Whether you're flying solo or want a chill date night on a budget, we're turning up the volume on value with delicious meals that never sacrifice flavor for a good deal. It's time to celebrate with our 70th anniversary buttermilk pancakes, our quarter-pound 100% beef burger, or everyone's favorite, the Super Slam. Looking for breakfast, lunch, dinner, or late night starting at $5.99? At Denny's, it's diner time. Price and participation may vary. No substitutions.
Were you hopeful for less chance of an inspection delay at the roadside in 2021? Compared to the 2020 pandemic year, you were disappointed as inspection likelihood rose from 2020 levels substantially. That's according to the new comprehensive analysis from Overdrive Magazine's decade-long CSA's Data Trail series. But the 2022 series update shows that state truck enforcement departments still aren't back to pre-COVID inspection levels. Learn more about this today. There are some new risks, though, in rising moving violations as well as hours of service detention. You can determine your own roadside risk with 48 state rankings in many inspection and violation categories. Download the full report via overdriveonline.com. Navigate to the regulations section to find the CSA's Data Trail 2022 update. That's overdriveonline.com in the regulations section. And check out CSA's Data Trail 2022 update today.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to once again offer its diabetes prevention program, Driving Down Diabetes. This free CDC-approved year-long program begins January 9, 2023, with live webinars focusing on nutrition, movement, stress management, sleep, and more. Sponsored by Southern Recipe, this program is for those at risk not already diagnosed with diabetes. Go to truckersfund.org, take the risk assessment located under the Health and Wellness tab, and sign up today.
You're listening to Red Eye Radio from the Uniden America Studios.
And he is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Good morning. Thanks for being here. Fox News tells Trump surrogates they are no longer welcome at the first debate.
Oh.
Supporters and surrogates of Trump, for example. I don't know if one or both of his sons were planning on going there.
Yeah.
But they wanted to be there in the spin room afterwards to be interviewed and things like that. It's like, nope, sorry.
Well, you know, what they're missing here at Fox News is the fact that there's going to be media demand for them. If they make themselves available, just like with Trump, if his sons want to be out there or any of his surrogates want to be out there, the media is going to give them all the attention they want. And you just don't want them there because what? It's disruptive? You know, it's their show. They can do whatever they want.
Here's a story Fox News reportedly informed the Trump campaign on Monday that surrogates for the former president will not be allowed to attend the first Republican primary debate. The barring of Trump surrogates from attending Wednesday's debate in Milwaukee comes one day after the former president confirmed he would not participate in the event, which will be aired on Fox News. The elder son, Donald Trump Jr., said said Monday he would be attending the showdown as a surrogate for his father. Others said they would go, like Carrie Lake, Representative Byron Donalds, Matt Gaetz, also planning to attend, and they have said members of the Trump's campaign's team and former President surrogates will still travel to Milwaukee amid the banishment and are working on a resolution with Fox News and the Republican National Committee in order to be allowed in the post-debate spin room, according to the report. Fox News and the Trump campaign did not respond to the Post's request for comment. And then I saw another story that said Fox News said no to the spin room.
All right.
There it is. Breitbart has it. Fox News bans Trump surrogates from debate spin room also.
Okay. Fine.
Fox News reportedly told the surrogates they are not allowed access to the post-debate spin room following Trump's announcement. Although Trump is not attending the first Republican primary debate, several of his surrogates are. And they just said, nope, sorry. Aides typically tout their candidates and criticize their opponents in the spin room, according to Axios. However, Fox is no longer allowing Trump's team to represent the former president in the spin room due to Trump's decision to skip the debate. I guess the point is, if he's not going to be there, you can spin for him. You just can't do it tonight.
Well, you can't do it on our turf. That's
on our turf. If he's not going to come there, why are you coming to make the case for him?
Right.
Did you see Rich Lowry's column? I think it was in the New York Post. That it's not over because Iowa is closer than you think, and because you have 73% of Republicans who believe that Trump should be debating.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I mean,
and that could be, and that's why he's giving hope that this thing isn't over yet, because they're going to be pounding on him, and it seems like he made it clear a second time he's not going to be at any of the debates. Well, how can Trump be up there and say he's going to, after this, I'm going to, I will endorse whoever the nominee is. He's not going to do that. So if he's not part of any of the debates and they pound on him, and you keep hearing over and over again, and it's in unison, and I don't know whether it will be or not, that, because I'm assuming Christie's going to come out and say he's a coward, just like Christie's been saying.
Yeah.
He's a coward. He's afraid to debate. He cannot, because if I'm a political consultant, that's what I tell my candidate. And I think it was Charles Cook who said, well, when you look at it, you may have, Christie may go after him. Ramaswamy may a little bit. He goes, but Tim Scott and Nikki Haley, and who was the other one? Pence may go after him. But he said Tim Scott, Nikki Haley. I forgot who else it was. Oh, and Ramaswamy are just there to become vice president or a member of
they're
their
running
cabinet.
For vice president,
or a member of the cabinet. That they're really not running. They know they're not running for president.
Yeah.
That the only ones that are actually running for president is Pence, DeSantis, and Chris Christie. The rest really aren't. I thought it was interesting. I think that was his opinion based on their chances. But because you and I talked about it, you said, what's Tim Scott going to do to separate himself?
Well, those are the things you have to stand out. One of the things that Ramaswamy is doing is, conveying the ideas, and it's helping him in the polls. I don't know to what extent it keeps going. One of the things that was a concern when he announced was, all right, nobody knows who you are. But people are learning clearly because he's rising in the polls. One of the questions about DeSantis is, can you build a consensus outside of Florida? There was early confidence, and whether it's built on that or anything else, that confidence seems to be waning for the moment. But that could be rebuilt after a good performance on a debate stage. But ultimately, the party, the rank-and-file voter, wants to see them all on a stage go back and forth. Now, if you've built this, if you're a fan, I hate that word, of one of the people on stage, strong supporter of one of the people on stage, and you're rooting for them, you want them on that stage, and this is the case, I'm sure, with a lot of Republicans for Trump, then you want him so he can prove himself over and over again, and that you don't look weak. I don't want my candidate looking weak. I don't want him hiding. And eventually there's going to have to be a debate. And whether it happens on separate channels or whatever, it's the back and forth is going to get a lot more intense. There's no way it's not.
And it's interesting because we've never been here before. I mean, landslide numbers of Republicans want Trump to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And these are I guess they did the polling on Republican primary voters who actually go and vote.
Yeah.
And it was like 73%. That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge number. And that's before you've had the candidates. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what, because they maybe asked the question, what do you have to say for Donald Trump not being there?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that Christie's going to come out and say he's a coward. He doesn't have the guts to come and I believe he's going to say that because he said it already. So if he has said it already, he's going to make sure he says it on that stage, and he's going to pound on it. How will the others react? Because if you're a candidate and you react, because what Trump is saying is, and I said the same thing. If I'm a political consultant, you've got that type of a lead in the polls, and if I buy that the polls are legit, I don't know if I want my candidate to be there either.
Wow.
But when you talk about it, but that's as a political consultant, most people don't think of it that way. Most people will say, well, why isn't he there? If he's up by this much and people love what he stands for, then why isn't he up there defending it?
Right.
To sit there and say, I'm not going to be up there because I may say something wrong, does that instill confidence that you're a great candidate? Or if you're up by 55 points, you'd be saying, I can't wait to be there because I can prove to the American people, or I can prove to the Republican Party that this huge lead is there for a reason, and a reason of substance, because what I did in my first administration, in my first go-around, the American people loved, and now after dealing with Joe Biden for almost 3 years, they realize what they don't want, and that's why my poll numbers are through the roof, and I'm going to defend everything that I believe in, and none of these Republicans can touch the things that I've done. Yeah, some of them done good things, but the fact is I'm the proven commodity for being able to get things done, and I can back up everything that I believe, and I will do it on stage on that night.
Yeah.
That's what most people want in the Republican Party, according to the polls from the primary voters. They want him to sit there and say, yep, because I saw a great thing. It said, and everybody relates to this. Everyone, anybody who knows anything about football relates to this. He's playing prevent defense. And what happens in a prevent defense?
Yeah, well, in poker they call it sandbagging. And, the thing is that you can only do that for so long.
And, and remember, this is now, it'll be August, September, October, November, December, and debates going on. How many debates will there be total? I don't think it's decided yet for the Republicans, but it will be significant. It'll be, 5-6 debates?
Probably, yeah. At least, yeah.
And I don't know, yesterday I was sort of feeling that this debate, remember when the Republicans in 2016, they had the two debates, the top tier and the second tier?
Right.
Yesterday I was like, is this going to have the feel of the second tier? And I don't know. The only thing that makes me think not is because Trump isn't there, which makes it interesting, because if he's not going to be there, how will they attack him, or will they not?
Well, and that's okay. One of the things would probably be, too, that you've got these bogus charges against you. These indictments are bogus. Don't shy away from being on that stage. In fact, come out and show that you haven't flinched with all of these bogus charges being thrown at you. Show your strength there, that you're not going to shy away and stay out of the public eye, because most people believe, certainly clearly most of his followers believe they're bogus. I'm going to go out on a limb and say very few support him, thinking he's also guilty of these crimes listed in the indictments.
One of the problems he has, though, is what he said, why they're not, because remember last night, he was supposed to have the irrefutable evidence that Georgia was stolen.
Right. But his
irrefutable.
But his base isn't worried about that. They don't believe any of that, that matters or whatever. They don't think he's a liability to himself, because that's basically where you go.
Where I'm going is he said I can't go because my lawyers told me not to go, which means if he's going to defend himself, he's not doing it on Monday night when he had the entire stage to himself without any cross-examination. In the debate, he would have had cross-examination for any argument that he was trying to make based on Monday. And so, as I've said, is he backing out because he will not defend it, and he admitted he won't defend it because his lawyers told him not to? And that is at a position of weakness at that point, and is it viewed by some Republicans as a position of weakness?
Well, is he still going to go on Tucker Carlson? Because that's going to be a question. That has to be one of the first questions.
Well, they said it's already been done. That was done already.
And so that has to be one of the questions that was asked. You're going to have to talk to people. You're going to have to.
Right,
now, maybe he thinks.
But as is pointed out,
his lawyers believe that he can run in the basement.
But talking to Tucker Carlson is different than Chris Christie doing the cross-examination.
That's fine, but you're still going to have to talk. I guess the liability really is him, because he's willing to talk more, even more than what he's asked to do. And that's one of his own liabilities that we've talked about for years now.
Well, that's interesting. Why would he not, when he had the complete stage and when he was bragging, we have the irrefutable evidence that Georgia is stolen. Oh, sorry, I can't do it. My lawyers told me I shouldn't.
Sure. But eventually he's going to have to. I mean, eventually he's going to have to talk.
I guess.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to, but he will.
Well, I mean, if you want to run for president, you're going to have to. Yeah.
866-90-RED-EYE.
Coming up, more with Gary McNamara and Eric Harley. It's Red Eye Radio.
Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
From the father of CB radios comes one bad mother. Eric Harley here. You've heard me talk about Uniden CBs for years now. Uniden has been the cornerstone of the trucking industry since the beginning. And even in the age of cell phones, Uniden CBs still remain the trucker's favorite. It is social media at its best. When you need the lowdown on the road ahead, you need a Uniden CB. It is one bad mother. Go to Uniden.com today or stop by your nearest Pilot Flying J.
Tom Bodette here, thinking about all the goofy stuff you only seem to find at truck stops. Somebody must be buying all those alligator eyeballs that are really just marbles, but I bet they're just delirious from driving all night. Well, if you start to think a bobblehead cow seems like a good investment, wheel on into Motel 6. There's over 1,400 locations and many have truck parking, so you can sleep on it before you buy that commemorative mud flap. I'm Tom Bodette for Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you.
Hey, owner-operators, succeed on your own terms with Mercer Transportation. Whenever, wherever, and however you prefer to run, Mercer has the support you need to make your business successful. They offer fuel discounts, fast pay after every load, plenty of freight with over 3,100 customers and over 500,000 loads per year. No company trucks to compete with, and discounts on tires, insurance, and more. Pick your loads or let their coordinators help you find the right freight. Visit mercertown.com today. mercertown.com.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. we've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the 1,000,000-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1,000,000 miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com. That's RedEyeRadioShow.com. The Red Eye Radio 1,000,000-Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio 1,000,000-Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com.
Overdrive, decades-running Pride and Polish Custom Truck Beauty Competition this year ran a little later in the truck show season than usual. The virtual competition was scheduled to put a cap on an in-person show season. Overdrive collected dozens of competitive entries in 7 categories, put them all up for an audience vote, and unveiled the winner in an online presentation this fall that you can access at overdriveonline.com. Navigate to the Pride and Polish section. Also there, read profiles of each winner as the weeks go by to close out the year. Again, that's overdriveonline.com.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Yep. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than you.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
Did you know the average cost of the nursing home is $8,500 per month? That's over $100,000 per year. If you or a loved one goes into long-term care, or if someone is already there, how are you going to pay for it? Wouldn't it be better if everything you worked for your entire life went to your family? I'm Stan Prochowski with Prochowski Estate Law, and we have solutions to this problem and many others. Call me at 931-363-7222, and we can protect your nest egg from the high cost of long-term care.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eat@strykers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty, your local certified Realtree Land Pro and premier farm sales specialist. We here at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty are the only company that specializes in the sale of rural properties. And for over 97 years, United Country has been the leader in farm and land sales nationwide. We have a staff of full-time land professionals ready to go to work for you. Reach out to us today at 931-244-7126 and we'll design a marketing plan tailored just for your property. Thanks and God bless.
This is God's country.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. Did you see that both New York and California each lost $1 trillion in assets as financial firms have fled south over the last couple of years?
Yeah. Yeah.
And New York, really, it was New York City.
Yeah, that's
$1 trillion.
That's insane.
Wow.
It really is insane. And it's because you can no longer afford to stay. We've been saying this for the longest time. And businesses and individuals have to go to where they can live. They can afford to be in business. They can make a profit if they are a business. But if you're on the left, you can't allow that.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
If you like listening to Red Eye On Demand, we have more of Eric Harley and guests for you. Download RER's Extra Mile podcast. More topics and issues discussed.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella, for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/longhaul.
At Progressive Commercial, we know a trucker's time is money, and, well, there's a lot that can impact your time on the road, like that temporary road construction that's been going on permanently. Every time those orange cones appear, the redder you turn. We can't save you from never-ending construction, but we can get you back on the road fast with our heavy truck roadside assistance, available 24/7 year-round. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Optional heavy truck roadside assistance provided by third party and subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states.
If you're a trucking industry professional, then you need to stay on top of changing regulations, equipment upgrades, and technology advancements. Fleet Owner Magazine gives you all of this and more. Written for fleet executives and managers, Fleet Owner gives you the business intelligence on operations, vehicle maintenance, regulations, and information technology you need to stay ahead. But that's not all. With its monthly print publication, daily and weekly email newsletters, and a website updated several times a day, Fleet Owner has all the latest news and information delivered to you when you want it and where you want it. From industry experts to award-winning writers and columnists, Fleet Owner is the #1 source for trucking information in North America. Remember to visit fleetowner.com every day for the latest industry news. You can also sign up to receive Newsline, their free email newsletter, and subscribe to Fleet Owner Magazine. Visit fleetowner.com. Fleet Owner, for news you can use.
You know, truck drivers play a critical role in our economy, hauling almost everything we buy. These men and women are the unsung heroes and the backbone of America. When our heroes need support, they turn to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is a 501c3 truck driver charity that steps in to cover necessity household items when an injury or illness takes a driver off the road. Learn more and donate today at truckersfund.org. That's truckersfund.org.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Another tropical storm. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. As much of Southern California and parts of Nevada clean up from Tropical Storm Hillary, a tropical depression in the Gulf of Mexico has spun up into Tropical Storm Harold.
Tropical storm warnings in effect for Corpus Christi, Rockport, Port Mansfield, also South Padre Island. To the north of that, south of Bay City, we have tropical storm watches in effect.
Meteorologist Kelly Costa at Fox Weather, who says landfall in South Texas is likely later this morning or early this afternoon. Tropical storm Franklin is expected to make landfall tomorrow morning on the southern coast of the Dominican Republic. President Biden visited the fire damage in Hawaii yesterday.
The country grieves with you, stands with you.
The president stood with local, state, and federal leaders in the middle of a once thriving Lahaina to say the federal government is ready to help families cope with loss and to help this part of Maui return. He added there is only one way to achieve that.
We will be respectful of the sacred grounds and the traditions that rebuild the way the people of Maui want to build, not the way others want to build.
In the meantime, searches and relief efforts continue, and Hawaiians continue to process this tragedy.
Fox's Colonel Scott, a federal appeals court is allowing Alabama to enforce its new law banning the use of puberty blockers and hormones to treat transgender children. A three-judge panel of the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals lifted a lower court judge's ruling that had temporarily blocked the state from enforcing the ban. Trial on a challenge to the new law is scheduled for early April. Food and Drug Administration has approved the first RSV vaccine for pregnant women to protect their newborns. Respiratory syncytial virus fills hospitals and wheezing babies every fall and winter. Pfizer's vaccine, given in late pregnancy, allows moms-to-be to develop virus-fighting antibodies, which they then pass on to their unborn children. America is listening to Fox News.
New from the Fox News Podcast Network.
I'm Emily Campagno, and this is the Fox True Crime Podcast.
And I had nothing to do with her disappearance.
I sit down with the people who lived the nightmares.
I was in shock. I was just devastated.
The investigators who tirelessly worked on the case.
And I really hope that they can catch this guy.
Bringing you closer to the story than you ever thought possible.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
These are the stories that keep you up at night.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network. Listen to the all-new Bret Baier podcast featuring Common Ground, talking to lawmakers weekly from opposite sides of the political spectrum about the issues of the day and how Americans can find common ground in a politicized world.
That's just not happening on Capitol Hill. It takes leadership, right?
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Along with all your Bret Baier favorites like the campaign, the candidates, the all-star panel, and much more. Available now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Former President Trump planning to answer charges Thursday in his Georgia indictment.
A court filing in Fulton County, Georgia, outlines conditions for a bond agreement in the criminal case accusing former President Trump with conspiracy and other election-related violations. The former president is required to surrender to law enforcement for booking later this week. An agreement reached between his legal team and district attorney's office sets bond at $200,000. Other conditions include former President Trump not violating any laws or intimidating any person known to be co-defendants or witnesses. He was charged last week in a case that also includes 18 co-defendants and dozens of unindicted co-conspirators. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
About the bond, the former president chiding the prosecutor on social media, saying she thinks I'm a flight risk. Mr. Trump will not attend the GOP candidates debate Wednesday night in Milwaukee. Newly obtained documents suggest a maneuver by Hunter Biden's legal team may have led to the now collapsed plea bargain agreement.
A newly unearthed 32-page letter reveals that Hunter's legal team at one point threatened to put the President of the United States on the stand. President Biden now unquestionably would be a fact witness for the defense in any criminal trial. That, according to Politico. Clark wrote in a 32-page letter reviewed by the paper. It reports that Hunter's lawyer warned prosecutors that, yes, they were willing to use the president as a fact witness for the defense in any criminal trial. Now, what followed was the infamous sweetheart plea deal, which, of course, eventually fell apart.
Fox's Kevin Cork. Nissan recalling more than 236,000 small cars in the U.S. because the tie rods in the front suspension can bend or break, possibly causing drivers to lose steering control. The recall covers certain Sentra compact cars from 2020 and 2022. I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and to be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our Etheridge location with lead pastor Nathan Duncan for our worship gathering starting at 10 a.m. And just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
All across America and around the planet, 866-90 Red Eye. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Oh, yeah, we're doomed. We're doomed.
Oh, we're doomed, all right.
This is just, as I was going through looking at different stories, and there's a couple of great op-ed pieces in the New York Post.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem with the New York Post is, they can be a serious news organization. They broke the Hunter Biden laptop story. And the laptop story, the next thing is, here's this Hollywood starlet in a very skimpy bikini.
Mm-hmm.
So I came upon, I don't know why I decided to read this. It must have been the last line here. Under the sex and relationships in the New York Post.
Is that like a section that they have?
Yes, it says sex and relationships, but this really isn't about sex. But you might think it is. You say, I charge married men $30,000 to be their surrogate wife. I do what wives won't. What might that be? This is interesting. And then it starts out, she'll love, honor, and obey as long as you're willing to pay. So I'm thinking, oh, she's a prostitute, right? That's the first thing that would come to your mind.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Nope. For a cool $30,000, she is assuming the position of a surrogate wife, selling herself out to married men, seeking virtual companionship from a woman who would gladly fulfill their most primitive pleasures like no other woman willingly would. I do tasks the average wives would often prefer to avoid. And I'm thinking, well, this is all virtual. What are you doing here? Where's this going? Like watching a football match on television without complaining. I'm like,
all right.
I'm like, oh, so is this going to appeal to my Purian side here, or, oh no, she will watch football with you? As a surrogate wife who only offers her services in the digital form, she has over 111,000 Instagram followers, happily caters to the emotional needs of her woefully wedded patrons when they purchase her either a 12-hour or 24-hour package. With one client, I made dinner while I accompanied him on a call, and we watched movies together. Now, she's not at his place. They're separate. She's making dinner, but he's not eating any of it. She's just making dinner. I made dinner while accompanying him on a call, and we watched movies together, adding that she never goes to the customer's home. We then watched a football match, among other little things.
Now, a football match, that sounds like not American football.
Yeah, it sounds like this is Great Britain, yeah. These men open up to me and tell me about their lives.
And I'm sure she's listening intently.
In these conversations, I realize that many of the men who are married and have families feel lonely, noting that the gloomy grooms most appreciate her independence and ability to get down and dirty with the messy tasks like changing a tire virtually.
How do you even get your hands dirty changing a virtual tire?
I don't know. I don't know. I just saw that, and I was the headline teased me into it. Oh, what's this here? Okay, let me read this. All right. Oh, you got to be kidding me! Really, this is what it is?
$30,000?
Yeah, they don't say whether that $30,000 is like a package or whether that's just for one 24-hour period.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
well, if you want to, throw away your money, I guess.
And when I
don't know, because
when I get lonely and the feeling for companionship and the cat doesn't suffice, I'll turn on YouTube for some do-it-yourself videos.
Yeah. 24 hacks you never knew about. I love those. Things you didn't know you could do with your Android phone. Yeah, I pretty much knew all those. It's like...
No, I mean, like people building their own tiny homes and stuff like that. That's what I'll end up watching.
Listen, we went out and got $24 worth of lumber.
There's one
and
guy.
6 nails.
There's one guy, and this all came up in YouTube Shuffle. I mean, it's like this guy built a massive pond in his yard. I mean, massive pond.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen the one. I mean, it's huge.
Yeah, the big round one.
Yeah, with the gravel and everything else. And,
Yeah.
and it's like, then he started talking, the last one I watched, where it's still not filled up yet.
Right.
It's still not filled up. And
he's trying to tap they were trying to tap into well water or tap a new well in the ground, and they weren't able to do that.
And so he's getting all these people saying, "What the hell? You got that kind of money to blow just to build a pond?"
Yeah, and then he lined out how much it actually cost.
You saw that, okay?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
And it was what, roughly $20,000, maybe 25 tops.
Yeah, I think $20,000, something like that is what it cost.
Throwing in some things that maybe he didn't account for, and then he talked about building a pool. What did he say? A new pool would cost $70,000 or something like that. If you put one in an existing yard, it would be $70,000. I don't know about $70,000, but let's say it would be $35,000 or $40,000. Because if you're going to do an in-ground pool, you're probably going to pay that.
Yeah, it's probably $50,000 now with inflation. When I built,
maybe.
Mine's like 30. I put mine in my mortgage when I had a mortgage.
Yeah.
Yay! But so that would have been 16 years ago, and mine's about 36 feet long, kidney shaped, and that was $32,000 back then. So, and I've heard they've gone up tremendously in price, though.
Well, and it's a lot more difficult too if you're building it after the home's already in place.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, mine was, I didn't do any landscaping for the backyard. And the day, they had come out and surveyed everything beforehand. And so I signed on my house like on a Saturday. On a Monday, they were digging.
Yeah.
So they knew where everything was, and it was, and they got it done, quite quickly.
Right.
The funny thing is, when I were building, I remember looking at it and thinking to myself, "Oh boy, yeah, it's not as large as I thought." And it is now that I swim in it all the time. It's like, wow, it's a pretty. Now, I mean, it doesn't have a lot of gallons. It's not like 10 feet. It's only 5.5 feet, so it's only like 13,500 gallons. So
yeah, I have a friend who
which
built
is technically a small pool, but it's just.
I have that's what I had. It was 13,300 gallons. Kidney shape. Yeah. A friend of mine built a lake, and it is a small lake. It's several acres large. It's pretty big for a personal lake. It's bigger than I would have gone, and Mother Nature filled it up in 2015 when we got all those floods in the spring of 2015.
Oh, yeah.
Because I kept asking him, dude, how are you going to get the water? It'll rain. At some point, it'll rain. And by the way, leading up to that, we hadn't had that kind of rain, I don't know, 100 years? I don't know. It was decades since we had that. And he got it. And then the Army Corps of Engineers tried to go after him under the whole WOTUS thing.
Oh.
And if it weren't for the Trump administration, he probably would have paid hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Wow.
He didn't build it illegally. They came in and retroactively made a rule. And that rule ultimately was undone during the Trump years. And so he got a grandfathered in letter from Army Corps.
The other guy was a guy who built like it's a pond, but more of a pond pool. And I know he's got, for example, he's got, he's pumping water in, he's recirculating it, but I couldn't find out if he was actually putting chlorine into it or just filtering and recirculating it.
No, what you're doing is you're oxygenating, and a number of people are doing this now because if you don't, you're going to get a tremendous amount of bacteria. You're basically going to get some dead water if you don't oxygenate. And so they bring in these pumps that will help to oxygenate, and then you can populate. My buddy doesn't have to do that, but he populated with some smallmouth bass, maybe largemouth.
Well, no, this
and
guy
catfish and everything.
This guy was calling it a pond pool because the first thing they did was swim in it.
Yeah,
and so they were swimming in it, and I was like, okay. And then they had the pipe that was at the bottom. It's a flexible hose.
Yeah,
they were bringing it up and shooting it up into the air. But this thing is in the bottom, and they said it's moving very quickly to keep anything from settling at the bottom.
Right. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, but they never went into whether it's a pump filter, whether they're just whether they plan on using it as a pool or just
and you
decorative
can
pond.
keep it clean enough to swim in, like a lake, like a small lake. I'd be careful about that.
So
I'd be afraid of a number of warm water
flesh-eating
bacteria.
diseases.
Yeah, and that's the problem with fresh water, is that you have those. That's not a small thing, and if you can't detect it, it's it works or goes to work very quickly on humans.
But I would like to find out that $30,000 for the virtual wife.
Yeah.
What the 30,000? Not that I'm interested. I mean, just I want to know what the return on the investment is.
Well, honestly, it sounds like a weird fetish.
Yeah,
it's just a weird.
No
fetish.
doubt.
Hey, what are you cooking? Hey, do you think you might change a tire anytime soon? I mean, it just sounds like a bizarre fetish.
Will you watch a game with me?
Yeah, right. Because it's like, watch a game and not disrupt the game.
All right.
Well, if you don't, here's the thing. You can already do that. I'll save you $30,000 if you're looking to watch a game. You can just turn off your computer.
Very quickly, what I'm going through right now, I discovered, especially when I got my new TV about a year and a half ago, and I got my new cat. And anything that's an animal on there, she recognizes.
Yeah.
So I actually found YouTube videos just for cats. And now she's waiting every morning that I wake up. She's sitting in front of the TV.
Yeah.
I have to turn on the TV.
Yeah.
I have to share my TV with the cat. And then but I can't put squirrels. It has to be just birds only. If there's squirrels, I've got a great Sonos surround sound system, and my sound bar is on little pads, and I thought she could never move it, being roughly a 12-pound cat, and this thing probably is 50 pounds, and it sits on these pads. She jumped up and with her front paws, pulled that thing right off, and boom!
Yeah.
Now, luckily, it hit the carpeting, so it wasn't damaged. I'm like, okay, no more squirrels for you, but every single day she wants to watch cat TV.
I was, one time a few years ago, I was watching this video, and they were doing, it was a viral video, pretty funny, of a pig calling contest. So I go to play the winner, and I've got my laptop there, and I go to play the winner. My dog pounced on the bed to figure out what was going on, either with me or that little laptop thing. She was freaking out. So I'm careful about how loud I play things now. Yeah. She's ready to go to work.
Yeah.
By the way, fourth time the other day, a coyote in my lawn.
Wow.
Front lawn.
Really?
Going home, Yep. Can't get into the backyard.
Is it desperation looking for food, water?
It's a female, and I'm guessing she is. I'm guessing she's looking for water. She's looking for anything. But we have a creek that's hundreds of years old, a half a block away. So I don't know. Critters, something. She's looking for food or something. But she goes on her way the moment I pull up. Wow. Yeah, it's kind of creepy.
866-90-RED-EYE.
Lines open for your calls. 866-90-RED-EYE on Red Eye Radio.
Listen to Red Eye Radio wherever you are with the Red Eye Radio app. Available on Android and iPhone. Download it now from the App Store or by visiting us at RedEyeRadioshow.com.
Want a squeaky clean fuel system for your diesel? Today's your lucky day. Use Howe's Diesel Defender with IDX4, the strongest, most effective cleaning agent you can find in a fuel additive. Destroy the toughest carbon deposits and clean your entire fuel system in just 3 treatments with Howe's Diesel Defender. A clean fuel system means optimal performance and increasing your fuel economy by 5% or more. Guaranteed. Howe's Diesel Defender for every diesel.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioshow.com. That's RedEyeRadioshow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioshow.com.
The Trucker Jobs Magazine is your monthly source for finding a great truck driving job in today's market. The Trucker Jobs Magazine has informative features to help you manage a business, stay safe on the roads, and keep up with the latest regulations affecting trucking. It also has fascinating stories about truckers like you. Pick up a free copy of the Trucker Jobs Magazine at one of almost 400 truck stops across the country. Or you can visit thetrucker.com for the digital edition today.
Sponsored by the Trucker Media Group.
Hey folks, this is Jace Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
This is Jared Menz with 8 Oaks Recovery. We are a Christian men's drug and alcohol treatment program in Lawrence County. Every Tuesday from 5 to 6 o'clock, we are going to be on the radio taking questions about addiction and addiction issues and addiction policy and the causes of addiction and how to help loved ones in need. We will help walk people through signs of addiction, and addiction can strike people at any age in our society, from teens to the elderly. And if people have questions, we will be more than happy to help them find the right direction to get the help they need.
If you're a smoker or former smoker, 55 or older, a low-dose CT lung cancer scan at Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski could be a lifesaver. This simple screening can detect lung cancer early when treatment is most effective. Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski. Count on us. Take our free lung health assessment at southerntnpulaski.com.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Heritage Automotive. Do you know how dangerous it is to be stuck on the side of the road? According to the internet, there's only a couple things more dangerous, like a nuclear explosion, or falling off the top of a skyscraper, or even a zombie apocalypse. Now, we can't do anything about a nuclear explosion or falling off of a skyscraper, or even a zombie apocalypse, but we can help keep you off the side of the road. Come by and see one of our certified technicians and check out your car before you go on vacation. Come see us at 2122 North Locust Avenue right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, or visit us online at heritagegm.com.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Coming up following the bottom of the hour. Really interesting here. Charles Gasparino, you've seen him. I think he's on Fox Business News. He was talking about the Biden family, and he said, really haven't paid much attention to it, but now I do because now it's a banking issue. And he goes through everything. Well, a couple of things that he brings up that I thought was just absolutely fascinating. The other thing is Congress. Here it is. Congress barrels towards shutdown as Freedom Caucus opposes stopgap spending bill. It's one of the problems, as we pointed out, that nobody's talking about 2024. That Republicans are going to look to cut the spending that's happening, and the Democrats are going to promote the fact that they're going to take care of you now while the Republicans want to cut. The Republicans are actually doing the more responsible thing, looking out for the future, but the Democrats are banking on the fact that the American public will be concerned about their short-term interest, which is what can the government give me now, and not what's in best for the long-term interest of the country.
Right.
And that's one thing that hasn't been talked about for 2024 that you have to have some Republicans worried about. Because the American public claims they want fiscal responsibility as long as it doesn't affect them.
Well, that's the thing, is that it's almost like sitting down with them, a 25-year-old, and saying, let's talk retirement.
Yeah. You know what the right thing is to say.
Yeah. I mean, you know that you should be doing it, and they'll go, yeah, I should, but are you almost done? Because I got to go. You're just going to get that reaction. It's quite unfortunate, but that's where we are as a nation. Even, you could even say that it's like sitting down with some 50 or 55-year-olds and saying, hey, let's talk retirement. And they give you the same reaction when it comes to austerity. Because we're at a point where, and the reason I bring that up is because you look at it, and we brought you story after story after story after story, how so many people are not prepared for their retirement, even at 50, 55 years old, right? And you think to yourself, okay, if they haven't gotten really concerned about their retirement, do they worry about the nation's debt? Do they worry about what Congress is spending? Not even close.
No, they really don't. They say they do.
Now they'll tell you, yeah, they'll repeat all the right. They'll shake their head and say, "Oh no, you're right," and they know it, but yet there's not going to be a change. And politically, what can you actually promote?
We have served this community for more than 118 years.
You've trusted us as First Volunteer Bank and First Bank of Dalton and Calhoun.
We're locally owned, and all our decisions are based on soundness for you and our community.
And we know you by name.
We've always been built well. Now our name says so.
We invite you to discover why we're Built Well Bank.
Member FDIC.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart Pharmacy.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, Sheriff's Office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
Hey y'all, this is Shelby Lee Lowe, and I'm here to tell y'all about my friends at Flora Mid-South Realty. Teresa and her gang are the perfect group to help you out with all of your real estate needs. So call Teresa at Flora Mid-South Realty.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
Where there's country. This is Landon from Cloud9 Internet. Thank you for supporting our locally owned business. I want to give a brief update about changes coming soon. We will almost be doubling our service area this year by expanding to the west side of Highway 43. We are also starting a new referral program. Whenever you refer someone, you and them will receive 1 month of free internet. We would like to thank you again for choosing to support us at Cloud9 Internet, and we look forward to providing you the best and most affordable service in Lawrence County.
Flooring sets the tone throughout your home.
A one-stop flooring destination. Our new location stands alone for unequaled customer service and selection. Owner Justin Story's mastery of custom hardwood inlays means every room can have a custom look. Discover how the right choice of hardwood, laminate, carpet, or tile can set the tone in your home. Contact Floored by Justin today.
Call 931-244-6557, located at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma.
32. Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
At Progressive Commercial, we know a trucker's time is money, and, well, there's a lot that can impact your time on the road. Like that driver who's too busy belting out show tunes to realize the light turned green 2 choruses ago. Yeah, that's not a call for an encore she's hearing. We can't save you from singing drivers, but we can get you back on the road fast with our heavy truck roadside assistance available 24/7 year-round. See if you can save at ProgressiveCommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Optional heavy truck roadside assistance provided by third party and subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioshow.com. That's RedEyeRadioshow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioshow.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to once again offer its diabetes prevention program, Driving Down Diabetes. This free CDC-approved year-long program begins January 9, 2023, with live webinars focusing on nutrition, movement, stress management, sleep, and more. Sponsored by Southern Recipe, this program is for those at risk not already diagnosed with diabetes. Go to truckersfund.org, take the risk assessment located under the Health and Wellness tab, and sign up today.
Gary McNamara and Eric Harley taking your calls. 1-866-90-RED-EYE.
And he is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. So, yeah, just reading here, Charles Gasparino, the financial guy, talking about, and it's interesting because I haven't seen much of him talk about this. Normally he's talking, anytime he's talking, it's about, economic stuff.
Right.
From Wall Street. Goes, money trail can expose Biden family cover-up. And he says that, this isn't really something that I've been, talking about. And he said, because that's not what I cover. He says, follow the money. It's the first lesson of white-collar prosecution 101. And that's what we have stated all along.
Yep.
Now that we've gotten to all the people and the laptop and everything else, what does the banking stuff say? Because that's where the case really is. He said that's the first lesson of white-collar prosecution 101. Yet there are serious questions whether David Weiss, the recently appointed special prosecutor in charge of the Hunter Biden corruption probe, performed that simple task. If Weiss failed, it could be a greater crime than anything Donald Trump has done. In fact, white-collar attorneys tell me it suggests one of the biggest cover-ups since Watergate at the highest levels of U.S. government. The most damaging stuff on Hunter's laptop were not all of those photos of Hunter doing drugs and hanging out with naked hookers. I wonder if they cost $30,000. Instead, it's the paper trail of his manifold business entities that serves as vehicles for his influence peddling with shady foreign partners. Hunter made a lot of money representing himself to these people as an expert in oil or whatever else he was touting. As we all know, his real value was his last name and access to one of the most powerful people in the world, his dad, Joe Biden. It should be a prosecutor's dream. The target, a well-to-do son of a big-name politician, is running a string of suspicious multi-million-dollar outfits, taking in bundles of cash from China, Ukraine, Russia, and God knows where else. The sordid mess caught the attention of the FBI after the target's laptop was turned over to the feds. Joe Biden, vice president to Obama at the time, was investigating corruption in Ukraine, while Hunter was working with the Ukrainian oil company, itself investigated for bribery. Emails from the target suggest he needs to pay off his old man, the big guy, when deals are done. Meanwhile, banks are always suspicious that money is being laundered and or used in nefarious schemes. In this case, the target's activities left a paper trail miles long because he's dealing in big bucks. Transactions above $10,000, particularly those with overseas entities, are closely monitored by major banks under a variety of laws. But the denouncement to all of this is the following: a bizarre, cushy deal offered up by Weiss in which Hunter gets to plead guilty to failing to pay his taxes for 2 years, presumably when he was high on coke. He's also guilty on gun charges, because what self-respecting cokehead with a hooker habit would be without an illegal firearm? Suspicious? You're not alone. For the record, I pretty much stayed out of the Hunter circus because I cover finance and banking. But I was told last week by several of my sources that this is one huge banking story. Maybe Weiss did the legwork with the banks and found nothing. But every high-level white-collar lawyer I spoke to, some of them former prosecutors, told me they doubt Weiss even took the basic steps in tracing the Hunter money trail because the end result was so lame. This means getting subpoenas for bank records between the first son and the creeps across the globe, and since he's at it, taking a look at the president's bank accounts as well as for kickbacks on possible influence peddling. One source told me, and this is one of the questions, this is why, it's like the banking experts really haven't been talked to on this at all. You really haven't gotten their point of view.
Right.
Because the media has been so good in simply saying this was Hunter Biden, ignoring the 20 LLCs, ignoring the bank accounts, and ignoring the other 9 Biden family members that got cash.
Comer had banking experience, but obviously you're not going to listen to Comer based on his current position. I mean, if you're mainstream. Yeah.
But you had said it the other day, and you were the first one that put it this way. You said they're still trying to say that it was, and this was Jamie Raskin, this was the illusion of influence.
Right.
And that Hunter Biden, and this is now the new narrative, there really hasn't been a narrative the last couple of days since a lot of this new news has come out. They haven't been able to, I don't think they know what the new talking point should be on this.
Right.
But it was, Hunter Biden was just basically using his father. He was the bad guy. He was a coke addict. It was the appearance of the illusion of influence. And you made the great point when you said, yeah, but they're forgetting the other 9 family members.
Right.
That if Hunter was using his father and manipulating his father, then it means that the entire Biden family, everybody closest to the president, was using him as an illusion of influence, and all getting massive amount of cash through fake companies. And so they were all using Joe Biden, and Joe Biden had no idea, because he's completely clueless, that his whole family was manipulating him. And you were the first one to bring it up and put it in that context last week.
And that's it. You're going to try and separate Hunter from Joe, but you can't do that without separating the rest of the family from Joe as well and lumping them with Hunter.
And you and I asked this question a bunch of different times, and Charles Gasparino has this here. He says, as one source told me, every bank in America knows where money is coming from and where it's going. Based on what we've seen, it doesn't look like Weiss subpoenaed Hunter or the president's bank records. If the U.S. attorney, who has been looking at this for years, doesn't know the sources of the money, that's incredible, because banks have that info handy. Why would Weiss lay down for the Bidens? Good question. He was appointed a U.S. attorney to Delaware, the Biden's home state, by Trump. Then again, he now works for Joe Biden's attorney general, Merrick Garland. And the D.C. swamp makes for some strange bedfellows. Recall the Trump-hating ex-FBI director James Comey was once a Republican and may still be, as far as I know. No, he's not. So I lobbed a call into Weiss to inquire if he ever looked into the Biden money trail kept at the banks. Luckily, his crappy plea deal was recently nixed by a federal judge who found it suspiciously lame. Unluckily, Garland recently gave Weiss a second chance as a special prosecutor to look into the stuff he presumably couldn't or wouldn't during his 4-year probe. Luckily, again, the GOP took the House in the midterms, and an investigation by the Oversight Committee run by James Comer has turned up all sorts of interesting stuff, including Joe Biden's seemingly more than casual relationship with Hunter's suspect business. According to testimony provided by Devin Archer, a former Hunter crony, Joe Biden appeared to have lied, not knowing what Hunter did for a living. He was on the calls with some of those foreign types from whom Hunter has been seeking millions of dollars. But he goes into everything. He says, but who needs Joe's recollection of the events or even their testimony? Get the bank records. That'll tell you everything.
Right.
And Comer was on Sunday Morning Future saying they're being stalled at the bank records at every single turn.
I'm guessing they are, because, again, everything that comes out, every reveal in terms of evidence is a huge hit. We've gone from, I don't know anything about my son's business, to, well, yeah, I mean, I knew about my son's business, to, I didn't receive the money. In a fairly short period of time. It wasn't, what, a month, 4 or 5 weeks ago, they were still saying he didn't know anything about his son's business?
Yeah, he'd never spoken to his son about the business, didn't know anything about his son's business, never talked to anybody in his son's businesses, and knew nothing. And we knew that was a lie.
Yeah, and this is the problem. And we knew that if you get the bank records, if you can demonstrate the flow of money, then it's about as close to being over as it can be. And there's no doubt in my mind they're going to continue to stall on this. Because they know. We've said from the beginning, follow the money. The money flow will tell the story. And there's no way you can deny it.
And it's not just any type of coincidence or just happenstance that the Democrats never mention the 20 LLCs or the money flowing to nine family members.
Right.
They never bring it up. The media never brings it up because they can't. But the American public knows about it, and that's why the American public believes that Biden is corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
And what was it, 63% believe that, was it the last one? 63% believe that that Joe Biden is illegally covering up what happened.
Right.
That's why.
Yep.
And so the Democrats can sit there all they want, but if you can't answer the question, or if you make the case that it was simply Hunter on coke and Joe had nothing to do with it and didn't know anything and was just being manipulated by his poor son, and he realizes he was manipulated by his poor son, but he loves him so much.
He loves him so much.
And this
he was
is a
blinded.
difference.
He was blinded by love.
Right. And you ignore the money trail of the accounts going through 20 LLCs to 9 different Biden family members, including grandchildren. How does that happen? And if Hunter Biden is doing it without Joe, then everyone is in on it, and everyone knew what Hunter was doing. Everybody is corrupt and using Joe, and Joe has no idea that any of this is going on. Does anybody buy that? How about no? Does any Democrat buy that? No. That's why they won't. If they don't bring it up, if they don't talk about it, then they don't have to talk about it.
Yep.
And that's where we are right now. So it will be interesting to see what happens from this point on. And that's the thing that hasn't been talked about much that you and I have asked those questions on constantly, which is, what are the white-collar lawyers that have done this? They got to look at this and say, my God.
Yeah.
Because you see it. You see the whole thing, the bank accounts, the 20 different fake companies set up just to transfer money. And everybody goes money laundering.
Right.
Every bank goes money laundering. That's why the SARS reports all came out. Right. They all know it.
Right. I mean, it has been clear from the beginning. If there's wrongdoing, the flow of the money will show everything. It will tell the entire story.
866-90-RED-EYE.
Get in touch with Red Eye Radio, toll free at 866-90-RED-EYE.
Progressive Commercial Insurance protects truck owners with specialized coverages for heavy trucks. Get a quote in as little as 5 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Professional drivers, FPPF is the producer of the legendary fuel-powered diesel fuel treatment. Ultra-low sulfur and biodiesel may be great for the environment, but they also contain high levels of water and other contaminants. FPPF Fuel Power in the little white bottle is a highly concentrated year-round fuel additive that eliminates water, prevents fuel icing, improves mileage and power, all for a minimal cost. Fuel Power, available at truck stops and other retail outlets throughout North America. Visit FPPF.com.
Hi, Tom Bodette here. If you've logged as many highway miles as me, you've seen billboards claiming the world's best something or other, like the world's best peach pie, chicken gravy pancakes, or the world's best or least worst truck stop bathroom. Well, believe me when I say the world's best night stay is at a Motel 6. Many even have truck parking for all you world's best drivers out there. I'm Tom Bodette, and we'll leave the light on for you.
Hey, owner-operators, succeed on your own terms with Mercer Transportation. Whenever, wherever, and however you prefer to run, Mercer has the support you need to make your business successful. They offer fuel discounts, fast pay after every load, plenty of freight with over 3,100 customers and over 500,000 loads per year. No company trucks to compete with, and discounts on tires, insurance, and more. Pick your loads or let their coordinators help you find the right freight. Visit mercertown.com today. mercertown.com. The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to once again offer our diabetes prevention program. Driving Down Diabetes is a free CDC-approved diabetes prevention program. This year-long program begins January 9th, 2023, with live webinars focusing on nutrition, movement, stress management, and sleep, while receiving encouragement and accountability. It's for those at risk for diabetes only, not for those who have already been diagnosed with diabetes. If you are an over-the-road truck driver with a valid Class A CDL and are wondering if you are at risk for diabetes, go to truckersfund.org and take the risk assessment located under the Health and Wellness tab. Driving Down Diabetes is made possible by Southern Recipe. If you have questions, email Julie at truckersfund.org. Don't let diabetes put the brakes on your career. Sign up today. Again, to sign up and get more info, go to truckersfund.org. Truckersfund.org.
Overdrive, decades-running pride and polished custom truck beauty competition this year ran a little later in the truck show season than usual. The virtual competition was scheduled to put a cap on an in-person show season. Overdrive collected dozens of competitive entries in 7 categories, put them all up for an audience vote, and unveiled the winner in an online presentation this fall that you can access at overdriveonline.com. Navigate to the pride and polish section. Also there, read profiles of each winner as the weeks go by to close out the year. Again, that's overdriveonline.com.
Let's make a deal. This is Jeff Hood with Keller Williams Hood Company in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. The real estate market is moving so fast, and making a mistake or a bad decision could cost you or lead to disappointment. At Keller Williams, our team of professionals are the very best at what they do, and they have the very best resources to help you make your best deal. Call us at 931-762-5816, or better yet, go to our website at kwhoodcompany.com. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, making real estate deals great again.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Yeah. It's because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you get one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
This is Stan Prochowski with Prochowski Estate Law and Prochowski Elder Law. Tune into my show, Bulletproof Estate Planning, on WDXE in Lawrence County on 105.3 and 95.3 FM every Friday morning from 8 to 9 a.m. This is the show where we discuss everything estate planning, last will and testament, living trust, special needs trust, asset protection trust, and 10-care eligibility. See you Friday morning for the next episode of Bulletproof Estate Planning.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
It's Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. That's going to be interesting to see what happens now, because really, I know they're going to be bringing in more people to take depositions and testify, and we heard that Hunter and Joe would eventually have to testify. Comer talked about that, but it really all comes down to the banking records.
Yeah, because, you know, again, once you can go back and you can trace that money, the source of the money, then you can put together the timeline of any actions that were taken by then Vice President Biden. And then, you know, I mean, you start asking the very basic questions. All right, why was this money coming into all these family members at this level? And then where did the money go after it landed? So you look at all those LLCs that were set up. Okay, then what? Are we to believe that all of those LLC accounts are still fully funded or have that money still sitting in them? I'd find that hard to believe, but maybe it is the case. And if it is not the case, then where did the money travel to after it landed? It will tell the entire story. And it won't be deniable.
And that may be why the Republicans are talking about impeachment inquiry, because if they do that, then those records have to be released to them.
Yep.
At that point.
Right.
Or there's more clout for judges to say, yes, they need to be released.
Right.
Because remember, you're limited on time.
Yeah.
You know, they can stall these things for a long time.
Yes, they can.
And, you know, another year and a half for, it'd be a year and a half left.
Yeah.
Democrats believe, look, we can wait this out and we can take the House back, and then it disappears again.
Right. Yep.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
You are listening to Red Eye Radio, live from the Uniden America studio. Uniden, social media at its best. Go to uniden.com today.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella, for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/longhaul.
When you eat in the Denny's booth, you find that time moves like nowhere else. With one bite, everything stops. Every hurry and worry comes to a pause that seems to last forever. And now, our new Diner Classics Plus menu mashes the past and the future to bring you yum-believable time-warping flavor. Like the new spicy moons over my hammy with savory chorizo and jalapenos. Or the red, white, and blue buttermilk pancakes that pause the world around you. Whether breakfast, lunch, dinner, or anything in between, at Denny's, it's diner time. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
Were you hopeful for less chance of an inspection delay at the roadside in 2021? Compared to the 2020 pandemic year, you were disappointed as inspection likelihood rose from 2020 levels substantially. That's according to the new comprehensive analysis from Overdrive Magazine's decade-long CSA's Data Trail series. But the 2022 series update shows that state truck enforcement departments still aren't back to pre-COVID inspection levels. Learn more about this today. There are some new risks, though, in rising moving violations as well as hours of service detention. You can determine your own roadside risk with 48 state rankings in many inspection and violation categories. Download the full report via overdriveonline.com. Navigate to the regulations section to find the CSA's Data Trail 2022 update. That's overdriveonline.com in the regulations section. And check out CSA's Data Trail 2022 update today.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund invites all over the road Class A CDL holders to join our smoking cessation program, Rigs Without Cigs. Participants receive tools to assist in quitting, along with support and accountability from the program manager and others in the program. Incentive packages are offered by the Road Pro family of brands for all who stop using tobacco through the Rigs Without Cigs program. Go to truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab and sign up for Rigs Without Cigs.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Touring the devastation, I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. President Biden and the First Lady visiting the fire-ravaged island of Maui yesterday.
First, they did an aerial tour by helicopter in Lahaina. Then they walked through some of the hardest hit areas by foot and stood beneath Lahaina's famous and historic 150-year-old banyan tree. The president promises federal funds to rebuild Lahaina.
We will be respectful of the sacred grounds and the traditions that rebuild the way the people of Maui want to build, not the way others want to build.
We've been talking to some business owners and some locals here around this island, and they are asking us to relay the message that Maui is open, that you can visit it with respect right now.
Fox's Matt Finn. 850 people are still listed as unaccounted for. Hawaii's Governor Josh Green says many of the buildings were reduced to ash by the fires. That means some of the missing may never be found. Cleanup continues in Southern California from the area's first worst tropical storm in more than 80 years.
We will approach our recovery with the same intensity as we approached our preparation.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, there is still the threat of mudslides. However, all of the rain reduces the chance for wildfires. The National Hurricane Center says a tropical depression in the Gulf of Mexico has now become Tropical Storm Harold.
Likely going to make landfall Tuesday morning or early Tuesday afternoon in South Texas, and it is going to bring a whole lot of just really heavy rain across South Texas throughout the day.
Fox weather meteorologist Kelly Costa, the Dominican Republic is bracing for Tropical Storm Franklin, expected to move ashore from the south tomorrow. Alabama's new law that blocks treating minors with puberty blockers or hormone therapy can continue to be enforced. A federal appeals court has overturned a lower court ruling that had blocked the law. A trial is scheduled next spring and a lawsuit to permanently block the law. America is listening to Fox News.
Jason in the House, the Jason Chaffetz podcast. There is always someone doing something stupid somewhere. Dive deeper than the headlines and the party lines as I take on American life, politics, and entertainment. Join me, Jason Chaffetz, every Wednesday as I shed light on the news and make some predictions along the way. You never know who will drop in. Subscribe now on foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
Former President Trump says he will surrender Thursday in Atlanta for his booking and arraignments on his racketeering indictment in Fulton County related to his response to the 2020 election. The prosecutor demanding he post $200,000 bond to guarantee he'll show up for trial. Mr. Trump has called the charges election interference. Former president says he will not attend tomorrow night's GOP debate in Milwaukee, but at least 8 other candidates will.
The anticipation is building big time here in the city of Milwaukee as some of these candidates have been taking shots at each other in the media in recent days and weeks, and in less than 48 hours, they are all going to be on stage together face to face. In the meantime, we're getting some new polling out of the state of Iowa. Former President Trump still with a big lead in the Hawkeye state, coming in at 42%. Governor Ron DeSantis behind him at 19%. They're the only two breaking double digits right now. So if you're one of these other candidates in the single digits, you're likely looking at this debate as a potential time to have a moment and break out and start moving up those rankings as the Iowa caucuses are now less than 6 months away.
Fox's Bill Maloogian. New research from the Centers for Disease Control says firearm deaths for people under the age of 18 in the U.S. reached a record number in 2021.
A newly published study based on data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention finds in 2021 there were nearly 4,800 U.S. pediatric firearm deaths, up nearly 9% from the year prior. 85% of those who died from guns in 2021 said to be males 19 years old and younger, and nearly 50% children of color, with study authors saying the death rate was 11 times higher for black children compared with white children. They go on to explain spikes in firearm purchasing during the pandemic were substantial, resulting in roughly 30 million children living in households with firearms, what they call a known risk factor for pediatric firearm injury. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
And I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
Hi, this is Brandy Burdette with Bank of Frank Ewing in Lawrenceburg. Free checking with monthly rewards? It's possible with Bank of Frank Ewing. With free Kasasa checking, you'll earn rewards you really want, like high interest rates or rewards on your purchases every month. Plus, there's no minimum balance to earn your rewards, and we'll refund your ATM fees nationwide. Free Kasasa checking, just another way of showing how much we appreciate your business. Contact Bank of Frank Ewing to learn more. Member FDIC.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty, your local certified Realtree Land Pro and premier farm sales specialist. We here at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty are the only company that specializes in the sale of rural properties. And for over 97 years, United Country has been the leader in farm and land sales nationwide. We have a staff of full-time land professionals ready to go to work for you. Reach out to us today at 931-244-7126 and we'll design a marketing plan tailored just for your property. Thanks and God bless.
This is God's country.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
All across America and around the planet, we are Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Good morning. Download our app today and listen when and where you want. If you can't listen live overnight, our Red Eye Radio app, an exclusive free product of Red Eye Radio.
You could pay us. We're not going to object to you paying us money, but you don't have to.
You and I both saw the same stories yesterday. There were two stories in the Wall Street Journal. Car prices might be unsustainable for buyers. And then the other one, the electric vehicle bubble starts to deflate.
Yeah.
We'll start with the electric vehicle bubble here. And they write, it's ironic to say that the U.S. is seeking to imitate China's economic model at the moment that its industrial policy fractures. Look no further than its collapsing electric vehicle bubble, which is a lesson in how industries built by the government often also fail because of government. Tesla last week slashed its price in China to boost sales in an overly saturated EV market. In July, Tesla and other automakers in China agreed to stop their EV price war, only to scrap the ceasefire days later, owing to government antitrust concerns. While lower prices may benefit consumers, automakers in China are bleeding red ink and going bust. A plethora of Chinese EV startups launched in the past decade, fueled by government money, including consumer incentives and direct financing. Automakers churned out EVs to suck up the subsidies. Giant property developer Evergrande Group launched an EV unit as its real estate empire began to implode, and now the EV unit is foundering as well. About 400 Chinese electric car makers have failed in the past year as Beijing reduced industry subsidies while ramping up production mandates. Scrapyards around China are littered with EVs whose technology has become outdated. Wow. Reminiscent of its unoccupied housing developments created by government-driven investment. Beijing recently extended an EV sales tax exemption to soften the industry's problem. Automakers are nonetheless having to slash prices to sell the cars they are required to make, which is eroding margins. China's EV mandate is similar to those imposed by California, and the Biden administration and especially punishes the West's traditional fossil fuel automakers. Volkswagen's joint venture in China this month announced $8,200 in incentive for its ID.6X model. GM Chevrolet dealers in China are discounting EVs by more than 25%. Although EVs now make up a third of auto sales in China, supply still far exceeds demand. This gap will likely grow as Chinese consumption weakens. As with real estate, Chinese government support inflated EV investment and misallocated capital that could have been put to more productive uses. Now comes the destruction that invariably follows the government creation, which may be a harbinger for the U.S. as the Biden administration emulates China's EV industrial policy. So Cox Automotive report this month that EV inventory has swelled to 103 days of supply in the U.S., about double that of gas-powered cars. Automakers and dealers are discounting EVs to sell their growing supply. The average EV price paid by consumers has fallen 20% compared to a year ago to $53,000, driven by Tesla's price cuts and dealer incentives. Ford recently reduced its EV production targets as its losses and unsold inventory grow. At the end of June, it had 116 days of unsold Mustang Mach-E's, and GM's electric Hummer had more than 100 days of supply, and this in a growing economy.
Yeah.
Traditional automakers will have to continue raising prices on gas-powered cars to compensate for their EV losses.
Yeah, and you're reaching a threshold there, too. You just simply are. Once that threshold is reached, then everyone is going to be looking at just keeping their car longer. And then what do you do?
And United Auto Workers executive said on Sunday that the Ram 1500 trucks, the company is threatening to move to Mexico from suburban Detroit in order to reduce costs because they can't make a profit on it.
Yeah.
The EV jobs President Biden touts will come at the cost of union jobs building gas-powered vehicles.
I said this the other day. We were talking about manufacturing and everything else. Where do you think this is going to go? Where do you think these mandates are going to go? It's going to make it enormously expensive for these companies. And when those profits start leaving, so do the job. I said that the other day. And that's exactly what's going to happen. You're not going to be building cars in the U.S. You'll build them anywhere else because you simply can't make a profit. Keep in mind, during the 2008 cash bleeding of domestic OEMs, where were their profits in their foreign arms? Their foreign divisions were making the profits. If it weren't for that, then at that point, well, they wouldn't have reached that point because they would have been gone. Now, what do you have? You have all these similar global mandates now going into play. So what happens? Well, the only thing you can do is look for cheap labor. Because if it's not going to be jobs, you know, where trucks and cars are built in other countries, then it's going to be automation. You're going to have to get a lot more sophisticated with automation. And guess what? They can.
Then the other one, car prices might be unsustainable for buyers. 5 years ago, there were a dozen models of new cars that sold for less than $20,000.
Yeah.
Today, there's one.
Yep.
If you're willing to spend more than $100,000 for a car, you can choose from 32 models. The average American paying off a new car at current prices demands 42 weeks of income compared to 33 before the pandemic.
Yeah, the Mitsubishi Mirage hatchback. By the way, that applies to this whole thing. What is a Mirage? It's an illusion. Hey, look, there's an illusion of an affordable car, and it's the last one in the desert. And now you look at this and you ask yourself, okay, take this and then pile it onto the massive increase in rent that we have seen. All that's coming back to reality as well. As we said, the inflation numbers don't reflect the rise in rent at a real-time basis. It lags. And so you couple housing costs with the cost of a vehicle. It's crippling.
You have now the average car loan payment getting close to $800 a month.
Oh, my gosh.
Used cars, the interest rate for a new car, roughly, the average is 9.5%. Used cars, 13.7%.
Wow.
The average term for loans issued over the past 3 years is nearly 6 years. Seasonal rates of severe delinquency for auto loans is at the highest since 2006, but the jobs market is strong.
Yeah, the difference is back then the jobs market wasn't near as strong. Now in a strong job market, you still can't keep up.
You know, it was just a couple months ago that the average price of a car was $48,000. GM now saying $52,000 for the average car. And, you know, we weren't, you know, we can be sarcastic at times once in a while, but we're not sarcastic when we say, you know, because the president's, you know, promoting Bidenomics. What is Bidenomics? Bidenomics is the government deciding what products you are going to buy, how those products are produced, and these are products that the government, that the public is not asking for.
Yeah.
They're not, this isn't market demand, and they're less efficient, less productive, more expensive.
Yeah.
Less reliability. And that's what Bidenomics is. You have seen the unions are screaming now. The automakers came out with a letter to the government about 2 weeks ago and said, we can't do this. This is crazy. We can't make a profit on this. The unions are screaming. The unions are no longer screaming. The UAW is not screaming that we want more of the profits of the companies. What they're saying is we want more of the subsidies from the taxpayer. If these companies are going to take subsidies, they need to pay us more money, which means they want you, the taxpayer, to pay for the union benefits to produce vehicles that the company can't make a profit on. Therefore, the subsidies are there. They can't make a profit on it. You can't afford it. And that's what the Democrats believe is a successful way to run an economy. If I'm being inaccurate in any way, I'd like somebody to tell me where I'm being inaccurate or over-the-top hyperbole, because there isn't any.
No. One of the greatest skill sets that you can have today as a consumer, not applied in the workforce, is a basic understanding of how a combustible engine operates. Because going forward, you're going to need that knowledge. Not that you are going to go out and change your own oil. Although these days it's getting back to that. Think about it. Labor, the recent increase in labor costs, along with the increase in all the supplies and everything else with inflation, has got it back to where, remember back in the day it was, you know, man, changing your own oil would save you some money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're getting back to that territory.
It's a great point.
And at the very least, if you don't have a basic understanding of how a gasoline or diesel-powered engine, the engine that you operate every day, whatever it is you're operating every day, if you don't have a basic understanding of how it works, learn it. Because going forward, that's going to be extremely valuable. Well, you may not change your own oil, but if you take care of that engine, and you're going to need to, because here's what we're talking about. You go back to 2020 and 2021, and then even well into 2022. Remember driving past all the car lots, and they were empty? There was no inventory. That's changing. Cars are coming back to these lots, and they're sitting there because interest rates are through the roof. Used cars at 13%?
Yeah. Are you suggesting that people will be fixing their own vehicles? Because I don't see that happening.
No. That's not what I said. Have an understanding so that you can make sure that it's maintained along the way. You may not even change your own oil.
Oh, okay.
But you better understand how it works. Okay. You better understand why it's important to do the maintenance.
You
better understand what you're paying for when you do get it repaired.
Well, I mean, the goal should be, especially if you have a gasoline vehicle, is the goal that I didn't have, but I ended up with my second vehicle being over 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still running and running well, and I have it, everything is, just brought it in again because I had a slow flat and had to get the, oil changed, and they said, good to go.
But
that
could be a primary vehicle for a lot of people.
No, it could be because I put on a lot of miles.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't put on a lot of miles,
Mm-hmm.
no, you can get I have 242,000 miles on it. It's 20 years old, and that thing still. I took it to work tonight. Thing just boom, it flies, goes back and forth. I put about 500 miles a month on it.
Yep.
And they told me, they said you could take this thing forever because. With 500 miles or, 6,000 miles a year is nothing for a vehicle. You get another 5 years out of this thing.
Having a basic understanding of how a gas-powered or diesel-powered engine works, whatever engine you're operating in your vehicle, having that basic understanding is going to be a great value to people going forward. You better understand it. Understand the basics. Understand what's driving that vehicle, what keeps it on the road. Because honestly, if you're one of these people that says, okay, well, the light came on, so that tells me it's time to change my oil, which is fine. Follow the light if it's being reset properly every time. But having that basic understanding of how that engine works will help you remember to do all of the proper maintenance and also maybe save you a few bucks on repairs down the road. And not that they're going to be doing their own, but when you have that understanding, you can find a much better deal in the process.
And to everybody up north, yes, I know you can't have a vehicle 20 years because the salt will destroy everything.
Yep.
Including the frame.
Yep. So,
and I have no salt.
You can do what a lot of people are doing, move to Texas. Come on in, the water's fine.
And you can keep your car for an extra 15 years.
And rent isn't quite as expensive. It's expensive, but not as expensive.
866-90-RED-EYE.
Hi, I'm Jen Loomis, a transport safety expert at J.J. Keller, and I'm here to share a tip on speed and space management. When driving, you need to manage the space around your vehicle so that there's enough space to allow you to adjust when traffic conditions change. The space ahead of your vehicle is the most important and one of the easiest to monitor and adjust as needed. One rule of thumb is to allow at least 1 second for each 10 feet of vehicle length at speeds below 40 miles per hour. At greater speeds, add an additional second. It's impossible to keep other drivers from tailgating you, but there are some things you can do to make it safer, such as increasing your following distance, avoiding quick lane changes, and slowing down. There are also several things you should do to ensure that there is plenty of space between the side of your vehicle and other vehicles. Don't hug the center line, avoid hugging the right side of the road, and avoid traveling alongside other vehicles in strong winds, especially crosswinds. This tip was brought to you by J.J. Keller and Associates. Visit us at jjkeller.com.
We'll be right back with more Red Eye Radio with Eric Harley and Gary McNamara.
Earn personalized savings on commercial truck insurance with Smart Haul from Progressive. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com. Not available in all states or situations.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science. Progressive Commercial presents long-haul dramas. The rain poured down on Vanessa's rig like she'd never seen before.
Actually, it was barely a drizzle.
The exit signs had changed. Vanessa was lost in a storm of confusion.
Nah, I figured it out pretty quick.
The horror.
Not really.
Truckers don't have time for drama. That's why Progressive Commercial offers specialty coverage for heavy trucks, like primary liability limits up to $2 million. Get a quote at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. we've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the 1,000,000-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1,000,000 miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com. That's RedEyeRadioShow.com. The Red Eye Radio 1,000,000-Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio 1,000,000-Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our St. Joe location with lead campus pastor Adam Cross, or our worship gatherings starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
This is Jared Menz with Eight Oaks Recovery. We are a Christian men's drug and alcohol treatment program in Lawrence County. Every Tuesday from 5 to 6 o'clock, we are going to be on the radio taking questions about addiction and addiction issues and addiction policy and the causes of addiction and how to help loved ones in need. We will help walk people through signs of addiction, and addiction can strike people at any age in our society, from teens to the elderly. And if people have questions, we will be more than happy to help them find the right direction to get the help they need.
Having a family doctor is important, so Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Medical Group makes it easier to find one. Most of our physician offices offer online scheduling. When it comes to your family's health, you can count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. We're focused on keeping you at your best with annual screenings and preventative care. To find your new primary care physician or schedule an appointment, visit southerntnlawrenceburg.com or call 1-800-424-DOCS, 1-800-424-3627.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. So when you see the housing situation right now with the interest rates, when you see the cost of a house, the cost of a vehicle, inflation, groceries, everything that we're dealing with right now, and this is tough, I know, probably for a lot of the American public, and I'm not talking about our audience. It's got a ton of conservatives, but America in general, they voted for all of this.
Yeah.
You voted for this.
Yep.
That's what you voted for.
The mandates and the spending that led to the inflation combined is where we're at.
Yes. None of this is something that happened because it was outside our control or a foreign nation did something. This was all, this is happening because the people that you voted for to solve the problems created the problems.
Yep.
And so they can't solve the problems that they created because the problems they created is actually the legislation and the direction that they wish this country to go in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they don't care if you're hurt. Otherwise, they would stop what they're doing, and they're not.
Right.
But they're confident they can continue it because they believe the idiots will continue to vote them in.
Well, they're still winning elections, aren't they?
Hey folks, it's Keith from Heritage Automotive. I like my biscuits piping hot. If your biscuits are not hot enough to melt butter, then they need to be warmed up. On the other hand, if the inside of your car is hot enough to melt butter, it needs to be cooled down. It's hot outside and it's time to get your air conditioner checked by one of our certified technicians. Schedule your appointment today with Heritage Automotive by calling 762-2299 or come by and see us at 2122 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, or visit us online at heritagegm.com.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
Hi there, Sandra Fritchie with Flora Mid-South Realty. I've been a realtor in Southern Middle Tennessee since 2017 and have become trusted by many. You can reach me at 931-236-2815. Give me a call and let me help you make all of your real estate dreams fall into place.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
This is Landon from Cloud9 Internet. Thank you for supporting our locally owned business. I want to give a brief update about changes coming soon. We will almost be doubling our service area this year by expanding to the west side of Highway 43. We are also starting a new referral program. Whenever you refer someone, you and them will receive 1 month of free internet. We would like to thank you again for choosing to support us at Cloud9 Internet, and we look forward to providing you the best and most affordable service in Lawrence County.
Flooring sets the tone throughout your home.
A one-stop flooring destination. Our new location stands alone for unequaled customer service and selection. Owner Justin Story's mastery of custom hardwood inlays means every room can have a custom look. Discover how the right choice of hardwood, laminate, carpet, or tile can set the tone in your home. Contact Floored by Justin today.
Call 931-244-6557, located at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma.
Let's make a deal. This is Jeff Hood with Keller Williams Hood Company in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. The real estate market is moving so fast, and making a mistake or a bad decision could cost you or lead to disappointment. At Keller Williams, our team of professionals are the very best at what they do, and they have the very best resources to help you make your best deal. Call us at 931-762-5816. Or better yet, go to our website at kwhoodcompany.com. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, making real estate deals great again.
Check out all the latest in news, events, trucking information, and podcasts at Red Eye Radio's website at redeyeradioshow.com. That's redeyeradioshow.com.
When you're a farmer, water can be a blessing or a curse. Expected rain? Good. Water in your engines? Bad. What do I trust to fuel my equipment? Cenex Ruby Fieldmaster, a premium diesel fuel that keeps contaminants from clogging filters, ruining fuel injectors, and tanking fuel efficiency better than any formula that's come before. Cenex Ruby Fieldmaster, fueled by innovation, powered to perform.
If you're a trucking industry professional, then you need to stay on top of changing regulations, equipment upgrades, and technology advancements. Fleet Owner Magazine gives you all of this and more. Written for fleet executives and managers, Fleet Owner gives you the business intelligence on operations, vehicle maintenance, regulations, and information technology you need to stay ahead. But that's not all. With its monthly print publication, daily and weekly email newsletters, and a website updated several times a day, Fleet Owner has all the latest news and information delivered to you when you want it and where you want it. From industry experts to award-winning writers and columnists, Fleet Owner is the #1 source for trucking information in North America. Remember to visit fleetowner.com every day for the latest industry news. You can also sign up to receive Newsline, their free email newsletter, and subscribe to Fleet Owner Magazine. Visit fleetowner.com. Fleet Owner, for news you can use.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to once again offer its diabetes prevention program, Driving Down Diabetes. This free CDC-approved year-long program begins January 9, 2023, with live webinars focusing on nutrition, movement, stress management, sleep, and more. Sponsored by Southern Recipe, this program is for those at risk not already diagnosed with diabetes. Go to truckersfund.org, take the risk assessment located under the Health and Wellness tab, and sign up today.
You're listening to Red Eye Radio from the Uniden America Studios.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Curley, and I'm Gary McNamara. I just want to correct one thing I said yesterday. I said it was the University of Buffalo that was kicking out migrants out of the dorms. I forgot that the college I went to, my alma mater, it's called Buffalo State, which became part of the SUNY system. They became a university just a few months ago. I saw they were the SUNY Buffalo, and I thought it was University of Buffalo, but it was my alma mater, Buffalo State, that said, nope, sorry.
All right.
You can't be here. So they've moved all of the migrants out of there. And, Erie County, for example, as I mentioned before, last week, because of the 2 sexual assaults that had happened, told New York we're no longer taking any migrants in. Did you see the what they call the floodgates in Arizona?
Yeah.
And the illegals just pouring through these openings.
Right.
The pictures, I think New York Post had a ton of the pictures. So did, I think, the Daily Mail UK. Just, thousands of people apparently crossing through all of these floodgates now. That it's really worse if you think about it, because the app itself, and the app only got going probably in March or April of this year, 200,000 into the country now.
Yeah. Well,
it's amazing.
The border is open.
Yeah. Yep. And again, it is what anybody in New York, anybody in Chicago complaining about it, it's what you voted for.
Yep.
You voted for this.
Yep.
And I think it's imperative to do that, because the populist viewpoint is politicians aren't performing for us.
That's wrong. That's false.
Well, they aren't performing for me or you, or probably a lot of people in our audience.
Well,
but for the rest of America,
even the ones I vote for aren't quite performing in the way I want them to. So it's all relative. Yeah.
But for the majority of Americans and how they voted the last 30 years, the politicians that you have put in are doing exactly what you said was okay to do, and you voted for them again and again and again and again. And I'll state it again, because I know we've done it a million times, but, if the Democrats can tell a lie a million times and it sticks, why not tell the truth a million times? Every major problem we face in the United States domestically is self-inflicted. Everything. Your life right now that you're screaming about because your money supply is low and you're working and you may have a second job, it's all because that's what the majority of the American voter wanted. It's what you voted for.
The rich men that are north of Richmond got their power and their wealth because people voluntarily gave it to them. That's how it works. So you can hate it all day, and I do, that there are enough people to make this stuff happen. But it happened because we chose it as a nation, because enough people voted for it to happen and keep voting for it to continue. Those are hard, cold facts, and they're undeniable.
Nobody blame. You can't say China.
Yeah.
Or Canada.
Right.
Or Mexico. Sorry. It's us.
Yeah.
It's us.
It is.
It may be a tough pill to swallow.
Yep.
Because we live in a blame game society.
Mm-hmm.
It's not me, it's got to be them.
Right.
Well, I voted for this, but I didn't know that.
I didn't know I was going to have to pay for Obamacare. I didn't want this. I mean, how many people are looking at Joe Biden right now going, dang, probably would have been better if Trump continued to be president. And I'm talking about blue voters.
Not enough to switch.
Nope. No, I don't expect anything to change next year. I don't. I would love to be pleasantly surprised. We might have a cake on that.
Oh, no,
I'll find a low-carb cake for you. I saw some low-carb pancakes, high-protein pancakes the other day. I thought, now what's the point? I'm in it for the taste. If I'm having pancakes, who said it? Oh, Jim Gaffigan. When you have pancakes, well, I guess I'm gonna nap all day.
Yeah, it's the pancakes. I can't eat regular. If I have pancakes, it's got to be the low carb stuff.
Yeah. Yes, it is different
with the fake butter spread and the no sugar syrup. So it's a complete waste of time. Everything is fake.
Mine would be I would make. I don't make pancakes very often. I almost made some yesterday, but I decided not to. But my own blueberry compote, some real maple syrup, and then the other plate, the second plate, would be Bananas Foster pancakes. And those are pretty dangerous. I've made them only a couple of times. They are, they're nap-worthy. It should be one of those days where you really can't go out and do much. Like when it's 109 degrees outside.
Which it has been.
Yeah, exactly.
That's some of the things.
I'm trying to talk myself into it.
And then the store is actually making the frozen super low-carb waffles, and they stopped selling them.
I noticed a number of things, and I don't know what's going on, if it's a supply issue, if it's a price point issue, but there are a number of things that have fallen off fast food menus, like grilled chicken sandwiches. Those are gone. If you want a chicken sandwich, it's going to be deep fried. It's going to be a crispy chicken sandwich.
Wow. Okay.
And the grilled chicken sandwich is all but gone on the major
not selling
menus. No, I have to believe it's a supply issue or a price point issue. One of the other things I noticed was, holy cow, have fast food prices gone through the roof. And my daughter, I have a special needs daughter that lives at the house. And so it's about once every couple of weeks. I love to treat her to a lunch in the middle of the week, go grab her some food or something. And it's unbelievable how the prices have just skyrocketed on certain items. And I'm like, man, one meal was $14-15. I'm thinking, well, you could go get a lunch special somewhere and sit down. Can't you? But I don't know.
No, I don't really eat out that much because of my diet, and so I don't remember the last time I was at a. Okay, I did hit Mighty Taco when I was in Buffalo a couple weeks ago, but that's not that's not a lot of carbs because it's more meat.
Yeah. I
had a couple of beef and cheese tacos, but it's not like I went in and I don't remember the last time because I used to, long time ago, love quarter pounder with cheese, fries, large Coke.
Yeah.
I eat that many carbs in a week now.
Well, now I pulled up and it's like you've got all these different quarter pounders now. You've got,
do they?
Yeah, it's all this, and so. See, for a guy like me, it's like, okay, wait a minute, don't rush me. I'm the worst guy to be behind in that line. But my wife took us to brunch the other day, one of our favorite Mexican restaurants here in this area, and I had huevos rancheros for $10, for $9.99. That was a good deal. That was good. That was a good, and it's a full plate. You know, and you get your chips and salsa complimentary and the whole thing. But man, the fast food stuff is, and they're noticing this. You and I started noticing this trend over the last few years, but really since COVID, the dine-in thing is over. It's over. People don't go in and sit down.
Yeah,
they want to drive through. So now you have McDonald's franchises have ramped up greatly. This article said they're double drive-throughs. So you have 2 lanes in the drive-through, and the idea is I want to grab it and I want to go. And they're just not, the dine-in for fast food just is gone. It's all but gone.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
I mean, even like McDonald's in the morning doesn't? Because I don't go to fast food places much.
No, it's all drive-through. Wow. You know, in my neighborhood, there's a McDonald's on the corner, and it's in the kind of the center of the little shopping district in this little small town that I live in. It had always been a gathering place for older guys.
Yeah.
Now I have to say older guys older than me. But senior citizens who have retired, and they would gather there and they'd have their coffee, have a biscuit, whatever, you know, and sit around and talk. And you would see that on a regular basis, usually a couple days a week. And it was usually like a Thursday or a Friday. On the weekends, the kids would be inside in the inside playground because it's Texas.
Yeah.
So you got to move your playground inside. And you don't see that anymore. You don't see that at all. And I'd been noticing it anecdotally, but the article the other day said, nope, it's over. It's over for now. Nobody wants to go inside and sit down. Now, it depends on what I'm doing. If I'm traveling, I want to get out of the car. Unless I have to keep moving, I want to go inside and sit down for a minute.
You know, the one thing is, you know, donut places here aren't like donut places up north. You know, like with Tim Hortons. When I went in there, now every time I go in now, it's normally with my great nephew, and it's just we just grab something and go. But when Mom was alive, we used to go there. We used to go there all the time, and myself, my mom, and my dad, and the same thing there. You'd see a lot of seniors there. And when I went in last time, they were still there, but probably half the number. And that's a normal kind of gathering place.
Yep.
And that's an area that is older people, so you would expect more. But, yeah, I did see that I have noticed over the last year or so, there's fewer people in there.
There was there still is a donut shop. It used to be a Dunkin' in my neighborhood, and it's on a pretty busy intersection. And now it's an independently owned donut shop and bakery. I think they pretty much only do, you know, breakfast pastries and stuff. But they're open until the evening, until like 6 or 7 p.m. And you go in there, and they also have, you know, you can sit at the bar up front.
Okay, that's very rare down
here. That was in place when Dunkin' was running.
Okay. All right.
So they didn't really change the layout of the place. And there's nobody ever in there. And I pass by there at least 3 or 4 days a week. Now, they go in, they grab it, and they go. It's a very busy place. Nobody sits down anymore.
I remember one of my first jobs working at Dunkin' Donuts as the porter.
Yeah.
And then assistant baker, but the people that would come in, and that place would be mobbed until probably 6 at night.
Yeah.
And it's just people in there drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes.
I
sit back and I say to myself, is it 2 years working there that I work there? Is that gonna eventually hit my lungs from the secondhand smoke?
I think the exception is Starbucks and all the other coffee places that also serve food. Those are the exceptions. People still go in there and sit down, you know, because they're going to be there a while, because they're talking a lot, because they've just had a bunch of caffeine.
826-90 Red Eye.
We'll be right back with more Red Eye Radio with Eric Harley and Gary McNamara.
Live from the Uniden America studios, you are listening to Red Eye Radio. Uniden has been a cornerstone of the trucking industry from the beginning. Go to uniden.com today.
Eric and Gary for the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. Tons of questions about the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. We thought we'd do a little Q&A. Here's a question. Does it work on any smell? Yes, the Thunderstorm gets rid of strong odors from cooking, cigarette smoke, litter boxes, and more. Even the mildew smell from basements.
How long does it take to work? Immediately, the Thunderstorm starts working in seconds to clear a room of any odor. What about replacement filters? No, you never need them. Does the Thunderstorm Air Purifier really work? Over 350,000 Thunderstorms have been sold already with thousands of 5-star reviews online.
Here's a question we get a lot. How do I get a deal on the Eden Pure Thunderstorm? Right now, you can save $200 on 3 Thunderstorms for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200. Just go to EdenPureDeals.com, enter the discount code REDEYE. That's EdenPureDeals.com, discount code REDEYE, and you get free shipping.
Professional drivers, FPPF is the producer of the legendary fuel-powered diesel fuel treatment. Ultra-low sulfur and biodiesel may be great for the environment, but they also contain high levels of water and other contaminants. FPPF Fuel Power in the little white bottle is a highly concentrated year-round fuel additive that eliminates water, prevents fuel icing, improves mileage and power, all for a minimal cost. Fuel Power, available at truck stops and other retail outlets throughout North America. Visit FPPF.com.
Hey, owner-operators, succeed on your own terms with Mercer Transportation. Whenever, wherever, and however you prefer to run, Mercer has the support you need to make your business successful. They offer fuel discounts, fast pay after every load, plenty of freight with over 3,100 customers and over 500,000 loads per year. No company trucks to compete with, and discounts on tires, insurance, and more. Pick your loads or let their coordinators help you find the right freight. Visit mercertown.com today. mercertown.com.
Tom Bodette here. Well, I drove by a sign once that said Boston was 800 miles away. Are there really people driving through North Carolina thinking, gee, I wonder how far Boston is from here? Well, while you're at it, how about the moon? Maybe the sign should say, you are definitely not there yet. So why not stop at Motel 6? With over 1,400 locations, there's one just about anywhere. Well, not the moon, yet. I'm Tom Bodette for Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you.
You know, truck drivers play a critical role in our economy, hauling almost everything we buy. These men and women are the unsung heroes and the backbone of America. When our heroes need support, they turn to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is a 501c3 truck driver charity that steps in to cover necessity household items when an injury or illness takes a driver off the road. Learn more and donate today at truckersfund.org. That's truckersfund.org.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing. I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Yeah. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other. And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
Do you have questions about the high cost of long-term care? Do I need a will or a living trust? What will happen to my children if something happens to me? Bulletproof Estate Planning is the show where we talk about these issues and many, many more. You can call during the show and ask your questions, and I'll answer them right on the air. This is Stan Perchowski with Perchowski Estate Law. Tune in to Bulletproof Estate Planning every Friday morning at 8 a.m. on WDXE Talk Radio at 105.3 and 95.3 FM. Hope to see you there.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eat@strykers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty, your local certified Realtree Land Pro and premier farm sales specialist. We here at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty are the only company that specializes in the sale of rural properties. And for over 97 years, United Country has been the leader in farm and land sales nationwide. We have a staff of full-time land professionals ready to go to work for you. Reach out to us today at 931-244-7126 and we'll design a marketing plan tailored just for your property. Thanks and God bless.
This is God's country.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. 73% of Republicans, prospective primary voters, said Donald Trump should be at the debate.
Yeah.
73%. 27% said he should sit out. 35% said they would definitely tune into the event. 34% said they probably would watch. Boy, people are lying.
Yeah.
You're not going to have 34% of Republicans nationwide watching it. You're just not. I mean, you're talking about it. You're talking about an audience of 30 million.
Yeah.
If that's the case, and that's not going to happen. So 34% they probably would, or 35% said they would definitely watch. 34% said probably watch. A combined 31% said they would probably or definitely refrain from watching.
Well,
the one thing,
what?
Just 9% of the voters said that they would like Trump's opponents to place an emphasis on making the case against Donald Trump, which is the only reason they're there.
Yeah, that's the only reason they're there.
They're
the challengers to him. He's the leader. Oh, whatever. Okay.
That's what we're dealing with. We believe Donald Trump should be there to debate, but we don't want his opponents making an emphasis on
going
Trump.
after him. Yeah,
going after Trump. Well, that's the only reason that they're there.
Yeah, that's their whole purpose.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Join the conversation using the Shell Rotella hotline, 866-907-3339. Red Eye Radio at Shell Rotella. What matters is inside.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/long-haul.
At Denny's, value starts at $5.99. Whether you're flying solo or want a chill date night on a budget, we're turning up the volume on value with delicious meals that never sacrifice flavor for a good deal. It's time to celebrate with our 70th anniversary buttermilk pancakes, our quarter-pound 100% beef burger, or everyone's favorite, the Super Slam. Looking for breakfast, lunch, dinner, or late night starting at $5.99? At Denny's, it's diner time. Price and participation may vary. No substitutions.
From the father of CB radios comes one bad mother. Eric Harley here. You've heard me talk about Uniden CBs for years now. Uniden has been the cornerstone of the trucking industry since the beginning. And even in the age of cell phones, Uniden CBs still remain the trucker's favorite. It is social media at its best. When you need the lowdown on the road ahead, you need a Uniden CB. It is one bad mother. Go to Uniden.com today or stop by your nearest Pilot Flying J.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com. That's RedEyeRadioShow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Whatever it takes. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. President Biden pledging federal assistance to rebuild the parts of Maui destroyed by fire and praising residents.
From stories of grief, we've seen so many stories of hope and heroism, of the aloha spirit. Every emergency responder put their lives on the line for us, save others. Everyday heroes, neighbors helping neighbors. Native Hawaiian leaders offering solace and strength.
The president told Hawaiians to turn their pain into purpose. The first tropical storm to hit Southern California in 84 years, bringing record rainfall over the weekend, causing floods and mudslides, and that wasn't the only emergency.
Among the hardest hit cities was Palm Springs and its surrounding desert communities, where the deluge from what was by then Tropical Storm Hillary sent water, debris and mud rushing through streets, stranding those who were unwise enough to venture out and keeping emergency services busy with water rescues. And in the middle of it all, we got an earthquake just outside of Ojai, about 70 miles north of LA. 5.1, not big, but not small either. Fortunately, no major damage.
Fox's Jonathan Hunt. Now Southeast Texas braces for what has become Tropical Storm Harold overnight.
The primary driver behind this becoming a tropical storm are the sea surface temperatures. The Gulf is very warm this time of year, even warmer than average. And the average sea surface temperature this time of year is typically conducive to tropical development.
Fox weather meteorologist Kelly Costa. Landfall along the southern Texas Gulf Coast imminent. Former President Trump posting on social media he will not attend Wednesday's first GOP presidential debate because he says he's so far ahead in the polls and Americans already know him. Former president's legal team has made arrangements for him to turn himself in Thursday in Fulton County, Georgia, for booking and arraignment on charges in a grand jury indictment. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
Some congressional conservatives have made a list of things they must have before agreeing to pass a stopgap spending bill next month.
As fears of a government shutdown looms, the House Freedom Caucus releasing a statement saying members will not support a government funding bill that does not include certain wishes. That includes additional spending cuts to address a growing national debt, passing a border security bill endorsed by the caucus, address the, quote, weaponization of the Justice Department, and the ending of woke policies at the Pentagon. Republican Congressman Dusty Johnson, who's not a Freedom Caucus member, tells Fox's Neil Cavuto there will not be a government shutdown.
This is a messy process. They don't call it making sausage for nothing. There are going to be a few bumps on the road.
The House still has 11 appropriations bills to pass before the end of September. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
The floating Texas border barrier on the move. Construction crews dragging that long string of buoys on the Rio Grande River closer to the Texas side after a survey said more than 3/4 of it was actually in Mexican waters. The Biden administration has asked the federal court to move the string completely, calling it a humanitarian issue. Governor Greg Abbott says not having the barrier is what was inhumane.
Here in the Eagle Pass area, there was an infant who drowned crossing the border.
That was before that we put the buoys up.
Governor Abbott says he ordered the buoys moved out of an abundance of caution. High drama in Pakistan, where Reuters reports 6 school children and 2 adults are trapped on a malfunctioning chairlift hundreds of feet above the ground. That lift takes children over the mountains to their school. A military helicopter has been dispatched to rescue them. Japan says it will start releasing radioactive water from the damaged Fukushima nuclear power plant as early as Thursday. Japan's prime minister says the water has been treated and it's safe. I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our Etheridge location with lead pastor Nathan Duncan for our worship gathering starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
All across the USA and around the world, we are Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Good morning. Hi. Well, update on the debate coming up on Wednesday, the Republican primary debate. Fox News tells Trump surrogates they are no longer welcome at the first debate.
All right.
This means any of his family members. Carrie Lake was supposed to go, among others. Sorry, you can't be there. They wanted to be in the spin room afterwards so they could promote Trump in the spin room after it to media, and they said, nope, he's not here. Don't want to hear from you.
All right. On one hand, it's like, all right, fine. I mean, he's going to find his way to the media, and they will too. It won't be on Fox News. But on the other hand, it's, well, if you want to be on the debate stage, there's a way you can be on the debate stage. And here's that way. So it's their show. They call the shots. I don't know how it works out. I don't know how ultimately it's going to go. I don't know where they'll end up. I mean, they could do a live stream somewhere, or just go somewhere else to a Newsmax or somewhere.
No, they can be out
there.
They can be outside, where the debate building, and media would be out there.
Oh,
CNN,
sure.
But,
Just the mainstream media, they can be there.
Yeah, they can sit there very easy. Donald Trump Jr. could call CNN and say, "Could you meet us out here tomorrow night?
Right.
Here's where we're going to be, so you can talk to us outside." And then they can talk about how the fact of the Republican Party is scared to have the surrogates of Donald Trump in there at the same time, when they'll say, well, why isn't your father here? But again, it'll all be interesting. And I'm thinking of the opening statements. I was just sitting in my mind saying, what are the opening statements going to be? And I'm thinking, okay, DeSantis, probably something on wokeness. Nikki Haley about how much she loves Disney and they should come to South Carolina. Ramaswamy probably will say something. He'll do his 10 Commandments. Ramaswamy will do the 10 Commandments. Pence, it doesn't matter.
Well, he'll call blasphemy on the 10 Commandments thing, obviously.
God bless him.
I think that's where he'll begin.
Chris Christie, I'm sure Donald Trump is a coward, has no guts, doesn't want debate him.
He's going to do his 12 commandments because, his goes to 12.
and Tim Scott will sing Ray Stevens' Everything is Beautiful.
Exactly. Bring everybody together. Ta-da!
That's what
Yeah.
Look, I thought that Tim Scott, when he announced, did a great job. But as we said, it ends there. Now you got to tell us what you're going to do, and he's just disappeared completely. I think it was Charles Cook of National Review that said, "Yeah, but Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, and Tim Scott are only there for cabinet jobs or vice president. That's why they're not there. They're not actually running for president. They know they're not running for president.
Right.
They're simply running. The others are actually running for president. Of the big names.
Yeah. Right.
But here's what I wonder, because Chris Christie's already called did I say the president before? Called the former president a coward and said he has no guts if he doesn't debate.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to get the most publicity, that's what you do. I don't know what reaction will be from Republicans, but I would expect Chris Christie, because you have to do something. I mean, if you go in there, if you're a Tim Scott, if you're looking just to be vice president, then I really like Donald Trump. And what are you going to add? If you're for Trump, what are you going to add? It's a really interesting dynamic, but when you look at the polling that was done that we just brought to you, 73% of Republicans believe Donald Trump should be there. He should be debating these people. 27% say no, he shouldn't be there. But only 9% believe that any of the other candidates should focus on Trump. Well, then why are they there?
Right.
So,
what do you expect them to do?
I can't find clarity from anything right now from the Republicans. Even the polling doesn't make sense. Well, then what do you want to hear from the? Why are you going to watch if the vast majority are saying, but you don't go after Trump? Well, he's the guy at the top of the hill. Why would you watch if you don't want them to attack Trump? For Mike Pence to attack DeSantis to go after Chris Christie, who cares?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that Pence has no chance and Christie has no chance of being president. You go in thinking that. DeSantis, still, you look at Iowa, which is closer, and a couple of things brought up yesterday. I think it was Byron York who brought up the fact that a lot of the movement in these early primaries sometimes comes in December. You will see it extremely late, that there can be wide movement. But I would sit there and think, I would love to be a fly in the wall of the political consultants telling them what they have to do. If you're going after Trump with such a big lead, what do? You have to go after Trump. Now, do you go after the fact that he's not electable? Do you go after the fact, as I believe DeSantis probably will, on the whole, because where's Trump? The one thing that I think Trump is most vulnerable on, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Fauci and the vaccines with the Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
Because Trump has even said it. I won't be talking about the vaccines anymore. My constituents have a different feeling on it now. Well, that's a huge admission to make.
Mm-hmm.
And, and so you sit there and you say he won't debate us on the issues. Well, what issues do you want to go after? If you're going to go after Trump on the issues, what are the issues you go after him on? I mean, DeSantis, and I think DeSantis probably had more leeway because Trump went after him first on COVID. And when Trump said the absurd comment that New York did a better job than Florida did,
yeah.
Even the most loyal Trump supporter went, okay, I'm just not going to pay attention to that one. I'm just going to let that one pass, and I'm not going to try to process that one in my mind because we all know that's ridiculous. And then it opened up DeSantis being able to attack him. on Fauci and everything else. But we said all of that's a little bit unfair because if you talk about the beginning of it and you talk about what you knew at the time, you know, I don't believe Trump did a bad job in everything that they were attempting to do.
Well,
from what we knew at that time.
Yeah.
And same with DeSantis early on. Nobody knew early on. So for me, that point really doesn't, that point is a moot point to me. I don't know if it is to other Republicans, because if you sit there and you say it was Trump that promoted the vaccine over and over and over again, it was Trump who was tied to Fauci. He's the one that let Fauci control things. Now, he really didn't. That's not really accurate because Trump was out there at those meetings at times, and he was making more noise than Fauci ever was.
Yeah.
So, like I said, you're nobody's really telling the entire truth if you hit it. But if you take out COVID and Fauci, where do you criticize Trump on the issues?
I don't know where you can, because there's far too many similarities. I mean, are you going to go down the road, hey, we need to quit funding ethanol? That's not going to get you very far at all this early on. I don't even know. I know conservatives are concerned about it, but is it really is it a big stage issue right now?
Well, I will say this. You combine that with his support of Lordstown EVs, and it does become a bigger issue.
Yes, I think it becomes a bigger issue primarily because of the Lordstown EVs.
Right. And so
because that's something that is of great concern because of the mandates that have come into play since he was president.
And the fact that you can make the point, look, he was doing what Democrats are doing on that particular case. So what's the difference? If he do that, then what would he do actually on climate change?
Well,
what does he, I mean, you sow doubts in their mind is what you do.
And you also have to assure them that you can win the general. That's going to be it's always a part of it. And without him on the stage, is it harder to convince everybody else that's watching, or is it easier? I don't know.
Well, then
because inevitably one of the questions is going to be, well, listen, the polls show that you're at this place right now in the GOP primary race, and how do you convince people? How do you get those numbers to turn around for you? And ultimately, Trump, believes he can beat Biden. Can you beat Biden, and how would you do it?
Okay, here's how, because I just thought as a political consultant, here's how what I would throw out. All right, you need to go after Trump, and you need to say, look, just don't throw out the coward and the labels as Christie has done.
Right.
But you would get specific and say, why won't he debate us? Can't Trump defend the policies? If Trump can't defend the policies that he advocated before Republicans, how is he ever going to be able to do it in front of Biden or whoever ends up being, if it's Newsom up there? Because, hey, Biden may not be there. So if it's Newsom up there, how does Trump defend what he did as an American president before a Democrat if he can't promote it in front of Republicans? Now, it's simply rhetoric.
Yeah, but
it's simply rhetoric. But is that effective rhetoric?
Here's what you would. I don't know if it will be effective, but here's what you would use to back that up. He's clearly afraid to be on this stage because he's already signed the pledge. So it's not about the pledge. So it must be about being afraid to debate.
Well, what pledge?
The GOP pledge to be on the debate stage. You can't make the excuse.
Well, he didn't sign it.
Well, he signed a pledge for the GOP in South Carolina.
In South Carolina, okay. That's
okay. So he's already signed a pledge
for the South Carolina. He did, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have a problem signing a pledge.
Right, you can make.
So it's not about the pledge. It's about being. It clearly is about being afraid to debate us.
Right. So he can't debate us on. I would use that. That's because he didn't sign the pledge for this debate, but he did sign the pledge when he signed up for the primary for South Carolina.
Right.
And so he was willing to sign the pledge. Is he using that as an excuse now just because he doesn't want to debate? And if he can't debate against Republicans to defend his position as a Republican, how in the world will he ever be able to do it if Gavin Newsom is the candidate for, the other side?
And you could you'll hear, I'm guessing you're going to hear at least one of them, and it may be Christie who says this. And he is afraid of these indictments. He clearly is feeling the pressure. Now, if he says that, I think he's going to get booed. But I expect a Christie to say something like that. He's clearly not wanting to get on. He had to cancel his big announcement this week. He's not here on this stage. He's sweating these indictments. Now, you're going to get boos from the audience, but I expect Chris Christie to make a statement somewhere along those lines.
So the key is to make the statement without getting booed, but have the entire media want to interview you for the rest of the week.
Well, to be
because
clear,
the one who is critical of Trump is the one that's going to be on the Sunday morning news shows.
Yeah, and exactly. On all of them.
On all of them.
They're going to simulcast. And I may not be wrong about that. And also, to be clear, Chris Christie is going to be booed just from being introduced. So why not just go for the big shot?
Why can't we have John Kasich on this stage?
Eating a sandwich.
Oh, wow.
Hey, John, remind us again, what did your dad do for a living?
866-90 Red Eye.
Once a Category 4 hurricane, now remnants.
Hurricane Hilary, in its remnant form as a tropical storm, became the first tropical cyclone since September of 1939 to have an inland tropical storm position over California.
Occurring near Palm Springs late Sunday afternoon. A later advisory was issued for western Nevada.
It is now a post-tropical cyclone, no longer fully tropical.
Yet impacts are evident in those areas, including
excessive rainfall, meaning about a year's worth of rain falling in just a day's time. Those 4 to 8 inch rainfall totals in the deserts of Southern California has led to some significant flash flooding and debris flows, quite a few road closures.
Plus wind-related impacts.
We actually did see some pretty impressive winds on the eastern side of the circulation.
In areas such as Yuma, Arizona, and Imperial, California, recording 60-plus mile-per-hour winds. I'm Rod Bain reporting for the U.S. Department of Agriculture in Washington, D.C.
This report is made possible by Cenex Roadmaster XL Premium Diesel and Citgo Lubricants.
Coming up, more with Gary McNamara and Eric Harley. It's Red Eye Radio.
You are listening to Red Eye Radio, live from the Uniden America studio. Uniden, social media at its best. Go to uniden.com today.
Smart stays on the road. That's why it's in your engine. Because you wouldn't settle for subpar performance. Cenex Maxtron synthetic diesel engine oils give you the smartest oil for the toughest conditions. These premium oils maintain 80% of their viscosity throughout the drain interval for superior engine performance across extreme temperatures. That horizon looks good with the competition behind you. Cenex Maxtron diesel engine oils. Oil that runs smart.
Progressive Commercial presents Long-Haul Dramas. The night covered Dale's rig in a blanket of darkness.
I think it was dusk.
Suddenly, a detour appeared, and Dale was left with no way to his destination.
Just took the detour and made the delivery on time.
What a nightmare.
That was fine.
Truckers don't have time for drama. That's why Progressive Commercial offers specialty coverage for heavy trucks, like primary liability limits up to $2 million. Get a quote at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioshow.com. That's RedEyeRadioshow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at redeyeradioshow.com.
Hey folks, this is Jace Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
This is Jared Menz with Eight Oaks Recovery. We are a Christian men's drug and alcohol treatment program in Lawrence County. Every Tuesday from 5 to 6 o'clock, we are going to be on the radio taking questions about addiction and addiction issues and addiction policy and the causes of addiction and how to help loved ones in need. We will help walk people through signs of addiction, and addiction can strike people at any age in our society, from teens to the elderly. And if people have questions, we will be more than happy to help them find the right direction to get the help they need.
Accidents, illnesses, heart attacks, strokes. When an emergency strikes, count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. We're here providing emergency care 24/7, including higher levels of emergency health care found in our accredited chest pain center. Emergency care at Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski. Count on us. Learn more at southerntnpulaski.com.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Heritage Automotive. Do you know how dangerous it is to be stuck on the side of the road? According to the internet, there's only a couple things more dangerous, like a nuclear explosion, or falling off the top of a skyscraper, or even a zombie apocalypse. Now, we can't do anything about a nuclear explosion or falling off of a skyscraper, or even a zombie apocalypse, but we can help keep you off the side of the road. Come by and see one of our certified technicians and check out your car before you go on vacation. Come see us at 2122 North Locust Avenue right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, or visit us online at heritagegm.com.
It's Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Hurley, and I'm Gary McNamara. All right, so you were making we were during our break, and
just kind of throwing this out there.
Yeah, and when you threw it out, I was like, you started throwing it out, and I said, no, wait till we go back on the air.
Yeah,
so,
yep.
Okay.
All right, so here we are. So Trump on his social media, Truth Social, the other night, he posted, and here it is verbatim, quote, "The public knows who I am and what a successful presidency I had, with energy independence, strong borders, and military, biggest ever tax and regulation cuts, no inflation, strongest economy in history, and much more. I will therefore not be doing the debates," with an S as in plural, which implies none of them. So my question is it his strategy, or whoever is helping him with the strategy, that treat yourself as an incumbent? Because, Biden's not going to debate any. RFK Jr. and Biden will not be on a debate stage with each other. Mm-hmm. It's not going to happen. So is he treating it? Is the strategy, listen, you're as good as an incumbent, and right now nothing is hurting you, so we'll play, and it could be, we'll play it ear by ear, debate by debate. If your numbers start to falter, we'll see if we have to go to that debate stage. But until we do, we don't. Until something shows in the numbers that we have to be on that debate stage, we treat you as an incumbent, and the other people we treat them as the RFK Juniors of the party.
Well, yeah, because I think that they're thinking the same thing that everyone is. What is it? What would be the issue that would take Trump down in the Republican Party?
Right.
Is it as you get closer? Because there are legit questions. We've never been here before, so everything is right. This is brand new territory. Yep. If Christie starts pounding on him, and starts saying he's not electable, he's not electable because of this. If others join him, and then every debate is about the fact that he's not electable, and then it's not electable and Fauci, not electable and Fauci.
Right.
Because now there is one thing that you and I could have criticized there, where he said the biggest, biggest tax cuts, like we've ever seen, except for the fact of Eric and Gary, whose taxes went up.
Yes, we have an issue with him on that.
So, Mr. Former President, why did our taxes go up?
That's right.
What was it about Eric and Gary?
That's right.
Why do you hate us?
Why do you and the Republican Party insist on taking more from us?
On hating us.
On hating us thoroughly. Why? Why?
There's never been a better time to bank with Built-Well Bank. Our name is our commitment to be a well-built bank, supporting our communities for many years to come. As a community bank, we take pride in building long-term trust with our customers. After all, we live in this community, and your success is our success. Well-built communities start with well-built banks.
Member FDIC.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart Pharmacy.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
Hey y'all, this is Lauren Dixon, Miss Tennessee. Did you know that there are 37 blessing boxes in Lawrence County? Would you share your heart for the hungry by purchasing non-perishable items or hygiene items and dropping them off at a blessing box near you? Or you can drop them off at Flora Mid-South Realty.
At Flora Mid-South Realty, we are located at 1288 First Avenue, just behind the radio stations and McDonald's. You can drop off your food, financial donations, or you can Venmo. That's at Flora Mid-South Realty.
This is Landon from Cloud9 Internet. Thank you for supporting our locally owned business. I want to give a brief update about changes coming soon. We will almost be doubling our service area this year by expanding to the west side of Highway 43. We are also starting a new referral program. Whenever you refer someone, you and them will receive 1 month of free internet. We would like to thank you again for choosing to support us at Cloud9 Internet, and we look forward to providing you the best and most affordable service in Lawrence County.
Flooring sets the tone throughout your home.
A one-stop flooring destination. Our new location stands alone for unequaled customer service and selection. Owner Justin Story's mastery of custom hardwood inlays means every room can have a custom look. Discover how the right choice of hardwood, laminate, carpet, or tile can set the tone in your home. Contact Floored by Justin today.
Call 931-244-6557, located at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma.
132.
At Motel 6, we'll leave the light on for truckers. Truck parking is available at many of our 1,400 locations of Motel 6.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the 1,000,000-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1,000,000 miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com. That's RedEyeRadioShow.com. The Red Eye Radio 1,000,000-Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio 1,000,000-Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com.
If you depend on a truck to make a living, then American Trucker is for you. Every day, Trucker.com is packed with information you need to keep your truck running and the money rolling. From new products to the latest in regulations, American Trucker has what you need to know. American Trucker staff knows that you are running a small business, and they work hard to bring you news and information that matters. So don't miss American Trucker's free newsletter. Go to Trucker.com. That's Trucker.com and sign up today.
Sponsored by Fleet Owner.
Giving you 70% each night. Eric Harley and Gary McNamara on Red Eye Radio.
And he is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Good morning. Yeah, but I would agree with you. Yeah, it's like he has the polling numbers of an incumbent. So if Biden isn't going to debate Kennedy, Williamson.
Not going to happen.
That's
not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. And what is there any polling on whether? I haven't seen any polling about Democrats. We know that the majority of Democrats don't want Biden to run, but did they say they want to debate?
Right. I doubt it. I don't think they can.
No, I would. And I'm reading here. It was Jeffrey Blahar from National Review. And talked about what's going on with Trump. He said it's also he said it's also perfectly intelligent, sound strategy. One I would have recommended myself for him not to debate if I were advising him in good faith. That is, Trump is playing a prevent defense for at least one obvious reason, because at this point he's lapping the field in all polls. He instead campaigns through a series of steady-paced public appearances, rallies, dinner speeches, convention appearances, and the like, and that gives his campaign a leisurely pace compared to the hyperactivity of his rivals. He has this luxury because his rivals have to both introduce themselves nationally and statewide and then make a case against the ex-president, which, again, I find it really interesting that the majority of Republicans in the latest polls, 73%, believe that Trump should debate, but only 9% believe that the other candidates should be attacking him. Well, the only reason they're in there is to dethrone the king, and the king is the person at the top of the polls.
Yeah.
I don't mean king literally.
No, we don't.
I just want to make sure that Democrats understand.
Yeah, nothing has changed yet.
Yes. But he says he merely has to go out there and shore up his brand in a few key states by showing the colors for an hour and a half at a time, since it would be political malpractice for him to do otherwise, at least until his numbers show some sign of dipping. It can hardly be surprising that he has chosen to run his campaign this way. The question then becomes, is he dialing down the frequency of campaign events because of health concerns, or because he is afraid of being exposed too much and visibly slipping mentally the way Joe Biden has? Grumbling to this effect has circulated around Twitter from frustrated partisans for months now. I must conclude not, and the reason is I've rewatched video of every single Donald Trump campaign appearance as opposed to arraignment since the day he first announced his campaign on November 25th. And as you said, you don't see it. The Trump is fine. So I mean, it's just he looks at this and he just says, okay, that basically it's a smart thing, and when you're out there, you're also going to be called legally. They're also, I do believe that his lawyers are concerned about the legal implications. I don't think it's about if this wasn't going on. Let's put it this way. Do you think Donald Trump would debate if none of these indictments were there?
I don't know. I want to say yes, but I actually don't know, because it would still be a plausible strategy for his campaign, for him to treat himself basically like the incumbent. Because I have to believe that he might even have a greater lead, maybe just a couple of points. I don't know this for sure, but even 2 or 3 points more of a lead without all the indictments. And at that point, he might treat it, I mean, quite frankly, it's almost like, Hillary in 2016. Oh, yeah, sure, Bernie is catching fire. But ultimately, the party is going to just waltz her in as the nominee. And they did. Now, for him, that is not going to be the case unless he earns it. And you could argue that plenty of the Republican Party, and not even the candidates on that stage tomorrow night, but the party itself might have an interest at some point at working against him, so it wouldn't be ushering him in. So it's quite different than Hillary in 2016. However, I tend to believe he might still set it out, because if it is the strategy, if this is about strategy of, nope, I'm basically the incumbent, and nothing is going to change that, I'm going to be the nominee, then the indictments, I think if they were gone, you would have a greater case for that strategy.
And he talks about in the general election here, Jeffrey Blahar in National Review, about what happens next year. And he said, with everything that's going on, he's not going to be able to campaign effectively. It may be a basement campaign for both candidates. He goes, this sort of methodically paced basement plus campaign is going to become a necessity in 2024 due to his various court appearances and trials. The man simply is not going to have either the time or the money to spend flying around to make appearances with the sort of frequency that unindicted presidential candidates do. Setting aside the reality that Trump is irredeemably toxic to nearly 65% of the general voting public, that number's been out there a lot lately, this race is functionally over the moment Trump is formally nominated, unless Biden himself has a major medical event. It is rather poor campaign strategy to exchange rallying voters in rural Michigan for holding rallies on federal courthouse steps. To return to the Biden basement campaign comparison, that might have worked for him, but only in 2020 and only because of COVID. It wouldn't again, except in a supremely cruel irony against one and only potential opponent, Donald Trump. And so will this be a campaign where nobody is campaigning? If Trump nomination, will the only one that will be campaigning? Because remember, I saw yesterday the No Labels Party came out and said if it's Biden against Trump, they will offer a candidate. Well, the only candidate that will be out there campaigning will be the No Labels Party candidate, who will, in a speech, tell you that they are not going to discuss any type of controversial topics, that it's kumbaya, all get together. And whoever that candidate is from No Labels wins the presidency in 2024.
Yeah, right. John Smith.
John Smith. Oh, by the way, if anybody didn't relate to your Kasich comment before about Kasich talking about his father, that's where Kasich, when he was running back a few years ago, could not stop talking about his father was a mailman.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in case people forget.
He said it pretty much every time.
Every time.
But, you can look at it and say, there's the strategy. Everybody knows this is going to be about Trump versus Biden. Why are we wasting anybody's time? Now, here's my question. How does that translate to the audience? Who's the only other candidate gaining ground in the GOP? Ramaswamy. The one, if you said to me when the day he announced, he's here in, in a couple of months, he's going to be the only one actually gaining in the polls, aside from Trump, I would have said, no way. Nobody knows who the guy is.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a 30-point shift. We're talking
No, we're not. But that is my whole point. Nobody is really rising.
No.
He's the only one that's rising, and it's not in great numbers. He's not in the mid-20s. He's not in the mid-30s.
No, and you may be sick of him in 6 months.
It could happen. So here's the question. If none of those are really rising, if there is no real rise in the party during the fall, I mean, it's going to be all over but the voting.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a strategist with Trump and you're saying, hey, we're the incumbent, until the polls show something significant as to why we should be on a stage, we're not getting on a stage. We'll do all of our stops. We'll do all of our rallies. We'll do everything that we've done in the past. It's working. Look at the polls. Until that changes, until the numbers change, we don't change.
Well, you and I asked the question probably a few years ago, and it just doesn't apply to Trump. The public wants a debate.
Yeah.
Or claims they want a debate. Mm-hmm. Does it really matter?
Well, no. Okay, I actually was thinking that during the break earlier.
Do debates really matter anymore? I don't need, for me, I know the American public, you saw that 75 or 73% of Republicans want Trump to debate. They need to debate. I don't need a debate.
And here's the question.
I haven't needed a debate for any candidate in years. I know who I'm voting for because I pay attention to where they stand.
Right. And how many of those people believe it's going to change their mind whether he debates or not? Are they just looking for the circus? Are they looking for the show? Are they are they playing the political playbook, saying, "Well, no, it's debate season. That's what you do. You debate." Which, as we said the other day, what in the world do we know? I mean, because it's all out the window. Any historical standard, any of that, what you would build in automatically along the way is out the window. We might get down the road in late November of 24 and look back and go, okay, this applied and that applied, but right now I can't necessarily put anything in play from any of the playbooks of the past. I don't know that a debate, and you and I have asked this question before, I don't know. I think it matters on state level. I think it matters in districts. I think it matters for governors and senators and members of the House, and obviously for mayors and things like that. You're going to have to get those people on the debate stage because they're not the big names. When you have someone like a Donald Trump, who's already been president, but even before then, he was a household name for decades and now is a known quantity as a political figure and former president. Where does the necessity or need for debate come in.
Well, not just for him, everyone. I know.
Anyone,
I know where everybody stands, inclubing the Democrats.
Well,
I know
yes.
everybody stands, and so
Right.
I know where they stand on the issues. And
Right.
So I don't actually need a debate because we have. Remember, debates were popular and really important before the internet.
Right.
The internet
Yes,
gives
exactly.
me everything. I can go to 3 or
Exactly.
4 different websites
Right.
that show me exactly what every candidate believes. I can do that in 5 minutes and find out what every candidate believes.
Right.
And then sit there and go, okay, okay, there you go, right there. Doesn't take. I can do it in my own time. I don't have to wait for the media to come to me. I can do it. Boom, it's over. I don't need a debate. I've never needed a debate, probably in the entire time that I've been voting, even before the internet.
Because you were willing to do the legwork even before the internet.
Right.
And now, and a lot of people fit that mold. So conventional wisdom, well, I can get my wisdom from right here in my hand, my device. I can look it up. I can find out anything and everything I want to know about that person. I can hear them speak anytime. There's audio and video of them all.
Well, we'll see how many people are watching this one, won't we?
That's going to be a tell. How big the audience is and how big the audience is for the other debates as we go along.
866-90-RED-EYE.
Get in touch with Red Eye Radio, toll free at 866-90-RED-EYE.
Live from the Uniden America studios, you are listening to Red Eye Radio. Uniden has been a cornerstone of the trucking industry from the beginning. Go to uniden.com today.
Eric and Gary for the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. Tons of questions about the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. We thought we'd do a little Q&A. Here's a question. Does it work on any smell? Yes, the Thunderstorm gets rid of strong odors from cooking, cigarette smoke, litter boxes, and more. Even the mildew smell from basements.
How long does it take to work? Immediately. The Thunderstorm starts working in seconds to clear a room of any odor. What about replacement filters? No, you never need them. Does the Thunderstorm Air Purifier really work? Over 350,000 Thunderstorms have been sold already with thousands of 5-star reviews online.
Here's a question we get a lot. How do I get a deal on the Eden Pure Thunderstorm? Right now, you can save $200 on 3 Thunderstorms for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200. Just go to EdenPureDeals.com, enter the discount code REDEYE. That's EdenPureDeals.com, discount code REDEYE, and you get free shipping. Hey, owner-operators, succeed on your own terms with Mercer Transportation. Whenever, wherever, and however you prefer to run, Mercer has the support you need to make your business successful. They offer fuel discounts, fast pay after every load, plenty of freight with over 3,100 customers and over 500,000 loads per year. No company trucks to compete with and discounts on tires, insurance, and more. Pick your loads or let their coordinators help you find the right freight. Visit mercertown.com today. mercertown.com. If you drive a big rig, you know that if your wheels keep turning, you keep earning. That's why Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attractions, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Superior engine protection for longer engine life. Shell Rotella for the long haul.
Were you hopeful for less chance of an inspection delay at the roadside in 2021? Compared to the 2020 pandemic year, you were disappointed as inspection likelihood rose from 2020 levels substantially. That's according to the new comprehensive analysis from Overdrive Magazine's decade-long CSA's Data Trail series. But the 2022 series update shows that state truck enforcement departments still aren't back to pre-COVID inspection levels. Learn more about this today. There are some new risks, though, in rising moving violations as well as hours of service detention. You can determine your own roadside risk with 48 state rankings in many inspection and violation categories. Download the full report via overdriveonline.com. Navigate to the regulations section to find the CSA's Data Trail 2022 update. That's overdriveonline.com in the regulations section. And check out CSA's Data Trail 2022 update today.
Let's make a deal. This is Jeff Hood with Keller Williams Hood Company in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. The real estate market is moving so fast, and making a mistake or a bad decision could cost you or lead to disappointment. At Keller Williams, our team of professionals are the very best at what they do and they have the very best resources to help you make your best deal. Call us at 931-762-5816, or better yet, go to our website at kwhoodcompany.com. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, making real estate deals great again.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to the vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you've got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
If you have a last will and testament, your estate must go through probate. If you don't have a last will and testament, your estate still must go through probate because the state of Tennessee writes one for you. It's called the Laws of Intestate Succession. Probate is a court process that is long, cumbersome, and can be very expensive. A trust plan is a 100% probate avoidance tool. Not only that, you can place terms and conditions on how and when people get their inheritance. Call Estate Plan Stan at 931-363-7222 to learn more.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Striker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Striker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Striker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. Love the James Woods, Elon Musk X debate.
So there, the word is that X, formerly known as Twitter, is not going to allow you to block anyone in the future. You can only mute them, which is interesting because, you know, the whole thing with bots, and Elon Musk had a problem when he was looking to buy Twitter with the bots and how many bots there were. But Elon Musk blocked James Woods. And so now, I guess he's going to unblock him? James Woods is having fun with it, and it's a lot of fun.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Shop at iowa80.com for the best selection of everything for your truck. Bumpers, fenders, toolboxes, lights, interior, and more. iowa80.com, your trucking accessories superstore.
Every diesel needs to defend against clogged injectors, low lubricity, and slipping fuel economy. The best defense is the best defender. House Diesel Defender with advanced IDX4 detergent. Get a deeper clean, maximum lubricity, and boost fuel economy. Guaranteed. House Diesel Defender. Get optimal performance. House for every diesel.
From the father of CB radios comes one bad mother. Eric Harley here. You've heard me talk about Uniden CBs for years now. Uniden has been the cornerstone of the trucking industry since the beginning. And even in the age of cell phones, Uniden CBs still remain the trucker's favorite. It is social media at its best. When you need the lowdown on the road ahead, you need a Uniden CB. It is one bad mother. Go to Uniden.com today or stop by your nearest Pilot Flying J.
Hi, Tom Bodette here for Studio 6. I thought I'd play a little game with you. He's a 6, but has clean, comfortable rooms, a kitchen to cook in, fresh coffee to brew, great Wi-Fi, oh, and he loves to do long-term. 10, right? I'd say Studio 6 is definitely a 10. I'm Tom Bodette for Studio 6, but really 10, where you get more in your room and less on your bill.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to once again offer our diabetes prevention program. Driving Down Diabetes is a free CDC-approved diabetes prevention program. This year-long program begins January 9th, 2023, with live webinars focusing on nutrition, movement, stress management, and sleep. while receiving encouragement and accountability. It's for those at risk for diabetes only, not for those who have already been diagnosed with diabetes. If you are an over-the-road truck driver with a valid Class A CDL and are wondering if you are at risk for diabetes, go to truckersfund.org and take the risk assessment located under the Health and Wellness tab. Driving Down Diabetes is made possible by Southern Recipe. If you have questions, email Julie at truckersfund.org. Don't let diabetes put the brakes on your career. Sign up today. Again, to sign up and get more info, go to truckersfund.org. Truckersfund.org.
Overdrive, decades-running pride and polished custom truck beauty competition this year ran a little later in the truck show season than usual. The virtual competition was scheduled to put a cap on an in-person show season. Overdrive collected dozens of competitive entries in 7 categories, put them all up for an audience vote, and unveiled the winner in an online presentation this fall that you can access at overdriveonline.com. Navigate to the pride and polish section. Also there, read profiles of each winner as the weeks go by to close out the year. Again, that's overdriveonline.com.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
It'll be arrest number 4. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. Former President Trump says he'll turn himself in Thursday in Atlanta on charges related to trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election results in Georgia. Fox's Jared Halpern.
An agreement reached between his legal team and district attorney's office sets bond at $200,000. Other conditions include former President Trump not violating any laws or intimidating any person known to be co-defendants or witnesses. He was charged last week in a case that also includes 18 co-defendants and dozens of unindicted co-conspirators.
The former president also faces federal criminal charges related to the election and his refusal to turn over classified documents. There are state charges in New York over hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. The Republican National Committee announces their participants for tomorrow's first 2024 presidential primary debate in Milwaukee, hosted by Fox. Getting podiums, Doug Burgum, Chris Christie, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Asa Hutchinson, Mike Pence, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Tim Scott. Fox News Radio will be providing special coverage of the first Republican primary debate starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, August 23rd. You can listen at foxnewsradio.com. President Biden's back in Nevada on a family vacation after flying out to Hawaii with the First Lady to see wildfire damage in the city of Lahaina.
I want you to know, on behalf of the United States of America, all the nation, the American people stand with you.
115 deaths are confirmed now in those fires. The search for victims progressing to multi-story buildings now. Tropical Storm Hillary hit the southwest and southern California. Now Tropical Storm Harold.
Tropical Storm Harold is bearing down on southeast Texas, packing 45-mile-an-hour winds. A tropical storm warning is in effect from the mouth of the Rio Grande River along the Mexican border to Port O'Connor, Texas. And while rain could create flooding, there is a positive side to its arrival. It'll bring a short relief from the heat.
That's Fox's Sue Guzman. America's listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, it's Will Kane, co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Join me as I share my thoughts on a wide range of topics, from sports and pop culture to politics and business. With the help of newsmakers and personalities, I will provide you my free, unfiltered, uncancelable opinion on the hottest topics in America.
The Will Kane Podcast. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. America is listening to Fox News.
Alabama's ban on gender-affirming care for people under 19 can soon be enforced. A federal appeals court reversed an injunction putting enforcement on hold. A group of families are challenging the law. A trial date is set to start in April. That could determine whether it's upheld permanently. Texas Governor Greg Abbott was joined by several other Republican governors at the border in Eagle Pass, Texas. And the police chief of Austin, Texas, announces his retirement.
Joseph Chacon will step down next month, ending a quarter of a century with the department.
I am glad to be leaving in my time and on my terms.
City leaders say the announcement took them by surprise. It comes as residents continue to feel the aftermath of staffing shortages, which include longer than normal hold times for those who call 911, and crime that continues to spiral out of control. Gary Baumgarten.
And that group of Republican governors at the border in Eagle Pass, Texas.
Governor Abbott cited 853 deaths among those crossing into the U.S. last year in making his point.
The border between the United States and Mexico is turning into a deadly welcome mat for the migrants who are coming here.
The event took place as the federal government looks to force Texas to remove restrictive buoys the state has placed in the Rio Grande to prevent crossings. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem likened the border to the front lines of a war.
They are threatening our sovereignty right now, and the cartels are out for blood, and they are facilitating the trafficking of our children each and every day.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
A weird record winning streak's over. The Baltimore Ravens had won 24 straight preseason games. They lost to the Washington Commanders last night, 29-28. The Ravens hadn't lost a preseason game in 7 years. Those games are mostly played with backups and players fighting to make the team. The longest preseason winning streak now is the Las Vegas Raiders at 6 games. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty, your local certified Realtree Land Pro and premier farm sales specialist. We here at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty are the only company that specializes in the sale of rural properties. And for over 97 years, United Country has been the leader in farm and land sales nationwide. We have a staff of full-time land professionals ready to go work for you. Reach out to us today at 931-244-7126 and we'll design a marketing plan tailored just for your property. Thanks and God bless.
This is God's country.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our St. Joe location with lead campus pastor Adam Cross, or our worship gatherings starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
This is Jared Menz with Eight Oaks Recovery. We are a Christian men's drug and alcohol treatment program in Lawrence County. Every Tuesday from 5 to 6 o'clock, we are going to be on the radio taking questions about addiction and addiction issues and addiction policy and the causes of addiction and how to help loved ones in need. We will help walk people through signs of addiction, and addiction can strike people at any age in our society, from teens to the elderly. And if people have questions, we will be more than happy to help them find the right direction to get the help they need.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. The polling may not look great, but the governor of Florida isn't worried about that, at least not yet, as the DeSantis campaign looks to narrow the field ahead of Iowa, with this week's first Republican presidential debate hosted by Fox News.
The only rival in this primary Ron DeSantis has is Donald Trump. This is a two-man race.
I'm Chris Foster. The space race now is to the far side of the moon, to get there and eventually stay there and get to what's underneath the surface.
Maybe it's just the capability of living on the moon for long periods of time for people that just want to go on vacation. Or maybe it is, in fact, using these capabilities for mining and bringing things back to Earth.
We're speaking with former NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine.
And I'm Joe Concha. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
After winning re-election as Florida's Republican governor last November, Ron DeSantis smiled brightly upon hearing this chant. But it's been a bumpy ride since he entered the race in late May. Former President Trump dominates the polls. Once a DeSantis ally, he has taken credit for DeSantis' political success and criticized him as well as his campaign. A mega donor to a super PAC supporting DeSantis said he'd stop donating to see if DeSantis would shift and attract more moderates. DeSantis then laid off roughly a third of his campaign staff. He told Fox's Harris Faulkner after some of this surfaced.
Look, at the end of the day, you're looking at return on investment on everything. I set out the vision. If that vision is not realized, I make changes to be able to get us going forward.
Since then, the governor criticized Republican Party leaders in Congress who support former President Trump in an interview with the Florida Standard, calling them listless vessels, and that following one man's social media posts is not a durable movement. After Trump called that his basket of deplorables moment, DeSantis told Fox's Martha McCallum,
The people in Congress that I was referring to that have attacked me and tried to say somehow that I was a rhino, they're putting entertainment and personality over principle. Our voters want us to stand on principle and fight for them.
Also, in recent days, a memo was released or leaked by a super PAC supporting DeSantis with notes about how the governor should debate at the first Republican presidential debate hosted by Fox News. DeSantis told Fox's national political reporter Paul Steinhauser in New Hampshire.
Well, on the memo, it's not mine. I haven't read it. And it's just, I think it's something that we haven't put off to the side. But in terms of the debate, look, I know from the military, when you're over the target, that's when you're taking flak. And if you look really in the last 6 to 9 months, I've been more attacked than anybody else.
DeSantis says that means everyone views him as the threat, so it's a positive. Former President Trump does dominate the polling, and while DeSantis is in second, he's far behind. Though some polls, specifically in Iowa and New Hampshire, have Trump coming in with less than 50%. If correct, that could mean most Republicans, at least in those states, do want a candidate other than Trump.
Ron DeSantis going into debate night is looking forward to talk to a national audience.
Carly Atchison is the DeSantis presidential campaign national spokesperson.
Millions of Americans who maybe haven't really tuned into the presidential race quite yet because they're still, taking their kids to last minute summer camp or, whatever is happening in normal life. And so this is an opportunity really for Ron DeSantis to present his forward-looking vision for the country, to talk about what he's going to do to reverse this nation's decline, starting on day one with repealing Bidenomics, making life affordable for families, securing the border, declaring a national emergency on day one and deploying our military down there to get that done, rebuilding our nation's military, getting back to a mission-first force, which is extremely important, especially to deter our enemies abroad, especially China. And so this is just a great opportunity to talk to those millions of Americans, get his forward vision out there, and really get them a chance to see and know who Ron DeSantis is. A lot of people don't know that he's the only veteran in the race. They don't know that he's a father to 3 young kids and has a personal vested interest in getting this country back on track. So it's a really exciting opportunity.
So this is being painted by some in the pundit class as this big make or break moment for the governor because, as they're saying, so many hopes are riding on him being that lone alternative to former President Trump. So he's got to perform on Wednesday. Is that just hype and a reflection of how much of a spotlight is on this campaign? Or is there something to that? Is there a lot of pressure right now?
I think what it shows is that this is a 2-man race. Everybody knows it. Trump knows it. Ron DeSantis has had $20 million spent against him. That's more money than Trump and Biden combined in negative ads. And so, again, a lot of people, if they've heard of Ron DeSantis, maybe they know he's been governor of Florida, but they might have just seen a lot of the negative advertising. And so people talking about how there is pressure or a spotlight on DeSantis, that just shows that this is a 2-man race. And what you can also expect and what we are expecting is for everybody on and off that stage to come after Ron DeSantis and try and land a punch. Again, because they know this is a 2-man race. You have to go through Ron DeSantis. You can't go around him. We're prepared for those attacks, and it's not going to deter or distract the governor, again, from sharing his plan and vision for the country moving forward, which is really what our focus is on Wednesday night.
Carly, some of those punches that people may try and land might have to do with some of the bumpiness of the road thus far, like downsizing staff, a mega donor saying he's not going to donate any more to that super PAC for now, saying he needs to appeal to more moderates. The polls showing former President Trump dominating every candidate, not just the governor. Is the debate that chance to change that trajectory? In other words, when you talk about somebody trying to land a punch, how does he deflect?
I think what you're going to hear is, again, Ron DeSantis focusing on what Americans and what voters want to hear. American voters don't really care about a lot of the palace intrigue and what cable news pundits are talking about. They care about the fact that they are spending way more on gas and groceries than they used to. They care about the fact that our military is struggling right now. We're not recruiting in the same numbers. They care about, we have an open border. Fentanyl is flowing into communities, not just border communities, but up in states like New Hampshire. And too often on the campaign trail, when Ron DeSantis is shaking hands at these parades and town halls, he's having to console parents who lost a child to an overdose. So that's what voters are focused on, and that's what Ron DeSantis is going to address on Wednesday.
Tell me about Vivek Ramaswamy. He's been climbing in the polls, right? And it's Trump dominating, right? And then it's DeSantis being number 2. And then it's split because there's so many candidates running. And we've seen one name sort of climbing up, Ramaswamy. Does the governor feel he has a particular rival at this debate? Or what does the campaign make of Ramaswamy's sort of gain?
The only rival in this primary Ron DeSantis has is Donald Trump. This is a two-man race. You had a new Des Moines Register poll out in Iowa where Ron DeSantis is the only candidate in the double digits, and Vivek is below Chris Christie, who has the highest unfavorables of anybody in the race. So this is a two-man race. That's what we said all along. We're not going to get distracted by narratives that we feel are not reflective of what's happening on the ground. But again, the big focus for Ron DeSantis on Wednesday is really talking to the American people, sharing his plan to repeal Bidenomics, secure the border, and the weaponization of government. That's where his focus is going to be. This is somebody who is a Navy veteran. He is mission-oriented, laser-focused. And so a lot of the chatter that you're hearing in the Beltway is not where our focus is. It's not where our focus has been. And it's not where Ron DeSantis' focus is going to be on Wednesday night.
You know, the one thing you haven't mentioned when you've said what he's going to focus on is these sort of cultural issues that the governor has been focused on in his state. I guess he would refer to it as woke-related issues. That has been a premier focus of his, and even in terms of legislation. And you haven't mentioned it once. Is there a sense at the campaign level that, look, yes, people might care about some of those conversations, but what they care more about right now is the stuff you're talking about, like our nation's defense, our economy?
I think that wokeness is at the core of a lot of the problems that our country is facing. For example, in education, we need our kids to be educated, not indoctrinated. And so when you talk about how do we, set our kids up for success, how do we prepare the next generation, the next workforce, we have to make sure that public schools are teaching our kids how to read, write, and do math, and not focused on things like, gender theory and a lot of these woke theories. So that's just one example. We've seen wokeness in the military. That's something that the governor addressed directly when he unveiled his Mission First policy down in South Carolina. We can't have a military that's focused on, how woke we are. We have to have a military that's mission first. And again, DeSantis is somebody who is in a unique position to understand the importance of this, given that he's the only veteran in the race. So a lot of these issues, wokeness is at the core. And so there's no candidate who is more prepared to take that fight head on than Ron DeSantis.
Okay, Carly, tell me about the listless vessel remark. I'm not sure it rises to the level of the attention it's getting, but he told the Florida Standard about, Republican Party members in Congress that if they are listless vessels that are supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike through Truth Social every morning, that's not a durable movement. Okay. So now people have come out and said that former President Trump said this was DeSantis's basket of deplorables moment. He's being criticized for calling people in the party listless vessels. What is the campaign response to that, to all of this?
Well, the Trump campaign is clearly desperate. They spent $20 million in negative ads. That didn't work. They've attacked Ron DeSantis's personality. That's not working. That Des Moines Register poll I mentioned has Ron DeSantis with the highest favorability ratings of any candidate, including Trump. And now they're going to the tried and true liberal media tactic of lying to fit their narrative. Look, The truth is nearly $8 trillion was added to the national debt under the Trump administration. Hillary Clinton was never prosecuted. Trump didn't drain the swamp. He turned the country over to Dr. Fauci and DC bureaucrats when we needed leadership the most. And we have a choice to make in 2024. And this is Ron DeSantis's point. We have to choose a leader who is going to not do something for themselves, but do something for this country. That candidate is Ron DeSantis. We need somebody who is going to put the American people first, deliver results. A lot of candidates talk, but only Ron DeSantis delivers.
And just to that point of the governor saying this is not a durable movement, following, I guess, former President Trump's Truth Social commentaries, I wonder if the people who do follow President Trump, in the polls, these 42 to 48% of Republican primary voters who say Trump is their guy, is it possible that at least for them, being on the Trump train in this way is a durable movement? I mean, to them at least.
Yeah, maybe. But what we're hearing on the ground, and again, going back to that Des Moines Register poll I keep talking about, as many likely GOP caucus voters in Iowa are considering DeSantis as are considering Trump, 61% to 63%. And so I think the question on a lot of voters' minds, including those who supported President Trump, and by the way, that includes Ron DeSantis, is what are we going to do about it? We're seeing this weaponization of government. We're seeing the FBI and the DOJ attack Catholics and Americans who are pro-life. What are we going to do about it? Ron DeSantis has said that on day one, he would fire FBI Director Christopher Wray, who was appointed by Donald Trump. Ron DeSantis is the only candidate in the race who's actually removed 2 politically motivated prosecutors in his state who are more focused on being woke than keeping a community safe. And that's what this comes down to. Again, we have a choice to make in 2024. And are we going to go with the weak and losing leadership of the past? Or do we choose a new candidate like Ron DeSantis, somebody who has the track record of delivering on the promises that he makes, somebody who's going to get into office, not take any excuses, get things done on day one for the American people?
Carly Atchison, DeSantis presidential campaign spokeswoman, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Can we make 10,000 thread count sheets?
For Lens Linens, staying in the comfort zone is never an option.
Maximum thread count we could possibly thread.
An industrial seamstress would make their sweet dreams come true.
I want it to feel like you're on a snowflake, on cotton candy, on marshmallows, on a cloud.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Hi, this is Donna Rawson with the Bank of Frank Ewing. Sorting through terms, rates, and programs can be overwhelming. Bank of Frank Ewing wants you to focus on finding the home of your dreams, and we'll help with the rest. Our lending experts are experienced and trained to make the process as easy as possible for you, while making sure you get the best rate and terms. Give our local lenders a call at 931-762-6800. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When minutes matter, count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. We're here providing emergency care 24/7. We constantly monitor ER wait times to ensure prompt treatment so you get diagnosed, treated, and back home as soon as possible. Emergency care at Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. Count on us when minutes matter. Learn more at southerntnlawrenceburg.com.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Heritage Automotive. I like my biscuits piping hot. If your biscuits are not hot enough to melt butter, then they need to be warmed up. On the other hand, if the inside of your car is hot enough to melt butter, it needs to be cooled down. It's hot outside and it's time to get your air conditioner checked by one of our certified technicians. Schedule your appointment today with Heritage Automotive by calling 762-2299 or come by and see us at 2122 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, or visit us online at heritagegm.com.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
Hi, I'm Victoria Watts, a fresh face here at Flora Mid-South Realty. I've been a realtor for 2 years now, and I'm excited to be joining the Flora Mid-South Realty family, where they truly treat you like family. Call me for all your real estate needs. I'm Victoria Watts, and I can be reached at 931-253-1308.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
This is Landon from Cloud9 Internet. Thank you for supporting our locally owned business. I want to give a brief update about changes coming soon. We will almost be doubling our service area this year by expanding to the west side of Highway 43. We are also starting a new referral program. Whenever you refer someone, you and them will receive 1 month of free internet. We would like to thank you again for choosing to support us at Cloud9 Internet, and we look forward to providing you the best and most affordable service in Lawrence County.
A look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. The field is set for the first Republican presidential debate for the 2024 campaign. Of course, the debate will be Wednesday night on the Fox News Channel. Fox's Jared Halpern covering the event for us.
8 candidates have met polling and donor thresholds and signed a pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee to qualify for tomorrow night's debate in Milwaukee. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, businessman Vivek Ramaswamy, former governors Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, and Asa Hutchinson, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, Senator Tim Scott, and former Vice President Mike Pence are all expected on stage. Former President Trump, the far and away frontrunner, is not debating. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The search for survivors continues in and around a devastated Lahaina on Maui. The president paid a visit Monday to offer support. Fox's Gernal Scott with more.
Governor Josh Green said thank you to the president, or as Hawaiians do, mahalo.
We know we have the support to lift us up as we find those who are lost.
As that continues, Hawaiians look ahead at the long road to rebuilding Lahaina. President Biden says the federal government will be at Hawaii's side.
To rebuild the way we want to rebuild, by making sure your voices are heard.
Life losses cannot be measured. Property losses range by many estimates into the billions. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
And I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Friends of Davy Crockett State Park. We're there to help provide the educational programs the park does. We do the 5K in the fall, the Halloween History Trail when we have it. We support it. We also maintain the bird aviaries down by the museum. Our donated money or our funds raised is used to help buy the mice and the food that feeds the birds and the snakes, the program animals they have at the park, and just anything that the park needs us to help them with. We don't do the programs. We're there to help fund the programs like the birds and the trail work. We're there to help provide the tools and just manpower even to help do the trail work and stuff like that. If they have programs like the Halloween History Trail, and some of our volunteers, our members do work on the History Trail and are, participants in it. And then we have chili and hot dogs and stuff like that we sell. We have donation tubes or boxes. There's one in the office, and there's a tube down at the bird aviaries that, is just outside there. And there's also a box, or it's a barrel, really. It's made to fit in with the environment out there in the museum, where they can just make donations. We also do the 5K, which is our main fundraiser. And it's been being in August, but I believe we're going to stay with October because it gets so hot now in August. I'm going to say we've got 20 lifetime members and probably about 10 individual members at the current time. We meet every second Tuesday of odd month, so every 2 months. Our president is Ricky Fleeman, and our vice president is Dustin Lee. I'm Sheila Bridges, I'm the secretary, and then Elizabeth Luffman's our treasurer. Back in 2006, I think it is, just the idea of the grist mill, that's another project we did, starting to run again because it was needing repair and had a lot of visitors and things say, well, we wish it would run. And us living here all our lives basically and watching it, wanted it to run, wanted to see it going again. And then wanted some bird aviaries for the program birds to be able to be out where they could be seen, because at that time they were behind the maintenance shop and nobody could see them. And so we just, the group started talking about, was it possible to make a 501c3 nonprofit and it benefit the park? So we'll just, 4 or 5 of us got together on the front porch of the museum one evening and started the paperwork and went from there. We're a member organization. Dues are $15 a year for an individual, $25 for a family, $100 for a business, and $200 for a lifetime membership. And then just attend the meetings, and if they can't attend meetings, then help with the projects we do. And I usually do emails or phone calls to let our group know what's going on. And otherwise, it's participate in the 5K. You don't have to run, you can walk. And it is at night. It's a glow-in-the-dark 5K, so you get to see the park in the dark. And then our Halloween History Trails usually has a little fee. And then the donation tubes themselves. We have 3 benches now. One is on the bicycle trail, I believe is what it's called, and it's about halfway of the trail, and it's got a dedication plaque on it in memory of Flo Gray. That was a big supporter of the park. And then there's 2 at the bird aviaries now for people to be able to sit and enjoy. There's plans to put plaques on those, but it's not happened yet. But we are putting plaques. One will be in memory of Eddie Gray, and the other one will be Dr. Myhan and Mrs. Myhan. Probably the plans for the new part of the park that was purchased, the Crowder land. I believe there's plans for a pioneer village, and hopefully it will be something that the Friends Group and the public will help actually raise the buildings like they would have back in pioneer days. That would be a big one. Another one would be at more of the sidewalk at the aviaries, going like a deck over the lake or the little pond area there, and then back around to the parking area, and trail work. We do have a Facebook. It's Friends of David Crockett State Park. Phone number is 762-1667. And the address, if you want to just mail a membership thing with your name and all on it, would be 37 Beasley Road in Lawrenceburg. We have donation tubes or boxes. There's one in the office, and there's a tube down at the bird aviaries that is just outside there. And there's also a box, or it's a barrel really. It's made to fit in with the environment out there. in the museum.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report. Time is running out for some Facebook users to file for their share of a $725 million payout to settle a lawsuit over sharing user data. If you used Facebook between May 2007 and December 2022, you have until Friday to file. Job cuts coming to Charles Schwab. The brokerage firm says it plans to lay off workers to counter cost pressures. However, it did not mention how many jobs it plans to trim. American Airlines pilots ratified a new contract to boost wages by more than 40% over 4 years. And a mixed ending on Wall Street as tech shares help boost stocks even as Treasury yields climb to the highest since 2007. The Dow lost 37 points. The Nasdaq jumped 207 or 1.5%. I'm Carmen Roberts. That's your Fox Business Report. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
India's space agencies released new pictures of the far side of the moon, taken by its Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft ahead of an attempted landing tomorrow. It's been a race with Russia. Its unmanned Luna 25 spacecraft was supposed to make a soft landing yesterday, but lost touch with Russia's space agency, careened out of control, and crashed on the moon's surface Saturday, 9 days after launch. India's first attempt in 2019 ended with a crash, too. 3 countries have had craft soft land on the near side of the moon, the U.S., Russia, and China, but nobody's landed on the far side yet.
So I think there's a lot of interest in the moon.
Former NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine.
We have now discovered that there's hundreds of millions of tons of water ice, especially on the south pole of the moon. Water ice represents H2O, which hydrogen, of course, is fuel. Oxygen, of course, is life support. It's air to breathe. And H2O is water to drink. So we think about that as just pure resources. The life support capabilities that exist with the water ice are pretty significant. It's also true that, we think about rare earth metals that have a lot of value for a lot of different industrial activities, supercomputers and other things. A lot of those materials are not earth materials at all. We call them rare earth elements, but they're actually asteroid impacts, and in many cases from billions of years ago. The challenge with the Earth is that you find these rare earth elements very sparingly, and when you do find them, they're in limited amounts. That's because Earth has a very active geology, a very active hydrosphere, a very active atmosphere, and all of these things mean that whatever impacted the Earth billions of years ago, it's not there today. So it's in very trace amount. The moon is unique in the sense that it doesn't have an active geology or an active hydrosphere. What that means is that anything that impacted the moon billions of years ago is today right where it was billions of years ago, including rare earth metals. So although they wouldn't be rare earth, they'd be rare lunar.
Right.
Then again, if we find them in large deposits...
Not even that rare.
So I think there's a lot of interest in just exploring and discovering, could there be very valuable materials that could have tremendous value here on Earth?
If there are resources on the moon to be used back on Earth as opposed to used on moon missions or bases, how can it be brought back? I mean, are there plans for cargo ships to the moon and back? I presume this stuff is heavy and cumbersome to transport.
Absolutely. So we think about, for example, Starship. I mean, the whole purpose of SpaceX's Starship vehicle is to increase the amount of mass that can be taken to the moon. And so the key formula that you're trying to solve for is, what is the cost per unit mass to deliver to the moon? Starship is this supermassive vehicle. And so because it's so large, the cost per unit mass comes way down. So it's not just mass, it's also volume. And Starship is really trying to bring down the cost per unit mass to the moon. Uniquely, Starship is also capable of bringing things back from the moon. And because it's got such big mass and volume capabilities, it could be a game changer when it comes to bringing material home. In the long term, that's a commercial vehicle that can be used for all sorts of things that are not necessarily scientific in nature. Maybe it's just the capability of living on the moon for long periods of time for people that just want to go on vacation. Or maybe it is, in fact, using these capabilities for mining and bringing things back to Earth.
It feels a little like the Old West, prospectors rushing to find oil or find gold, except in this case, it's nations.
Yeah, I think that's true. I would say, and as it relates to the United States, largely because of the work that I did as the NASA administrator, the goal is not for nations to necessarily be the only beneficiaries of the architecture that NASA is building. We want private companies to work alongside us. So, for example, NASA is building architecture that includes what's called the Lunar Gateway. Think of a space station in orbit around the moon where you can have landing systems going back and forth to the moon, between the moon and the gateway constantly. So you have basically round trip vehicles so that those vehicles can go back up to the gateway, get more fuel, go back down, take, it could be humans, but it could be robotic rovers or other landers that maybe hop. So there's all kinds of different ways of getting access to the moon. And what NASA is building is infrastructure that commercial companies can benefit from. So it's really not just a race between nations. It's an opportunity that NASA is building for commercial companies to participate in more broadly.
So this landing on the far side of the moon, particularly important toward that end because of the resources that we presume are there. Why has nobody made it there before? Is it too hard? Is there something now making it more possible? Or is this just about urgency with more interest?
So landing on the moon in and of itself is difficult. The United States of America, for a long period of time after Apollo, did not have in its policy mix, an objective to go to the moon, let alone the far side of the moon. But the moon was not in the, in the policy objectives of the United States. President Trump put into place Space Policy Directive 1 as one of his first initiatives, and that was to go back to the moon sustainably. In other words, we're going to stay on the moon. We're going to go with commercial partners. We're going to go with international partners. We're also going to go with the first woman to the moon. And we named the program Artemis after the goddess of the moon in Greek mythology. And she also was the twin sister of Apollo. So I guess the bottom line is we now have an objective to get to the moon. And there's a lot about the moon that we still don't know.
How is the moon governed's not exactly the right word, but you know what I mean. Tell me about, there are the Artemis Accords. Tell people what those are and how it's supposed to work.
So the Outer Space Treaty is very clear that you cannot appropriate the moon or other celestial bodies for national sovereignty. We think about the ocean. We can't own the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean for national sovereignty either. However, if we extract tuna from the ocean, we can own the tuna that we extract from the ocean. And that's true for the country. It's also true for private industry. If we extract energy from the ocean, a private company can own the energy that comes from the ocean, even though that private company and the country from whence that private company comes, they don't own the ocean. Those same principles should apply to the moon. So you can't own the moon, but what you can do is you can apply your own effort, your own equity, your own sweat, and based on the work that you put in, if you extract resources from the moon, you can own those resources that you extract from the moon. And that's a key principle that we put into the Artemis Accords. When we created the Artemis program to go to the moon sustainably with commercial partners and international partners, the goal was to enable lots of different companies and countries to have access to the moon. But we also wanted to establish what the rules are. And the rules are, yes, you can extract resources. Yes, you can use those resources. But what you can't do is you can't own the moon.
Who's to say that China, for example, lands on the South Pole, stakes a claim, says this is our area, it's ours, and work to sabotage anyone else? How is it enforced?
There's really no enforcement mechanism, and there hasn't been. The Outer Space Treaty has existed since 1969, and there's all kinds of provisions in there about, if you destroy a satellite and you're liable, you've got to pay for it. If one of your satellites re-enters the atmosphere and damages property on the Earth, there's a liability convention in the Outer Space Treaty, but it's only been enforced once in history. And it was in the 1970s. It was like a satellite tank or something that re-entered and hit Canada. And Canada got like a $3 million settlement from the former Soviet Union. But that's the only time. Things are happening in space all the time where satellites are breaking apart. People don't understand why. Some satellites quit working. And the assumption is, well, maybe the satellite just quit, or maybe it hit some kind of micro meteor or something. But the reality is there are nefarious things happening in space.
Sure.
Because people can take advantage of that. So, and that's why we created the Space Force and U.S. Space Command and Space Development Agency and other things when I happened to be at NASA. But I think when we think about the future, we've got to establish rules where people understand basic principles of international governance when it comes to space. I'm a Navy pilot by trade. And when I'm flying over international waters and I get queried by a foreign country that might not be friendly to the United States, I use the language due regard. I am a sovereign U.S. naval aircraft operating due regard in international airspace. If I use that word due regard, that sets in place many decades of law and precedent that says I can operate here and you can operate here too. We're not going to interfere with each other. We're going to respect each other's ability to freely operate, but we're not going to interfere. It's basically a non-interference kind of international standard. Well, that's the way the moon should be organized as well. The question that you brought up, though, is enforcement. That's yet to be determined. It's one of the reasons why it's important for all nations to come to an agreement on how to be able to live and work, not just on the moon, but eventually other celestial bodies, maybe Mars, because there's going to be some interest in the United States going to the South Pole. China wants to go to the South Pole of the moon, for example. On Mars, it's going to be the North Pole because there's lots of water ice on the North Pole of Mars.
Does the establishment of a permanent base on Moon or in Moon's orbit, does that appreciably help getting to and from Mars, or is the distance between Earth and the Moon so negligible compared to the distance between the Moon and Mars that it really doesn't matter that much? Would it be a huge logistical help?
Yeah, it'd be a tremendous help. So, basically, a lot of the NASA scientists and engineers will tell you, look, if you can get to low Earth orbit, you're halfway to anywhere in the solar system because it doesn't take that much energy after you get out of Earth's atmosphere. It doesn't take that much energy to get to a lot of places. And by the way, if you're in lunar orbit, it's really easy to push out a lunar orbit and go lots of different places. So the answer is yes. If you can stage activity, capability in these places where it's easy to push out from, then yes, there's huge advantage to establishing. We call it the gateway today, but over time you could accumulate capability there where you build a larger space station that eventually pushes out to maybe even orbit or land on Mars.
Jim Bridenstine, former NASA administrator. Jim, please come back on next time we have more space stuff to talk about.
You bet. Anytime.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
This is Matt Crowder, live at the gas station on 41st Street, reporting on those skyrocketing gas prices. Excuse me, miss, are you buying less gas now because of the high prices?
Oh, I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use a free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Well, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, well, there you have it. Stop paying full price for gas. Download the free Upside app and get real cash back every time you buy gas. This is Matt Crowder Radio News Network. Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEAT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEAT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEAT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy. like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Flooring sets the tone throughout your home.
A one-stop flooring destination. Our new location stands alone for unequaled customer service and selection. Owner Justin Story's mastery of custom hardwood inlays means every room can have a custom look. Discover how the right choice of hardwood, laminate, carpet, or tile can set the tone in your home. Contact Floored by Justin today.
Call 931-244-6557, located at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma.
Let's make a deal. This is Jeff Hood with Keller Williams Hood Company in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. The real estate market is moving so fast, and making a mistake or a bad decision could cost you or lead to disappointment. At Keller Williams, our team of professionals are the very best at what they do, and they have the very best resources to help you make your best deal. Call us at 931-762-5816, or better yet, go to our website at kwhoodcompany.com. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, making real estate deals great again.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing. I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other. And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
When it comes to estate planning, you have options, lots of options. Whether you're worried about going broke in long-term care or worried about who'll take care of your family if something happens to you. This is Stan Perchowski with Perchowski Estate Law and Perchowski Elder Law, and we answer these questions and many more on my WDXE talk radio show, Bulletproof Estate Planning, every Friday morning from 8 to 9 a.m. on WDXE 105.3 and 95.3 FM. Tune in and ask your questions during the show.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. As much of Southern California and parts of Nevada clean up from Tropical Storm Hilary's heavy rain and flooding, South Texas is preparing for Tropical Storm Harold today.
Tropical storm warnings in effect for Corpus Christi, Rockport, Port Mansfield, also South Padre Island.
Fox weather meteorologist Kelly Costa. President Biden spent yesterday meeting with Maui residents to reassure them America won't abandon the island.
I want you to know, on behalf of the United States of America, all the nation, the American people stand with you.
And former President Trump plans to surrender in Georgia Thursday to be booked on charges of trying to overturn the election. Meantime, he plans to skip tomorrow night's GOP debate.
And saying in part, the public knows who I am and what a successful presidency I had. I will therefore not be doing the debates.
Fox's Bill Mallusian. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
One of the NFL's top running backs could soon be on the move. Multiple reports Monday that the Colts have given All-Pro running back Jonathan Taylor permission to seek a trade. The 24-year-old Taylor is entering the final year of his contract and has been looking for a new long-term extension from Indianapolis. Preseason action on Monday, the Commanders topped the Ravens 29-28. The loss snapped Baltimore's NFL record 24-game preseason unbeaten streak. And Michigan football coach Jim Harbaugh will miss the first 3 games of the upcoming season after the school issued a self-imposed suspension for alleged recruiting violations. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The one, the only Ross Tucker. Ross, can you help me understand the Colts' decision to play Anthony Richardson in preseason week 1 and then sit him in preseason week 2?
No, I don't understand it. Unless it was a health thing for the starting offensive line. If they didn't want to put the starting offensive line out there, and if they didn't want to play the starting line, you certainly didn't want to put Richardson out there behind the backup O-line. So that would be the logic. But I would agree with you that I would at least have gotten him a few series. You look at his footwork, mechanics, he really does need as much work as he can get. So that's the balance I think the Colts are going through, trying to get him the reps that they know he needs versus not wanting to beat up, Ryan Kelly and Quentin Nelson and some of the starting offensive linemen who they probably don't think need to be out there.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Striker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Striker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Striker Steakhouse on Facebook or eat@strikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty, your local certified Realtree land pro and premier farm sales specialist. We here at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty are the only company that specializes in the sale of rural properties. And for over 97 years, United Country has been the leader in farm and land sales nationwide. We have a staff of full-time land professionals ready to go to work for you. Reach out to us today at 931-244-7126 and we'll design a marketing plan tailored just for your property. Thanks and God bless.
Your Fox News commentary.
Joe Concha.
What's on your mind?
Republican Governor Kim Reynolds and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis both support a ban on abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy. GOP presidential frontrunner Donald Trump, however, has indicated he supports a 15-week ban as a more moderate threshold. This is what's applied in many European countries, for example, he says. Former Vice President and current presidential candidate Mike Pence says, quote, "We must not rest and must not relent until the sanctity of life is restored to the center of American law in every state in the land," unquote. This, while Senator Lindsey Graham argues, quote, "We should have a law at the federal level that would say after 15 weeks, no abortion on demand except in cases of rape, incest, or to save the life of the mother." And that should be where America is at. All while other Republicans say the law should be decided as the Supreme Court intended in its Dobbs ruling last year on a state-by-state case basis. In other words, the Republican message on abortion is about as clear as mud. And it could cost them everything in 2024 when it comes to retaining power in the House, winning back the Senate by winning races in red states like Montana, West Virginia, and Ohio, and of course, winning back the White House after 4 years of the very Catholic, very pro-choice Joe Biden. We already saw abortion play a major role in the 2022 midterms, which went from being what was supposed to be a red tsunami to a red ripple. We've seen elections recently in places like Kansas, a very deep red state, and Ohio, also now a red state, shoot down referendums in overwhelming fashion, with both wins going to pro-choice advocates. Once the GOP has a nominee in place, the party must decide on a coherent, streamlined, easy-to-understand position on abortion, because until then, Democrats will run on this issue and this issue alone, since they're losing on every other important issue to voters, from the economy to crime to the border to education to foreign policy. And in a close election, that may be enough to tip the power in Washington permanently to the blue team. I'm Joe Concha.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, The smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our Etheridge location with lead pastor Nathan Duncan for our worship gathering starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
This is Jared Menz with Eight Oaks Recovery. We are a Christian men's drug and alcohol treatment program in Lawrence County. Every Tuesday from 5 to 6 o'clock, we are going to be on the radio taking questions about addiction and addiction issues and addiction policy and the causes of addiction and how to help loved ones in need. We will help walk people through signs of addiction, and addiction can strike people at any age in our society, from teens to the elderly. And if people have questions, we will be more than happy to help them find the right direction to get the help they need.
Serving Lawrence County since 1951, this is WDXE AM 1370, W287 AA 105.3, and W237 FD 95.3. Lawrenceburg, broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
A long road to recovery. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. Now 115 deaths confirmed in the wildfires in Hawaii, with more bodies expected to be found in multi-story buildings now being searched. President Biden gets a first-hand look at the damage in Lahaina.
So the people of Hawaii, we're with you for as long as it takes, I promise you. May God bless all those we've lost. May God find those who we haven't determined yet.
More than 800 people are considered unaccounted for 2 weeks after the fires started. Be a mostly sunny day in Southern California. There's a lot of flooding cleanup to do from Tropical Storm Hillary. Palm Springs Mayor Grace Garner on Fox Weather.
We have some roads into and out of the city that are open. We're getting more open every minute, it feels like. However, there is still extensive damage to roads and into different communities.
Tropical Storm Harold, meantime, is approaching South Texas.
The imminent threat for South Texas, Brownsville, Corpus Christi, starting to see those outer bands. This is a 45-mile-per-hour sustained windstorm. It's not going to cause a whole lot of issues. This is actually a pretty good news story. They need the rainfall, and it's also going to bring those temperatures down. Fox meteorologist Janice Dean. Former President Trump says he'll turn himself in Thursday for arrest on election conspiracy charges in Georgia. He had until noon Friday. A Pennsylvania dentist is sentenced for murdering his wife of 34 years during an African safari. Fox's Tom Graham.
Larry Rudolph received a life sentence Monday for the 2016 killing of his wife Bianca during a trip to Zambia. He was previously convicted of fatally shooting her in the chest with a shotgun. Rudolph was also fined more than $15 million in penalties in a Denver federal courtroom after cashing in on insurance policies for his late wife. Prosecutors say Rudolph planned to live a lavish life with his longtime girlfriend. His defense, though, argues his wife's shooting was accidental, and they plan to appeal.
The girlfriend was sentenced to 17 years in prison as an accessory in June. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, you're up next.
Ugh, my throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sing tonight.
Here, try these.
Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Yeah, Vicks VapoCool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Ooh, I can already feel it.
I told you. So, you ready?
I'm ready.
Please welcome to the stage. Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks VapoCool Drops.
The best way to stop Joe Biden's agenda is to opt out of his inflation game by diversifying your savings into gold. I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and this is why I recommend a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, text the word SHELTER to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. So text SHELTER to 989898 right now.
Paid for by Birch Gold Group.
The release of treated radioactive water from the wrecked Fukushima nuclear power plant could start as soon as tomorrow in Japan. That plant was destroyed in an earthquake and tsunami 12 years ago.
The plan, approved 2 years ago by the Japanese government, is viewed as crucial to further decommissioning efforts at the plant. China has strongly criticized the proposal, as have local fishing groups who fear it will damage their reputations and threaten their livelihoods. Japan, however, maintains the water release is safe. The International Atomic Energy Agency also green-lighted the plan last month, saying it met international standards and the impact on people and the environment will be negligible. Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
President Biden names Ed Siskel new White House counsel to provide legal advice to the administration. He served in the Obama administration with jobs since, including 2 years as the top attorney for his hometown, Chicago. Siskel replaces Stuart Delaray at the White House next month. Out of a job, a Georgia sheriff who grabbed the chest of a former judge who's now on TV.
Bleckley County Sheriff Christopher Cootie resigned from office Monday after pleading guilty to Judge Glenda Hatchett during a law enforcement conference last year. She's the host of Judge Hatchett and The Verdict with Judge Hatchett. She says the ordeal cut me to the core, adding, "For this man to violate me the way he did is unspeakable." Cootie has been sentenced to a year probation and a $500 fine. He'd been sheriff of Bleckley County, a rural community of about 12,000 people, 40 miles southeast of Macon, since 2017. Tom Rigotti, Fox News.
Man accused of killing a California woman over a rainbow pride flag flying over her clothing store in Studio City. He's named as Travis Akiguchi, 27 years old. He was shot and killed during a confrontation with police after the shooting outside the store Friday. Laura Ann Carlton was 66 years old, a married mother of 9 children. I'm Chris Foster. This is Fox News.
As the deer pants for the water, so my soul longs after you. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship you.
Welcome to Searching the Scriptures. Searching the Scriptures is a cooperative effort of Churches of Christ in Lawrence County, Tennessee. If you have questions that you would like to hear addressed on this program, please email them to leomachurchoffice@gmail.com, and we will see that those questions get to the person who is recording. Now it's time for the program. Hope you enjoy.
To worship you.
The problem with some people is not that they never read or study the Word of God. The problem is they read and study it incorrectly. This was the problem with the Jews and the religious leader of the day of Jesus Christ. Listen to what the Lord said to them as recorded for us in John 5, verses 39 and 40. You search the Scriptures because you think that in them you have eternal life. It is these that testify about me, and you're unwilling to come to me so that you may have life. How can we be sure that we're not only diligently studying the Scripture, but appropriately studying the Scripture? We're going to talk about some concepts of proper Bible study this afternoon. Hello, I'm Larry Keel, preacher for the Midway Church of Christ, located just off Red Hills Center and Hudson at 92 Midway Road. We'd love to have you come and visit with us this Wednesday evening at 7 for our Bible study and devotional, or if that's not possible, next Sunday at 10 for Bible class and 11 for worship. You'll find a friendly welcome awaiting you and yours. Following this message and song, I'll be back with you to notice some important principles of Bible study.
My Jesus knows when I am lonely. He knows each pain. He sees each tear. He understands each lonely heartache. He understands because He cares. My Jesus knows just what I need. Oh yes, He knows just what I need. He satisfies and every need supplies. Yes, He knows just what I need. My Jesus knows when I am burdened. He knows how much my heart can bear. He lifts me up when I am sinking and brings me joy beyond compare.
My Jesus
Knows just what I need.
Oh, yes, He
Knows just what I need. He satisfies and every need supplies. Yes, He knows just what I need. When other friends seem to forget me, when skies are dark, when hope is gone, my faith I feel His arms about me, and hear Him say, you're not alone.
My Jesus
Knows just what I need.
Oh, yes, He
Knows just what I need. He satisfies and every need supplies. Yes, He knows just what I need.
Recognizing that some of the religious leaders in the first century were not studying the Word of God or handling it correctly, how do we go about not making that same mistake? How do we study the Scriptures? What are some of the attitudes that we should possess when we open the book of books? What will help us to study skillfully and correctly? Let's make a list together. First of all, one should study the Bible reverently. Reading the Bible is much different than reading the daily newspaper or Time magazine or Sports Illustrated or the seemingly thousands of emails that we seem to get every day. You see, the author of these sacred words is divine in nature. These words in the Bible are the very words of God. 2 Timothy 3:16 says, all Scripture is inspired by God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. When we realize that the words there, inspired by God, as we said yesterday, are literally God-breathed, well, that puts things in a whole new perspective, doesn't it? The book of books comes from God. When we read of God, then we read of such things as found in Psalm 111, verse 9. He provided redemption for His people. He ordained His covenant forever. Holy and awesome is His name. Another translation renders those words as holy and reverend is His name. In all the Scriptures, only God is ever called reverend. Indeed, He's the only one worthy to be revered, to be set apart, to be honored as totally holy. Since this is the trait of God, and the Bible is His book, then it makes sense, doesn't it, that we should approach the study of His Word in the same way, respecting that book as holy and studying it reverently. Now, there are some who haven't grasped the true meaning of proper reverence in this case. I've known of some people who'd never think about making a note in the margin of their Bible. They would never do anything like that, though many others would, but they think that that would just desecrate it. They've even asked, how do you correctly dispose of a Bible that's grown old or is damaged, thinking that there must be rules for its disposal, much like the disposal of an American flag. The trouble is that in their misguided zeal, they have a respect for the physical book, but these folks, or at least some of them, didn't have a respect for what was within it. You see, some that I knew never really did live by the principles and the precepts that were contained in those pages. Studying the Bible reverently helps us to realize that it contains the will of Almighty God and that it's to be applied to our lives, not just words to be read in our minds. Secondly, add to that sense of reverence, a sense of diligence as you study this book of books. Bible study, like anything else, must be done on a regular basis. And it's so easy, isn't it? It's so easy each January to start out with that resolution, we're going to read the Bible all the way through. And yet only to let that resolution fall by the wayside a couple of weeks later, or perhaps a couple of books deep into the reading of the Bible if we start back with Genesis and Exodus and Leviticus. Diligence means that we begin studying the Bible and that we keep on studying the Bible. It's not something that we're going to allow to be just hit and miss. Sometimes we will start with that Bible study and do it diligently from Genesis on. Sometimes we'll start with the New Testament, or sometimes we'll start with another system. But it's something that we continue to do. And if we just do it sporadically, then we're never going to have a real wisdom in how to use the Bible or how to apply it to our life situations. We've got to study it diligently. The psalmist spoke of the righteous man and the work that was put in with the Word. In Psalm 1 verse 2 we read, "But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night." When someone really delights in something, they find a way to spend time with it, don't they? When someone delights in playing golf or going hunting or fishing, they find a way to go. When one delights in a boy or a girl friend, then they find a way to be with them. When one delights in a grandchild, then that grandparent usually finds a way to be with them, or at least to have a billfold full of pictures and a head full of stories to tell. When one delights in the Word, there will be time to read and to study that Word. There'll be time to meditate on that Word and to see how that Word applies to life and how it applies to real living. I want to ask, in what do you delight? You know, you can find out when you see where your time goes, where your money is spent, and where your efforts are expended. The Apostle Peter said in 2 Peter 1 verse 5, "For this very reason make every effort to add to your faith goodness, to your goodness knowledge." Such knowledge can come, but it doesn't come just out of the blue. It doesn't just happen. It occurs when one makes every effort, and that's diligence. Paul said in 2 Timothy 2:15 again, "Do your best to present yourself to God as one approved. A workman does not need to be ashamed, who correctly handles the word of truth." Do your best. Another translation says study. Yet another translation says give diligence. And all of those ideas work there together with what we're to do with the Word of God. A third key in studying the Bible is to study the Bible systematically. There's some folks who talk about just letting the Bible fall open and reading a few verses, and that's their way of study. Now, I'm not saying that you can't learn anything that way, but I am saying that you can't study well that way. We need to have a system. We need to have some rhyme and reason as to our study. Again, Paul told Timothy in 2 Timothy 2:15, "Do your best to present yourself to God as one approved, a workman who does not need to be ashamed, who correctly handles the word of truth." Another translation says, "who rightly divides the word of truth." One way that this is done is through being aware that one should have some system to their study. If they do not, then they might try to apply all the Scripture equally. And really, that presents a problem. You know, that old joke about a man who did what we was talking about a minute ago, who would let the Bible fall open, point to Scripture, and then do what it said. Well, when he did that, he pointed out a passage that said Judas hanged himself, and that was bad, but it wasn't so terrible until the next passage that he opened to and pointed at was, "Go and do thou likewise." Obviously, you know, that just doesn't work. No systematic study of the Scriptures will get you into trouble. As you study, remember that there are two basic divisions of the Bible. There's the Old Testament and the New Testament. And that truth makes a world of difference. If we do some of the things found in the Old Testament, such as sacrificing animals, because we read them there and because we saw that people were to do them at that time, then we have missed the boat badly. Because you see, we live not under the Old Testament law, but under the New Testament. In the book of Hebrews, we find the difference between the Old and the New Covenant. We're told that in the New Covenant, that the blood of bulls and goats are no longer given, and that the blood of bulls and goats would never pay the price for sin. You see, the price for sin was offered in sacrifice by that all-time sufficient sacrifice, Jesus Christ, when he died on the cross. And at his death, he brought that new will and that new covenant into effect. And so we need to understand there are different times, different time periods. In the Old Testament, we find there was a time when God worked through the fathers. Then in Exodus, we find that he began to work through a law that he gave to Moses to give to the people of Israel. And then in the New Testament, we find that he works to all people through that gospel that's preached. And when you go to the New Testament, then it's going to be interesting because you'll find that the way of worship has changed, the day of worship has changed, the way to become a child of God is drastically different from Old Testament. You were born into that nation of Israel for the law of Moses. In the New Testament, we're born again spiritually into our Lord. John chapter 3, verses 3 and 5. Acts chapter 2, and verse 38 would help us to understand that. Unless we study somewhat systematically, then we may fail to make these crucial distinctions. So we need to do that. So we've begun to discuss some ways in which we should study the Bible. We should study the Bible reverently, we should study it diligently, and we should study it systematically. Tomorrow in this time, we're going to continue to look at this topic of how to study the Bible, and we'll talk about some other aspects that we should add. I hope that you'll make it a point to be with us. Again, we'd love to have you come to be with us at the Midway Church of Christ whenever you have the opportunity. We look forward to meeting you. Let's put into practice those concepts that we've talked about as we search the Scriptures and as we study it. And then let's do those things that we find. Until tomorrow, it's our prayer that God will bless you and keep you as you continue searching the Scriptures.
Start your day with Jeff Hood and the Wake Up Show. Weekdays on The Legend, WDXE.
Dear God, please bless America and help my friends and me to do our very best and keep our country clean and free. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
coming in there like the SWAT team. Yeah, SWAT team to the rescue. Oh my goodness! Good morning, everybody. It's Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? Yes, it's Tuesday. Tuesday. Oh, wait a minute. Am I confused on the day? Something's wrong. Hang on just a second. It may not be the SWAT team. It is Tuesday. I know why I'm confused. Now I do. It's Tuesday the 22nd. And my little girl's birthday is tomorrow. But we're actually doing a little something for her today. So in my head, I was thinking today was her birthday. So I told somebody wrong already. Anyway, it's Tuesday, August 22nd. And I had written down the 23rd, thinking it was May's birthday. But it's tomorrow. Tomorrow's her birthday. I brought the SWAT team in too early. Anyway, that has reemerged. There was a show called SWAT when I was watching TV back in the old days. But there's a new one now, evidently. I haven't seen it, but there's the theme song. How about that? Good morning to everybody. Jeff Hood here on the Wake Up Show. I already heard from one of my buddies who gets up early. And he and I have exchanged some agreement. That's always good. Anyway, we like our roosters. Got a busy day today. Got several appointments to fulfill today. And we're looking forward to a busy day. Going to be warm. It's going to be warm, kids. Let's see if I can check where is my weather? I got a weather app here somewhere that tells me that it's 72 degrees outside already this morning. And partly cloudy conditions from 10 to 11, and mostly cloudy conditions expected at 11. But it's going to be warm and some sunshine. I guess sunshine and clouds today. 93 for a high, and a little later in the week we're going to see near 100s. That's what they're saying in certain areas around here. So you might want to keep your eye on the heat out there. And if you have to be out in it, of course, keep yourself hydrated, all that kind of stuff. I'm assuming that most of us are grown up enough to know when it's too daggum hot. That's right. Anyway, let me cut that button off right there. Well, I hope you had a good evening. By the way, I think I saw on Facebook somewhere last night during the X Sports Network had a ball game on. Summertown in Lawrence County had played again. I guess it was their I don't know. I haven't kept up with it real good. I know they played the other night, and evidently had a good crowd. And was it the junior varsity that played last night? I heard, but I don't know. I haven't kept up with it like I should, but I did see that it was on there. That's pretty cool that you can watch some local sports on the X Sports Network. That's driven out of these studios here, so that's pretty cool, and we like that. I don't know who won. I don't know who won the first one, but I know that a lot of folks really enjoy having the inter-county rivalries going again, so that's good. And Summertown hasn't had a football team terribly long. It's relatively new to Summertown. But Summertown's growing in leaps and bounds. I'm telling you, we got to get ready, folks. There is a lot of people coming to Middle Tennessee, and we're part of it. It's just happening, whether we like it or not. And I like it for the most part. I do. It brings its challenges, though. For infrastructure and traffic and all that kind of stuff. Growth has its own issues, good and bad. But for the most part, we've enjoyed getting to meet a lot of new people coming in from the area, coming into our area. You got some new church folks that are come from Oregon and California and different places, and it's neat to meet these folks. Well, let's see. What can I do today? 6:27, 6:28, thereabouts. If you're a 6 o'clock riser, well, you ought to be up already. I've heard from one or two of you this morning, both with phone calls and with text messages, and we're glad you're up and with us. And I gotta correct what I did this morning. I was stopped in to see Mark Rowland on our sister station on the way in to the studio here, and told him it was May's birthday today, but it's actually tomorrow. So anyway, I'm a day ahead somehow, but we're having a little get-together for her at the house because tomorrow of evening is church night, and so Teresa decided to have a little something for her this evening, and we're going to do that. So anyway, so we'll celebrate her birthday. By the way, Daniel has got to work some more yesterday. He has worked for our backdoor Amish neighbor in his furniture shop a little bit, just a little, but then he also has a farm, of course, and on that farm he's got about 50 or 60 head of sheep, I think, and some goats maybe mixed in. Anyway, he had another Amish young man there with him, and he asked Daniel if he'd help. They had to trim some hoofs and do some worming, and they gathered them all in the barn. Daniel was over there yesterday evening, starting about 5:30, something like that. And he worked till plumb well after dark, helping with those sheep. And I went to pick him up and had to wait on him a little bit. Of course, it already got dark. I could see their light lanterns in the barn and all that kind of stuff. He come out of there, and he was on cloud nine. He said he loved that. That was just awesome. And but he, let me just say this, he'd been in the barn with a lot 50 or 60 head of sheep and goats, and he got in my truck. We just had to roll the windows down. That's all I can say. Plus, it was 5,000 degrees yesterday evening in that barn, too. It was hot. He was wringing wet and had barn and sheep and goat mess all over him. But he loved it, and he said we got to the house, he said, I believe I like this. I said, well, okay, well, good. And, of course, they paid him a little, so that made a big difference there. Anyway, a lot of activity going on around the horn, around here. If you've got something you want to share with us, of course, the phone lines are open, 766-9393. I welcome phone calls any time of the day. While I'm here, anyway, we'll try to squeeze you in. And, of course, it's 6:30. If you're a 6:30 riser, well, good morning. Wake up, get an eye open, and get a feet on the floor. Feet's on the floor. Join us for the morning. I've got coffee, but you can't have it unless you're here at the studio. You get your own coffee. I'll drink mine, and you drink yours. How about that? Also, 7 o'clock, local news, the Trading Post, all the stuff still to come here on the Wake Up Show. Good morning to you, everybody. Let's take a trip with Alabama.
If we could leave this big old city and head for the cabin we love back deep in the woods, oh, baby, we would. If we could jump some big old jet plane and head for the islands where the weather is always good, oh, don't you know we would? Oh, we can't do this and we can't do that, but baby, we can stay right where we're at. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip up to heaven tonight. Take a little time, leave it all behind. Take a little trip up to heaven tonight. We can go downtown to a nightclub, dance to the rhythm of the music on that old hardwood. Oh, baby, we could. Or we can call up Rita and Bobby and see what they're doing tonight and maybe play some road. Yeah, baby, we could. Yeah, now we can do this or we can do that, or baby, we can stay right where we're at. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip up to heaven tonight. Take a little time, leave it all behind. Take a little trip with you and me out of sight. Pull down the shades, turn out the lights. Take a little trip up to heaven tonight. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip up to heaven tonight. Take a little trip, side. Pull down the shade, turn out the lights, take a little trip up to heaven tonight.
Having more fun than human beings ought to be allowed to have. Heard from a couple of friends out there this morning while that song was playing. Mr. Billy Smith up in Etheridge got to meet Mean Joe. And so they're buds. They got to meet each other, and Mean Joe's got the lawnmower that was donated for that benefit. Took care of that. Said he brought him another one to work on. So anyway, Mr. Billy's got another lawnmower up there ready to go for somebody, so that'll be a good deal. And a good friend just called to ask about May and her birthday and how old she would be. Tomorrow she'll be 15 tomorrow. And, of course, that's heavy on the dad's mind that she's going to be driving soon and getting her permit. So I am the designated driving trainer for Maybelle. And I think I'm going to be pretty good at it. So we'll see. All right, 6:34 this morning. It's summertime. It is dead summertime, and it's getting a little blue for summer. Summertime blues.
Well, I'm gonna raise a fuss, I'm gonna raise a holler about working all summer just to try and earn $1. Every time I call my baby to try to get a date, my boss says, no dice, son, you gotta work late. Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, 'cause there ain't no cure for the summertime blues. Well, my mom and papa told me, son, you gotta make some money. If you wanna use a car to go riding next Sunday. Well, I didn't go to work, told the boss I was sick. Now you can't use a car 'cause you didn't work a lick. Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, 'cause there ain't no cure for the summertime blues. I'm gonna take 2 weeks, gonna have a vacation. I'm gonna take my problem to the United Nations. Well, I called my congressman and he said, quote, I'd like to help you, son, but you're too young to vote. Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, 'cause there ain't no cure for the summertime blues. Summer just to try and earn $1. Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, 'cause there ain't no cure for the summertime blues. Yeah, sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, 'cause there ain't no cure for the summertime blues. No, there ain't no cure for the summertime blues.
Well, she said if I ever deceived her, she'd be gone before I could count 10. I guess that I didn't believe her, 'cause just look at the trouble I'm in. Now she's gone, 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 gone. sky. Reggie. Well, I've lost every right to be happy when I lost all the heaven I found. She warned me she'd leave and she left me before my first tear hit the ground. Now she's gone, 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 gone. Crying won't bring her back. The more that I cry, the faster that plane flies farther across the sky. Scat pat. If I only knew where I could find her, well, I'd crawl there on my hands and knees. 'Cause each tick of the clock will remind her that she's 1 second farther from me. Now she's gone, 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 gone. Crying won't bring her back. The more that I cry, the faster that plane flies farther across the sky. Now she's gone, 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 gone. Crying won't bring her back. The more that I cry, the faster that plane flies farther across the sky. Farther across the sky.
Close your eyes, baby. Follow my heart. Call on the memory here in the dark. We'll let the magic take us away back to the feelings we shared when they played in the still of the night. Hold me, darling, hold me tight. Ooh, so real, so right, lost in the 50s tonight. These precious hours we know can't survive, but love's all that matters while the past is alive. Now and for always, till time disappears, we'll hold together whenever we hear in the still of the night. Hold me, darling, hold me tight. Say, so real, so 50s tonight.
How about that? Maybe you recognize those folks. That's the Country Cafe Band right here. Our own Roger Wright singing. How about that? Pretty neat, huh? Did a good job on that, too. I like to dig around and find things that are not necessarily in our queue. And I found a couple things here I may try to play for us in a minute or two. But we're pretty close to 6:45, as a matter of fact. And I need to check the weather. And, of course, our weather is officially brought to us by Wilson Oil Company of Lawrenceburg. We get back, I found Patty Loveless and Chris Stapleton doing one together, and I haven't heard it. We'll see.
No matter where you're going in life, Marathon wants to help you get there and even further. Their high-quality fuels prioritize endurance to help your vehicle run longer and more efficiently. So, where do you want Marathon's fuel to take you? You could go stargazing outside the city, cheer on your home team at an away game, or just pick a direction and go. You don't have to decide now. You can think about it on your way to fuel up at Marathon. Marathon, quality fuel for a quality life.
From the Tennessee Valley Weather Center, I'm Fred Gossage with your Tuesday forecast. A heat advisory in place not just for today, but for the next few days, as we're in a hot weather pattern here. Mostly sunny skies for today. Daytime highs in the mid to upper 90s with heat index values over 100. So be sure to stay hydrated, especially in the heat of the afternoon if you're outside. Going into tonight, mostly clear skies, overnight lows in the low to mid 70s. And even hotter for Wednesday and Thursday, both days mostly sunny. Daytime highs, not heat index values, daytime highs in the upper 90s to the lower triple digits out there with heat index values over 105, maybe close to 110 in spots. We start to back off the heat a little bit Friday into the weekend with partly cloudy skies, low to mid 90s for our Friday and Saturday, maybe upper 80s again for Sunday, and maybe a shower or thunderstorm around as we head into the weekend as well. All the latest weather at tnvalleyweather.com.
Thank you, Fred. I told you it's going to be hot. Yes, it is. It's going to be hot. Sure enough. Chris Stapleton, of course, Patty Loveless got such a strong voice, and Chris Stapleton's hit the scene here. He's been around a while, but he's raised some eyebrows with a few songs lately, and especially I think his version of the national anthem at one of the ball games really got high marks with everybody. But they've teamed up. You Don't Even Know Who I Am. She did that, of course, but she's doing it with Chris Stapleton. Let's see if I can cue this up. This is a live performance, and I haven't seen it before. We'll see how it goes.
She left
called her and said he was sorry that he couldn't remember what for. So he said, I've been doing some thinking. I've been thinking that maybe you're right. I go to work every morning. I come home to you every night. And you don't even know who I am. Left me a long time ago. You don't even know who I am. What do I care if you don't even know who I am. Why do I care if you go? What do I care if you go?
Patty Loveless and Chris Stapleton. How about that? That was a live performance there. Pretty good. Pretty good. By the way, it's 6:50, about 10 minutes till 7. And 7 o'clock local news headed your way, of course, and the Fox News break again. And then after that, the Trading Post. So if you have items you want to buy, sell, trade, lost or found, give away, you know the routine. You'll have an opportunity to do so right here on the Wake Up Show. All the stuff still to come, okay? We'll get our word of the day into after a while. Well, we got to do Bible trivia first, too. And don't forget, now on Bible trivia, not only are we giving away Bibles, but we've got that $25 gift certificate to give away from the butcher shop over in Pulaski. And this weekend is Bulls and Barrels weekend. Abigail's playing Bulls and Barrels Saturday. That's a big deal and a big event. Maybe to cool off just a little bit, he said, for the weekend. Going to get warm toward the end of the week, but maybe it'll drop back down a little bit and be a beautiful day for them. We wish them well. Big fundraising, of course, going on for Abigail's Plan, and then that's been a long tradition. I forget how many years I said that's been going on, but it's been a bunch. Been quite a bit. Well, let's see. I guess we can squeeze in a little bit of, since there was Patty Loveless there, she was a bluegrasser too, wasn't she? We'll bluegrass a little bit. The Bluegrass Album Band. That's when a bunch of fellas get together and play, isn't it?
Sitting alone in the moonlight, thinking of the days gone by, wondering about my darling. I can still hear her saying goodbye. Oh, the moon grows pale as I sit here. Each little star seems to whisper and say, your sweetheart has found another, and now she's far, far away. Sitting alone in the moonlight, thinking of the days gone by, wondering paper and say, your sweetheart has found another, and now she's far, far away.
Every day is a good day to take a test drive at Lanny Hurst Motors. If you're thinking about a car or truck, well, you've got a friend in the business, and you don't have to trust your luck. That's right. Lanny, Barry, Shelby, all of them say, y'all come to Lanny Hurst Motors. You know, if it's on the lot at Lanny's that they've taken care and they've taken their time, they've searched out and found the right ones, and they're serviced, they're checked out, they're ready for the road and ready for you. Here's a 2020 Chevy Traverse 3LT package, one owner. They look for the great deals, too. Loaded up with the best. Here's a Ford F-150, four-wheel drive XLT package. That's a beautiful truck. Local trade right there. Also a Ford Escape for you, 2018 Ford Escape SE package. Real clean SUV, great on gas, which is important. Gas seems to be climbing a little bit. It's a one owner. What about a Ram 1500 Crew Cab? Bighorn package, four-wheel drive. You can't go wrong with that either. It's a one-owner, miles in the 60s, 2019 Ram 1500 Crew Cab, four-wheel drive, Bighorn. You're talking about a nice truck. Very nice. And you've got nice people to deal with, too, at Lanny Hurst Motors. Bring your trade in. They love to trade. They'll trade with you right, too. Make a great allowance on your vehicle, and making the deal easy for you. And then you've got a friend in the business from now on in. Go by and see them. Tell them I sent you from the Wake Up Show. Check them out online at LannyHurstMotors.com, where you get that great deal every day. Well, listen, I found this because it's we're headed towards 7 o'clock. We are headed towards 7 o'clock, but it's football time. And one of my favorite things to do when football season rolls around, and it has. There was a pro game on last night. There's already been some games. We've already had some high school games. And so we need a visit from to explain it all.
It was back last October, I believe it was. We was going to hold a tent service off at this college town, and we got there about dinner time on Saturday. And different ones of us thought that we ought to get us a mouthful to eat before that we set up the tent. And so we got off of the truck and followed this little bunch of people through this small little bitty patch of woods there. And we come up on a big sign. It says, "Get something to eat here." And I went up and got me 2 hot dogs and a big orange drink. And before that I could take every mouthful of that food, this whole raft of people come up around me and got me to where I couldn't eat nothing and I dropped my big orange drink. I did. Well, friends, they commenced to move, and they want so much that I could do but move with them. Well, we commenced to go through all kinds of doors and gates and I don't know what all, and I looked up over one of them and it says North Gate. And we kept on going through there, and pretty soon we come up on a young boy. And he says, "Ticket, please." And I says, "Friend, I don't have a ticket. I don't even know where it is that I'm going." I did. Well, he says, "Come out as quick as you can." And I says, "I'll do her. I'll turn right around the first chance I get." Well, we kept on moving through there. And pretty soon, everybody got where it was that they was a-going, because they parted, and I could see pretty good. I could. And what I seen was this whole raft of people a-setting on these 2 banks and a-looking at one another across this pretty little green cow pasture. Well, they was. And somebody had took and drove white lines all over it and drove posties in it and I don't know what all. And I looked down there and I seen 5 or 6 convicts a-running up and down and a-blowing whistles. They was. And then I looked down there and I seen these pretty girls a-wearing these little bitty short dresses and a-dancing around. And so I sat down and thought I'd see what it was that was going to happen. I did. And about the time I got set down good, I looked down there and I seen 30 or 40 men come running out of one end of a great big outhouse down there. They did. And everybody where I was a-setting got up and hollered. And about that time, 30 or 40 come running out of the other end of that outhouse, and the other bank full, they got up and hollered. And I asked this fellow that was sitting beside of me, I says, friend, what is it that they're hollering for? Well, he whopped me on the back and he says, buddy, have a drink. Well, I says, I believe I will have another big orange. And I got it and sat back down. And when I got down there again, I seen that them men had got in two little bitty bunches down there. They had rail close together, and they voted. They did. They voted and elected one man apiece. And them two men come out in the middle of that cow pasture and shook hands like they hadn't seen one another in a long time. And then a convict come over to where they was a-standing, and he took out a quarter, and they come insta odd man right there. They did. Well, after a while, I seen what it was that there's odd man in for. It was that both bunches full of them men wanted this funny-looking little pumpkin to play with. They did, and I know, friends, that they couldn't eat it because they kicked it the whole evening and it never busted. But anyhow, what I was a-telling was that both bunches full wanted that thing, and one bunch got it, and it made the other bunch just as mad as they could be. And friends, I seen that evening the awfulest fight that I have ever seen in my life. I did. They would run at one another and kick one another and throw one another down and stomp on one another and grind their feet in one another and I don't know what all. And just as fast as one of them would get hurt, they'd tote him off and run another one. Well, they'd done that as long as I sat there. But pretty soon, this boy that had said, ticket please, he come up to me and he says, friends, you're going to have to leave because it is that you don't have a ticket. And I says, well, all right. And I got up and left. And I don't know, friends, to this day what it was that there's a-doing down there, but I have studied about it. And I think that it's some kindly of a contest where they see which bunchful of them men can take that pumpkin and run from one end of that cow pasture to the other without either getting knocked down or stepping in something.
Serving Lawrence County since 1951, this is WDXE AM 1370, W287AA 105.3, and W237 FD 95.3, Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications. Serving Lawrence County since 1951, this is WDXE News.
With the local news, I'm Molly Coulter reporting. The South Central Human Resource Agency Governing Board will hold a special meeting on Friday at 1:30 at the SCHRA Central Office located at 1437 Winchester Highway in Fayetteville. The purpose of the special called meeting is to approve reimbursement of grant funds to the WIOA program. The Pulaski Board of Mayor and Aldermen are scheduled to meet today. Among the items on the agenda include the opening of bids on Magazine Road tennis court rehab and new tennis courts, an application for a parade permit for the Giles County Veterans Service for November 11th, and a resolution to authorize the mayor and city recorder to enter into an agreement with Barge Design Solution relative to the demolition of the Appertain building. The meeting is set to begin at noon at Pulaski City Hall. The Beer Board is also scheduled to meet to discuss the Shell Station located at 715 North 1st Street.
Now is the time to spring into action and take advantage of ERCU's new investment options. With a $5,000 minimum deposit, you can receive 4.9% for 12-month CDs. We're also offering our new IRA CDs for both Roth and traditional IRAs at 4.99%. with 4.9% APY for 12 months. Stop by your local branch today for more details. See, Employee Resources Credit Union can help you save.
Also in today's news, the Maury County Sheriff's Department is seeking qualified applicants for the position of deputy. This is a full-time position with hourly rates starting at $19.71 an hour. Deadline to apply is August 31st. For more information, go to maurycountykn.gov. The Tennessee Highway Patrol will be conducting roadside safety checkpoints Friday in the following counties: Lewis County on State Route 48 South at Topsy Road, Maury County on State Route 99, 0.3 of a mile west of Rally Hill Road, and Giles County on US 31 at the 14-mile marker. The Pulaski Electric System Power Board is scheduled to meet today at 4. Among the items to be discussed include key financial metrics, energize internet usage, and to review and approve a policy regarding working in extreme temperatures. Lawrenceburg Utility Systems is partnering with eSource, a leading research firm, to conduct a residential customer satisfaction survey. This survey will be sent out to a random sampling of customers who have an email address on file with LUS. If you receive an email requesting that you complete the survey, this is not a scam. Please provide your feedback, as this information will help LUS make business decisions that may better serve you in the future. The Lawrenceburg City Council is scheduled to meet in regular session Thursday in the council meeting room at the Municipal Complex, located at 25 Public Square in Lawrenceburg. Among the items to be discussed include an ordinance to amend the 2022-2023 fiscal year budget and a resolution to authorize the City Fire Department to accept the proposal of Miller's Construction for the repair of the concrete drive in front of Fire Station 1. Resolutions to apply for a Tennessee Tourism Grant and a Historic Development Grant will also be considered. The meeting will begin at 9 and the public is invited to attend. Taking a look at community events, there will be a gospel meeting today through Wednesday at Crewstown Church of Christ with services nightly at 7. New Hope Missionary Baptist Church will have a revival today through Friday with services nightly at 7. The West End Community Club breakfast will be Saturday from 6:30 to 9. Plates are $8. The Pulaski Lions Club will present Living Well with Diabetes on Saturday at 6 at the Giles County Agri Park. There will be glucose screenings available.
The mission at Neal Funeral Home is service with compassion, dedication, and respect for all people in their time of need. Whether you select a modest service or custom ceremony to celebrate the life of your loved one, you can be sure Neal Funeral Home is ready to assist you in your time of need. For 3 generations, the professional and caring staff at Neal Funeral Home has been carrying out the personal wishes of families in the community, the people who are our neighbors and friends. As Lawrenceburg's only family-owned and operated funeral home establishment, proud of the quality service, experience, and personal attention they devote to every family.
In other local news, Sandra June Johnston Calvert, 72 of Lawrenceburg, died Wednesday. She was retired from the HR department at Murray. She is survived by her 2 daughters, Lee Calvert Morgan of Unionville and Beth Calvert Brazier of Lawrenceburg, her companion, Richard Bivens of Lawrenceburg, 1 sister, Gloria Thomas of Lawrenceburg, 4 grandchildren. The memorial service for Sandra June Johnston Calvert will be Saturday at 2 at Neal Funeral Home. The family will see visitors Saturday from 12 to 2. Roy William Hinkle, 90, died Sunday. He served in the United States Air Force and was retired from Reynolds Metal Company. He is survived by his sons, Roy William Jr. of Highlands Ranch, Colorado, Russell John of Franklin, 3 grandchildren, brother Ray Hinkle of Loretta. The funeral service for Roy William Hinkle will be Thursday at 5 at Pettis Turnbow Funeral Home. The family will see visitors Thursday from 3 to 5. Jennifer Ann Ham, 42 of Killen, died Wednesday. She was a member of North Carolina Church of Christ. She is survived by her grandmother, Christine Holden, her father, Larry Ham, and his wife, Becky, half-sisters, Kimberly Ham, Tanya Frederick Ham, Melissa Ham, and Debbie Ham. The funeral service for Jennifer Ann Ham will be today at 11 at Green Hill Funeral Home. Carolyn Young Petty, 91 of Pulaski, died Saturday. She was a teacher and worked at Farmers Home Administration. She was also a member of Pulaski First United Methodist Church and Pulaski 376 Order of the Eastern Star. She is survived by her brother Bill Young and his wife Debbie. The funeral service for Carolyn Young Petty will be today at 1 at Bennett May and Pierce Funeral Home.
From the Tennessee Valley Weather Center, I'm Fred Gossage with your Tuesday forecast. A heat advisory in place not just for today, but for the next few days as we're in a hot weather pattern here. Mostly sunny skies for today. Daytime highs in the mid to upper 90s with heat index values over 100. So be sure to stay hydrated, especially in the heat of the afternoon if you're outside. Going into tonight, mostly clear skies, overnight lows in the low to mid 70s. And even hotter for Wednesday and Thursday, both days mostly sunny. Daytime highs, not heat index values, daytime highs in the upper 90s to the lower triple digits out there with heat index values over 105, maybe close to 110 in spots. We start to back off the heat a little bit Friday into the weekend with partly cloudy skies, low to mid 90s for our Friday and Saturday, maybe upper 80s again for Sunday, and maybe a shower or thunderstorm around as we head into the weekend as well. All the latest weather at tnvalleyweather.com.
How radical is the gospel? Truthfully, the gospel of Jesus doesn't seem or feel all that radical or earth-shaking in our current culture. Too often, we practice and preach a watered-down message that neither challenges nor convicts. Perhaps we're misguided in an attempt to be overly kind and spare feelings. Or maybe we're ashamed of the gospel. Or could it be that we've bought into a watered-down gospel ourselves and we don't know any better? When Paul preached in Thessalonica, many were converted, but others grew angry. They dragged some Christians before the city authorities and said, "These men who have turned the world upside down have come here also, saying that there is another king, Jesus." What gospel are we preaching? A gospel that requires little, or one that turns the usual order on its head? A message where Jesus is a comforting buddy, or a proclamation that Jesus is Lord and King? Has our world been upturned by King Jesus? And what are we doing to proclaim Jesus to the world? For Springer Road Church of Christ, this is Nate Bibbins wishing you a closer walk with the Master.
The stage is set. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News now announced which candidates are invited to take part in the first Republican presidential primary debate tomorrow.
8 candidates have met polling and donor thresholds and signed a pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee to qualify for tomorrow night's debate in Milwaukee. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, businessman Vivek Ramaswamy, former governors Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, and Asa Hutchinson, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, Senator Tim Scott, and former Vice President Mike Pence are all expected on stage. Former President Trump, the far and away frontrunner, is not debating, writing, "The public knows who he is and what a successful presidency he had." Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And former president says he'll surrender at the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta on Thursday for his arrest on charges related to trying to overturn his 2020 election loss to Joe Biden in Georgia. Conditions at that jail are considered bad enough that the Justice Department started a civil rights investigation last month. Trump won't be there long. He agrees to post $200,000 bond as a condition of release. President Biden's back with his family in Nevada at a rental vacation house after a trip to Hawaii to see wildfire damage, meet with local officials and first responders, and to talk about the federal recovery efforts.
We will be respectful of the sacred grounds and the traditions that rebuild the way the people of Maui want to build, not the way others want to build.
115 wildfire deaths are now confirmed in Hawaii. Tropical storm Harold is hitting parts of South Texas with wind and rain. Landfall is expected around the middle of the day.
The technology is being tested.
Tropical storm warnings in effect for Corpus Christi, Rockport, Port Mansfield, also South Padre Island. To the north of that, south of Bay City, we have tropical storm watches in effect.
Fox Weather's Kelly Costa. A Ukrainian drone strike on a Russian airfield reportedly destroys one of Russia's supersonic bombers. Russia's defense ministry says debris from shot-down drones damaged apartment buildings in Moscow. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, you're up next. Ugh, my throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sing tonight. Here, try these. Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Yeah, Vicks VapoCool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks vapors.
Ooh, I can already feel it.
I told you. So, you ready?
I'm ready.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks VapoCool Drops.
The best way to stop Joe Biden's agenda is to opt out of his inflation game by diversifying your savings into gold. I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and this is why I recommend a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, text the word SHELTER to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, so text SHELTER to 989898 right now.
Paid for by Birch Gold Group.
In Ohio, a tearful apology from a 19-year-old sentenced to 15 years to life in prison for murdering her boyfriend and a friend in a car crash last summer. Prosecutors say Mackenzie Shrilla intentionally slammed that car into a brick wall at 100 miles an hour. She says in court she never would have done it on purpose and wishes she could remember what happened. Another Catholic archdiocese files for bankruptcy to deal with sex abuse lawsuits.
The Archdiocese of San Francisco announces it has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy reorganization, citing more than 500 civil lawsuits alleging sexual abuse of children. An archbishop explaining in a statement the Archdiocese has neither the financial means nor the practical ability to litigate all of these abuse claims individually, and therefore, after much consideration, concluded that the bankruptcy process was the best solution for providing fair and equitable compensation to the innocent survivors who have been harmed. An attorney representing over 125 of the survivors alleges it's the only archdiocese in California that has yet to release a list of credibly accused clergy. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
There's artificial intelligence handling some 911 calls.
The technology is being tested in the Charleston County, South Carolina 911 Center, designed to direct non-emergency calls away from live operators. The AI operator who answers the call is called Matthew, directing non-emergency calls to an administrative line, then prompting callers to briefly explain the reason for the call, and then transferring it to the proper department, freeing up 911 lines for real emergencies. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Stock futures are higher ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street this morning. Dick's Sporting Goods store stocks way down after a worse than expected earnings report and a lowered outlook for the rest of the year. Lowe's Hardware profits come in better than expected. It is sticking by its previous earnings outlook for the rest of 2023. I'm Chris Foster. This is Fox News.
I'm here. There it is. It's time for Trading Post. That's right. If you have items you want to buy, sell, trade, lost or found, the lines are open. 766-9393 is the number. And we'll put you and your items on the air. That's the way it works. And, of course, it's your show. 766-9393 is the number. You go ahead and give us a call. If you've got to get on the air or want to get on the air with us this morning, we'll take your phone calls. All right. That phone number, 766-9393. In the mail, got a few items. Free Alaskan Malamute, 2 years old, spayed female. Probably a good dog. 629-2757. 629-2757 is the number. Looking to rent a one-bedroom apartment. Someone's looking for an apartment at 629-3694. 629-3694. And a dog missing. It's a black and gray face, medium size. Answers, the name is Patty. And last seen on Glendale, Lambs Ferry Road. I understand this dog is blind, deaf. Not blind, deaf. But they're looking for this dog in the Glendale, Lambs Ferry Road area. 242-5008 if you have seen this dog. 242-5008. There's another dog in the mail this morning, a male black and white piebald puppy, ready to go. Also fresh eggs, no rooster on the premises. 231-4908. 231-4908 is the number. And one more piece of mail, still have for sale that tan sectional couch, very good condition, asking $800. A 1970 LTD Ford two-door. Needs to be restored, it says. Asking $1,000. Microwave, also $25 for that. Number to call is 931-982-8318. That's 982-8318. There. All right, and the lines are open, 766-9393, and we are here for you for the Trading Post. Okay? I got that done. It is 7:19, and I'll check the temperature again. All I can say is it's going to be warm, 74 out there at the moment. Beautiful sunrises and sunsets this time of year. Well, almost any time of year you can find a good one. But let's get our phone call in. Hey, good morning. You're on the Trading Post.
Good morning. I have a high walker for adult walker. It's got a seat. It's got brakes on the handles.
All right.
And I'm wanting to sell it, and I got for $50.
Okay. And what's your phone number?
762-7621.
7621. 762-7621 for the walker. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And good morning. You're on Trading Post.
I have for sale a mirror, a step stool, and some dishes. And my number is 762-3206.
762-3206. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Lines are open, 766-9393. And all you have to do is give us a call, 766-9393. I was all confused this morning about what day it was. We're going to celebrate May's birthday, which is tomorrow. Her birthday's tomorrow. But we're going to do a little celebration this evening. So I had that on my head, and I thought I was trying to make today the 23rd, but it's actually the 22nd. It's Tuesday the 22nd. Tomorrow is May's birthday, so I'll have to remember to do that right. Sure enough. Pardon me for just a moment. I have got to blow my nose. Okay, that moment of silence was brought to you by Hood & Hester, Realty and Auction Company. Sorry about that. Anyway, I was having a little sneeze attack there. 7:21 and counting. Let's see what we can celebrate today. I was looking at the Fox News headlines. Biden made some news. He went out to Maui, evidently, but he made news because he provokes fury with a joke during the tour of Maui. I don't know, that would not been a good time to tell a joke over there, I tell you. Sometimes he's kind of sticks his foot in his mouth a little bit, doesn't he? Anyway, here's what we can celebrate today. Be an Angel Day. Well, you just be an angel. Aren't you an angel? Do you ever hear that? It's National Eat a Peach Day. Love good peaches, good ripe peaches. Not much better than a really fresh, good, ripe peach. I can eat them whole. I like to just wash them off really good and eat them peeling and all, just like an apple. It's National Pecan Torte, T-O-R-T-E. Is that the way you say that? Pecan. It looks like a pecan pie, cream pie of some sort. Just a good old pecan pie would be fine. And I've mentioned it a few times. But one of my favorite pies is still two of them. Still, they're just a good traditional chocolate pie like Grandma used to make, and also the egg custard pies like she used to make too. They used to have them down at the Pyramid every once in a while. Those were good. National Tooth Fairy, if you remember the Pyramid. National Tooth Fairy Day. All righty. Got a cute picture of a little boy with no front teeth. What else can we celebrate here? Well, what is this? Southern Hemisphere Hootie Hoo Day. I think of Hootie Hoo, and I think of Gomer on Andy Griffith trying to say Hootie Hoo while he's eating a peanut butter sandwich or something. He was supposed to be on the guard and watch for Helen and Andy coming to the house. When Barney got it all wrong about them getting married, he would get a lot wrong, wouldn't he? Excuse me. But Andy would always cover for him somehow. That's right. Well, the phone lines are open. Let's get see if we can find a phone call out there, 766-9393. Lines are open. Dragnet song. Here we go. Let's get a phone call in. And good morning. You're on Trading Post.
Yes, I'm looking for a twin-size bed and a couch.
Okay. Twin-size bed and a couch. Anything else?
No, you can reach me at 256-693-9728.
All right. 256-693-9728. Looking for a couch.
Yes,
Is that right?
Yes, sir, and a twin bed.
And a twin bed. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning. You're on Trading Post.
Still looking to buy some old iron skillets, case knives, and tools. 201-2298.
201-2298.
Thank you,
buddy. 201-2298. All righty. Lines are open. 766-9393 is the number. And we'll put you and your items on the air. It's 7:25. It's Take Your Cat to the Vet Day. Well, why? Every time I ever take a cat to the vet and spend money on the one, something happens to it the next day. It is bad luck. Now, that's not the rule, I guess I should say, in official capacity, that you should always take care of your animals, take them to the vet, get them vaccinated, do all the stuff, and that is the official position of me. But every time I've done it, something happens to the cat. I don't know. And good morning. You're on Trading Post.
Yes, sir. Looking to buy any broke-down cars, trucks, or vans. I'll pay cash for them and pick them up and be reached here at 629-9370.
629-9370 is a metal going up?
No, sir. No, sir. No.
No, okay. All right. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
I know that some folks, look for scrap iron, scrap metal, and do that kind of thing, and then some are looking for broke down cars and trucks to redo and all kind of things. But a lot of them are doing scrap iron things, and I'm kind of wondered how that was going. Phone's dinging. What do we got here? Yes, let's see. I know what he's asking. I got a question. Did my family put meringue on custard pies? No, not on the custard pies. Now, on the chocolate pie, yes. Excuse me. There was a fly or a bug or a gnat or something that flew by my nose there, and I tried to blow it away. Anyway, the lines are open again, 766-9393. While we're waiting on phone calls, we'll talk about the neighborhood. Yes, I like this. Lines are open, 766-9393 is the number. If you want to give us a call this morning, stay tuned for Bible trivia, too. That's coming up. Got a good question for you.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be my neighbor?
All right. Hey, guess what? The 2023. Yes. I don't know if I lost my mind. Yes. I never did have one, actually. 2023 Middle Tennessee District Fair is coming to Rotary Park. And I wonder how many years that the fair has been. It's been a lot. I wonder how many years it's been. Middle Tennessee District Fair, Rotary Park of Lawrenceburg, September 21st through the 30th. And this year's theme is honoring our history, I guess. And got a little pamphlet here telling us about all the things that'll be going on. There's going to be a lot. My goodness. Got a little handout here. Probably have to review some of that. Use some of that. All right. Anyway, all right. Well, I think we're about wound up with Trading Post. Everybody got in that wanted in. Stay tuned for Bible Trivia, which is coming up next. Yes. Stick tight. It is time for Bible Trivia, and Bible Trivia is brought to you in part by our friends at the Thousand Hills Cowboy Church. With 2 locations here in the county. Their main campus is in Etheridge. And I've lost my sheet. Someone has misplaced my little sheet, but anyway, they also have a campus down in St. Joe, and of course they meet on Sunday mornings at 10 o'clock in worship, and ask you to come out and be with them anytime you like. And, of course, you can check them out online at thousandhillscowboychurch.com, thousandhillscowboychurch.com. Also, Hood and Hester Realty and Auction Company. We've got a sale scheduled coming up in not too long away. It'll be the Kaiser Estate down on Main Street in Loretta. I'll be telling you more about that as we get a little closer. And we're looking forward to that good sale down there with a great home, house and lot. We've got a vehicle, I think. Yeah, a nice vehicle, and household goods and personal property. The Kaiser Estate there. Also, my services with Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, with real estate service second to none. We are just so busy, so blessed, and so happy to serve. Check us out online at hoodcompanyhome.com. And someone's calling already. Let's see who's on the phone. Good morning. How are you? Hello, hello. Can I help you? You got to talk to me. Well, we all fell to pieces there. All right, well, let's do Bible trivia. Tommy Davis was my qualifier yesterday, and we're looking for another qualifier today. And remember, we're giving away not only a Bible, but a $25 gift certificate from the butcher shop over in Pulaski, Tennessee. There is a gnat flying around here that is driving me insane. And I've been trying to kill him, so if you hear me whop something, that's what's going on. And we invite you to play Bible trivia with us, and you will qualify for the giveaway of those items on Friday if you answer our question correctly. And this is my question. By the way, the phone number is 766-9393. If you haven't played, we want you to jump in and play with us. Don't be afraid. Jump in and play with us. Get some new players out there on this Bible trivia game we do. How many Psalms are there in the book of Psalms? How many are there? How many Psalms, it's divided into a bunch of Psalms, the book of Psalms. How many Psalms are there in the book of Psalms? That is what today's Bible trivia question is. How many Psalms are there? 766-9393 is the number. Number one, Hey, you're number two.
Bible trivia?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Hey, are you calling Bible trivia? Are you?
Yes.
All right. Well, how many books are there in the Book of Psalms?
Well, it's divided into 5 books.
Oh, the Book of Psalms. No, that's incorrect. The Book of Psalms I'm looking for. How many Psalms are there in the Book of Psalms? In the Book of Psalms, how many Psalms are there in the Book of Psalms? I guess we'll take the next caller. 766-9393. 766-9393. How many Psalms are there in the Book of Psalms? That's what I'm looking for. Let's try this one more time. Hey there, how many Psalms are there in the Book of Psalms?
150.
Yes, it's 150. There are 150 Psalms. What names would you like us to put down?
You can go ahead and use my name, Jeff.
All right, Miss Karen Spears, I got you qualified, okay?
Okay. Well, Lord bless you, Jeff. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. All right. Miss Karen Spears is qualified this morning. Let me write her name down. There we go. All right. Now, yes, 150 Psalms is what there are. And, if you want to take up reading the scriptures, and sometimes, the mood may hit you, and you think, well, where could I start? What could I start with? What could I do? That would be a good place to start. Begin maybe reading the Psalms. They are psalms. They are prayers, and they are praise, and they will bring something to you just about every time. Let me get my verse of the day queued up here. It is in here somewhere. There it is, right there. Miss Betty sends us a verse of the day for us to share, and it comes from Mark chapter 7 today. Mark chapter 7. Verses 21 through 23. For from within, out of the heart of men, proceed evil thoughts, adulteries, fornications, murders, thefts, covetousness, wickedness, deceit, lewdness, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All these evil things come from within and defile a man. The Lord talking to the Pharisees there, I believe, in Mark chapter 7. Talking to us too. Paul said, O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from this body of death? Once we've known the Lord, we also begin to know a little bit more about ourselves and our flesh, and how far we are from God, and how far He's brought us to be with Him. Thank you, Miss Betty, for our verse of the day. As we welcome Mr. Box into the room. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How you?
Just like a brand new road grader.
Hey, I got a cousin I want to wish a happy birthday this morning.
Yeah?
Gino Yoakum.
Gino?
Yep.
Yoakum.
Yep.
Well, we'll wish Gino Yoakum a happy birthday.
How'd you spell Yoakum?
It's Y-O-C-U-M?
No.
What is it?
Y-O-C-O-M.
C-O-M.
Yeah.
Y-O-C-O-M.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a good speller, you know.
Yeah, that's a good way to get in trouble, too.
I know.
You know what? Here, plug my headphones in here.
Are they unplugged?
I thought they were.
Well, they had trouble with them during that show last night. Is that better?
That's better.
All right. They had trouble with their headphones during. I don't know. They I don't know what they did, but Maddie called me and said she had turned them all off.
Well,
because they had some trouble making their adjustments last night for some reason. So this morning I had to go back in and kind of reset them. And that one was just unplugged. So
well, that's all right.
Anyway, I'm pretty happy.
Well,
I had somebody text me, one of my good buddies out there. I've been kind of playing this morning.
Have you?
Here at the station, having fun. I'm just been by myself pretty much and just having fun. He texted me, I don't know if I'd have lost my mind.
Well,
he said, "Is this PBS television?" I was playing Mr. Rogers.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you'd ever found your mind.
What do you got on? You mind? Anyway, well, what are you going to do today, buddy?
Well, I got a couple of people that's going to be interviewing on WLX.
You're always getting to interview the big stars.
Yeah, well.
The people, the up-and-comers.
Yeah.
Do you know who's coming today?
Young man by the name of Landon Parker.
Landon Parker.
Yep. And then I won't tell you, but I'm going to stay over just a little bit this afternoon. I've got one of the frontmen calling in.
The frontmen?
Yeah.
Now, who are the frontmen?
Well, they consist of 3 artists of former groups from the 90s. Larry Stewart of Restless Heart, Tim Rushlow of Little Texas, and then Richie McDonald from Lone Star.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. They've kind of gotten together. And
yeah. Remember, Marty Rabin used to be with them.
Yeah, Marty did some with them. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
And then Tim Rushlow, he stepped in and took over for Marty after Shenandoah got back together and got to touring again.
Well, guess who I got coming in tomorrow at 8 o'clock?
Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, Donald Trump.
Yes.
Okay.
He would probably come if I asked him. I'm sure he would. But I've got Mr. Eddie Landtroop coming in.
Oh, my gosh.
We're going to have fun
sorry
tomorrow.
for you.
You hurt.
By the way, Maddie, what in the world did you do to this place last night?
What? Everything was down. I know. Sorry.
I got it fixed. It wasn't a big deal. 7:41 and counting. We've got word of the day yet to come, and somebody's coming in here and messing with my buttons.
I just wanted to make sure it was pulled up.
Do
you need?
No, go over the word of the day, all the way over there, right there.
There you go.
Thank you, bless you, Miss Maddie Hyde. Don't be stealing stuff from the studio.
Whose is this? I'm taking it.
You know, that's what I'm going to get my wife for our anniversary coming up tomorrow.
It's a phone charger?
A phone charger.
You can't go wrong with a lot of phone chargers.
They
disappear at my house because my daughter likes to take them.
Daniel steals hers all the time.
Where do they go?
I don't know.
They get lost.
Into the
and
abyss.
I mean, the kids can't drive, so where do they take them to that we don't know about?
He always seems to know where they are.
They do not sell them. But, I mean, if you think about it, I'm like, Zaylee, where's my phone charger? Oh, I had it in the car. Do you not have one? I know I bought her 15. You know, it just amazes me.
Here's what you do. Take away all screen time for a little bit. I mean, and it works.
But you know what's
It is
funny?
one of the best disciplines ever. No more screen time for you until I say so. And boy, things straighten up big time.
But you know what's funny is when I go to my dad's house and I need to use a phone charger, you know what he tells me?
What?
You better not steal that one.
Yeah, there you go.
I think it's a kid thing.
It's genetics.
Yeah, genetics, and it's just you always steal your parents' phone chargers, no matter what. So, yeah.
So that's what's happening. So anyway, phone charging advice from WDXE. Right?
Phone charging 101.
Yes, indeed. Well, I am pretty close to getting to word of the day, but I guess I better check the weather, don't you think? Let's see if. Oh, I got to do Abigail's plan too. You know that's coming up.
Yes, it is.
That's right. We got a break here. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and we're going to find our word of the day. So, but first. The Abigail's Planned Bulls and Barrels is this weekend. It's going to get exciting.
This is Tommy Lee and Abigail Kidd inviting everyone to the 9th annual Abigail's Plan. Gates open at 5 with John Ezel and his band playing music all the way up to bull riding time at 7 o'clock. Come hungry, there will be lots of food vendors, a mechanical bull, and pony rides. Purchase tickets at the gate. Adults $15, kids 5 to 12 $10, kids 4 and under are free with free parking. Come join us at Rotary Park Saturday, August 26th. For a family night of fun at the 8th annual Abigail's Plan.
From the Tennessee Valley Weather Center, I'm Fred Gossage with your Tuesday forecast. A heat advisory in place not just for today, but for the next few days, as we're in a hot weather pattern here. Mostly sunny skies for today. Daytime highs in the mid to upper 90s with heat index values over 100. So be sure to stay hydrated, especially in the heat of the afternoon if you're outside. Going into tonight, mostly clear skies, overnight lows in the low to mid 70s, and even hotter for Wednesday and Thursday, both days mostly sunny. Daytime highs, not heat index values, daytime highs in the upper 90s to the lower triple digits out there with heat index values over 105, maybe close to 110 in spots. We start to back off the heat a little bit Friday into the weekend with partly cloudy skies, low to mid-90s for our Friday and Saturday, maybe upper 80s again for Sunday, and maybe a shower or thunderstorm around as we head into the weekend as well. All the latest weather at tnvalleyweather.com.
That was the wrong thing. Yeah. Oops, that was the wrong thing. Let me find the right thing. And by the way, that moment of silence was brought to you
by Hood and Hester Realty and Auction Company.
Yes, indeed, children. Gather around the radio. Get your pens and paper ready, where we will decode with our little orphan Annie decode ring the word of the day.
Well,
you remember that?
Yep.
It ain't gonna be long till Christmas.
That's right.
Football season has started.
So?
Well, when you know, I just start to smell Christmas by the time football season.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. Our word of the day is spelled this way, children.
Wait a minute.
There you go. Thank you. Is that better? Good?
You're forgetting something.
What am I forgetting?
Word of the day is brought to you by the Lawrence County Public Library, whether they know it or not.
I'm so sorry.
It's the only reason I come in here.
Say it again for me.
Word of the day is brought to you by the Lawrence County Public Library, whether they know it or not.
Thank you.
That's the only reason I come in here.
You. I'm so glad you do too, man. Our word is LACKLUSTER.
Yeah.
It's lackluster. Is that right? Hang on.
Lackluster. Lackluster.
Lackluster. She says it a little different than I do. Lackluster.
Yeah.
Lackluster.
My wife's diamond ring lackluster, so I took it to Little Gold Mine, and they shined it up.
Shined her right up. They can do it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're all over it here. Lackluster describes something lacking in sheen, brilliance, or vitality. Well, that's me. Something lacking in sheen, brilliance, or vitality. In other words, something dull or mundane. No, or mediocre. We're not dull.
Well, I don't think so.
Of course not. How could we possibly be dull?
I don't think so. Hey, get your quotes of the day, and we're going to give away something.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
What are we going to give away?
We're going to, do your quotes, and then we'll tell them what.
Okay, let me find them right quick. They're right here. Our quotes. This one comes from Leo Tolstoy. I don't know who that is. It's amazing. It is amazing how complete is the delusion that beauty is goodness.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yep.
Here it is. Here's an election quote for you.
Okay.
Vote for the man who promises least. He'll be the least disappointing.
Well, that's true.
That's pretty true.
That is true.
I have a quote, one more for me.
Okay.
I'll give you something. And it's not from me. I heard a comedian say this, and I've never forgot it because I think it's funny. He said, it's amazing how much cheese it takes to make a salad good.
Yeah. I'll agree.
It's funny.
Well, all right.
What do you got? What are we doing?
Well, you mentioned that we heard Dad, Abigail's Plan, Bulls and Barrels will be in Lawrenceburg Saturday, August the 26th.
Yes.
And we've got 2 tickets to give away to it.
We do?
Yeah. And these tickets are being sponsored by Jim and Janine Fleeman of Fleeman Carriers.
Oh, Fleeman Carriers. I know those folks. Yeah. Jim and me go back to our childhood. We grew up in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
Him and me and Johnny and all the Fleeman boys out there.
Yeah.
Out in New Prospect.
And they was glad you moved because the property value went up after
Went up. That's right.
Just joking.
Yeah. Good
All
folks.
right.
Good folks. Fleeman Carriers.
Yep. Let's give
compliments. How do we want to give them away?
First caller.
766-9393. All right. 766-9393. If you would like the tickets to Abigail's Plan.
Now,
looks like
listen. If you're not going to use them, give them to somebody that will.
Yes. Make sure you either go yourself or give them to somebody that wants them.
Yeah.
Hey, are you calling for the tickets?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, what name would you like me to put on these tickets?
Robert Kopp.
Robert
Kopp. K-O-P-P.
K-O-P-P. Robert Kopp.
All right.
Robert Kopp is our ticket winner. If we got some more, we'll do the rest of the week. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Hey, thank you. Thank you now.
You're very welcome. Thank
All
you.
right. We're going to do that again probably tomorrow maybe. And we've got a few tickets to give away there. And we appreciate the folks who provide those.
Yep.
And again, make sure you go, or if you can't go, give them to somebody who will.
Yeah.
That's right. So there'll be a big crowd and a lot of good support out there. I would mention chocolate pies, and today what was it? Some kind of, where is it? Right there. National Pecan Torte. Is that the way you say that? T-O-R-T-E?
Yeah.
Do you know what that is? You ever had a pecan torte pie?
No. I've just had a pecan pie.
And I've had, like a lemon tart, but that's different.
Yeah.
Tart and torte's different.
They are different. But, I bet it'd be good.
Anyway, I mentioned my favorite pies being the old homemade chocolates and the egg custard that I've always loved. And a buddy of mine out there says that his great aunt Kate, long time and Elizabeth's longtime neighbor, made the best egg custard, but they put meringue on it. I never did have it with meringue.
I never had it with meringue.
Listen, I would not turn it away.
You know what my favorite pie is?
What?
Buttermilk pie.
Oh, yeah, that's good too.
Yeah.
You ever had a Japanese fruit pie?
Yes.
They're good too.
They are.
I like it. They got coconut and raisins and pecans, and they're good.
Yeah.
Anyway, now I'm getting hungry.
Are you?
I reckon so. 7:51 this morning, and Lonnie Box is in the studio. Let's see. Let me put away that. We got to say happy birthday to Gino Yoakum. You know what I did this morning?
What you did this morning?
Well, tomorrow is May's birthday.
Oh, okay.
May will be 15. I've mentioned it a couple times, but we're doing a little bit of a celebration tonight, and so I've been tasked with grabbing some things, including her cake.
Yeah.
Today. So in my head, I've translated that to today being her birthday. So I stopped in the studio up there and was talking to Mark early this morning before I came in here. Told him it was May's birthday today, which is wrong because it's tomorrow. I came in here and wrote down tomorrow's date when I started the day. I confused myself all the way here. And so I began, and then I figured out, well, this is not the 23rd. Today's the 22nd.
Today's the 22nd.
So then I said, well, this is not May's birthday.
No, it's not.
And I had been hollering it was May's birthday since I got up, just about. But it's tomorrow.
You didn't wake that child up singing happy birthday to her.
No, but I can't wait to do it.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to.
Going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah. At 5, a little before 5 o'clock in the morning. We'll see how that goes. Daniel worked at the Amish farm last night.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he got to go back over there to work late yesterday evening. I took him over there about 5:30, and they had some 60 head of sheep or goats or both that they were trimming hooves and worming and doctoring up.
Yeah.
And he got to help do that, and he was thrilled out of his gourd. It was hot. Lord, it was hot. But I dropped him off. Of course, Jacob's been a good neighbor of mine back there, Jacob Yoder. And he's helped him with his furniture shop a time or two. So Daniel's beginning to get a little summer job, after the summer. But it's usually late evening.
Yeah.
Or afternoon. And so he's worked some in the furniture shop over there. And now Jacob's using him on the farm a little bit. Well, I wondered how this would go. And so I went back to pick him up. It was dark, getting darkish, and they still weren't finished. I could see their lanterns in the barn. And so I just sat in my truck and waited on him. And when he finally come out, him and Jacob come out, they were wringing wet, number one, because it was hot. And Daniel jumped in the truck, and of course, we said our goodbyes, and I started to make a turnaround. I had to roll the windows down My goodness, he had sheep all over him. He said he loved it, though. He was really liking it.
Well, good.
He liked it quite a bit.
That's good.
Anyway, let's see. I've got, what did I have? I may do that. No, I can't do that. That won't work. That won't work. Do you see the news, anybody?
You know I don't watch news.
You don't watch the news, do you?
No.
This is
You don't watch the news hardly ever, do you?
Nope.
Well, that's okay. I'll let you by with it. Was something I was going to ask you, though. Did you know that there was a ball game last night on the X Sports Network?
Was it?
Yeah. They had Summertown and Lawrence County. And I think it must have been the junior varsity because they played the other night.
Yeah, they played
They
Friday
played the other night, and then they played another game last night.
Yeah, it's probably junior varsity.
I think that's what it was, but I haven't heard scores on either one.
Well, I believe Lawrenceburg won.
Did Lawrenceburg win the other night?
Won Friday night, I believe.
Yes.
And I believe Loretta beat Collinwood.
Did Loretta beat?
Friday night.
I need to. We don't get the scores in here. We need a little sheet, a cheat sheet for me, so I can tell folks that might
Tell
not
the
have-
X Sports Network.
That's what we need to do.
Yeah.
We'll tax them with another task, something else for them to do, like that. So anyway, well, it's going to be 8 o'clock soon. I'm going to have to get up and get out here and go do the real job. Where are you headed today?
Well, I'm WLX. That's where I go when.
Oh, the other station.
Yeah.
Oh, the other place.
The other place.
Don't go to the other place. He wanted you to keep it here on WDXE, by the way. Well, I don't have a whole lot more to do. I'm going to have to get up and get out here and go do the real job myself. It is August 22nd. By the way,
the 23rd. 22nd.
Not the 23rd. Here's what's funny. Is 23rd, May's birthday. 24th, Thursday, is mine and Teresa's anniversary.
Oh.
44 years.
44 years.
She didn't believe me. I told her last night, I said, you know, you and I have been married 44 years. We have not, she said. She said, it's not 44 years. I said, yeah, it is. Well, she went over there and looked at the calendar, and she said, well, wait a minute, it is 44. I can't believe it's been 44 years. I said, yeah, you reckon we'll make it?
She said, I can't believe it's been 44 years. I thought it was 88.
44 years of heavenly bliss for her. She's the luckiest woman in the whole USA. Happiest girl in the whole. I used to play that theme song for her. That's her theme song.
Is it?
Happiest girl in the whole USA. Yeah, of course it is. Why would it not be?
Well, I don't know.
No, I couldn't have made it without her. I'll tell you that. 44 years. How about that? We were children when we married.
How old were y'all when y'all got married?
I was barely 18 years old when we married. And I mean barely.
Barely.
I turned 18 on August the 9th and was married on August the 24th. Just green as a gourd.
Well, hey.
Didn't have sense enough to get out of the rain, really. See if this works.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I got to go to work. I need to get in my truck and go drag some stuff home.
Yeah. You big dummy.
You big dummy. Maybe I'll find something of value.
Maybe
I will. Hey, I want you to find somebody you like today. Give them a hug. Tell somebody you love them. And I hope somebody tells you. 8 o'clock's coming up, and there's folks coming in the studio for you. But I've got to get up and get out here and go do the real job. Mr. Box, love you, buddy.
Love you, too.
Serving Lawrence County since 1951. This is WDXE Lawrenceburg, a broadcast service of Prospect Communications.
It'll be the fourth arrest for the 45th president. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Former President Trump says he'll turn himself in Thursday in Atlanta to be arrested on election conspiracy charges. That's the day after the first Republican debate in Milwaukee that he will not attend.
President Trump posted on his social network platform, quote, "This is in strict coordination with crooked Joe Biden's DOJ. It is all about election interference." He could have gone at any time, but that is the Trump way of trying to reclaim a news cycle from the 8 Republicans who actually plan to show up to the debate the night before. The president and the DNC are saying they are not going to entertain any debates from primary challengers on the Democratic side.
Fox's Peter Ducey, and there are 8 candidates invited by the Republican National Committee to debate in Milwaukee tomorrow night based on polling and fundraising numbers and a pledge to support whoever the nominee is. Trump says he's a no on that part. Expected on stage, Doug Burgum, Chris Christie, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Asa Hutchinson, Mike Pence, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Tim Scott. On the outside looking in, Francis Suarez, Perry Johnson, and Larry Elder. There's a new vaccine meant to prevent RSV infection in infants. It's given to mothers before the baby's born.
RSV is a cold-like nuisance for most healthy people, but the respiratory infection fills hospitals with wheezing babies every fall and winter. Pfizer's vaccine, given in late pregnancy, allows moms-to-be to develop virus-fighting antibodies they pass to their fetus. Food and Drug Administration approval came Monday. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention must also sign off before maternal vaccinations can begin. The only other option to protect babies is giving them lab-made antibodies. Tom Rigotti, Fox News.
Parts of South Texas are getting heavy wind and rain from Tropical Storm Harold today. Landfall is expected south from 3 to 5 inches of rain, maybe up to 7 inches in some spots today and